Chapter 2205 Deity Realm Village. Chapter 2205 Deity Realm Village. Under the attentive gazes of the villagers, Qin Yong and Axiu walked out of close seclusion. The auras on their bodies were already totally different. Deity Realm. After these two people consumed the jade heart pills that Yi Yuan refined, they broke through to Deity Realm without the slightest surprise. Furthermore, these two people actually both reached middle stage grotto profound realm. The power of the medicinal efficacy dumbfounded everyone. With this kind of miraculous medicinal pill, how was there still a need to cultivate? Prior to this, Qin Yong and Axiu still had a long way to go from the grand completion mortal realm. But in a twinkle, they were already deity realm powerhouses. The realm that was once far beyond reach, the Chun village actually suddenly had 4 of them in one day. The villagers felt like they were dreaming. TSK, TSK, Aining is really our village's treasure. Uncle Yen, you really picked up a big treasure for our Qin village. Aining, my family's Chunner has just nicely reached a marriageable age. Why don't you consider it? A group of villagers crowded around Yi Yuan, pulling and yanking on him, making Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. All right. Aining isn't someone who belongs in a shallow pond. Our village can't hold him. Qin Yen chased everyone away and said crossly. He did not lose his head by everything in front of him, being able to refine such magical medicinal pills. Yi Yuan was absolutely not an ordinary person. How could a measly little Qin village hold this great Buddha? Chen Yen sneaked a glance at his granddaughter. Seeing the look in his granddaughter's eyes, he could not help sighing slightly in his heart. Originally, everyone thought that Axiu and Ayong were a pair. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely unlocked Axiu's maiden feelings. It was just that the dropping flowers pine for love, while the heartless brook will probably babble on. Even if Axiu broke through to the deity realm now, she likely could not match up to Yi Yuan at all too. Even though he did not know what kind of grade the jade heart pills reached, without a doubt, it already exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan could even refine such heaven-defying medicinal pills under a state of amnesia and his divine essence being completely lost. It could be seen how formidable he was before. Ayong, Axiu, why haven't you come over and thank Aining? Qin Yen said in a solemn voice. Qin Yong's expression was complicated. Finally, he still came before Yi Yuan and gave a bow, saying, Many thanks, Aining. While Axiu said in surprise, Aining, this medicinal pill is too magical. After I swallowed it, it's simply like I can automatically cultivate, breaking through to the deity realm in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan scratched his head and said with a vacant look, Is it very impressive? I don't know either. Axiu nodded her head repeatedly and said, Very impressive. Very impressive. Didn't you see that Luo Sheng's expression? He even wanted to cry previously. Yi Yuan smiled bashfully. Thinking about it, he seemed to really be quite impressive. After several days, Qun Jian brought Luo Sheng back. Everyone was very curious, not knowing what things Qun Jian brought back. In front of everyone, Qun Jian chuckled and said, Got to say, this guy really hid quite a number of good stuff these few years. Their Luo village even got a miniature medicine garden and planted quite a few divine, rank spirit medicines inside. This time, I raided all of them in one go. When Chan Yen and the rest listened until here, each and every one of their eyes shone. What they hoped to hear the most right now were divine, rank spirit medicines. What did divine, rank spirit medicines signify? A stock of quasi-divine, rank jade heart, Jira. S created 4 grotto profound realm powerhouses. If there was a batch of divine rank spirit medicines placed here, what would happen later already did not need to think too much. The villagers were all wildly ecstatic. If the spirit medicines were sufficient, could they also break through to the deity realm? Russell, Qun Jian let out the bunch of things inside the storage ring. Qun Yan's gaze turned intent. his face revealing a look of wild elation. Sundered S.P.A. Seaweed, silver frost ginseng, seamless flower. Also, this is a divine, rank jade heart, GRA. SS. I didn't expect that the Luo village actually collected so many good things. Chen Yen said agitatedly. By the side, Luo Sheng had long become a bitter-gourd face. The divine rank spirit medicines that he gathered these few years were planned on using for himself to break through. Who knew that it was wiped out all at once today? Ain't this? Chen Yen looked toward Yi Yuan pleadingly, somewhat fidgety in his heart. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'll give it a shot then. Chen Yen was overjoyed when he heard that and brought a bunch of spirit medicines into the refining room. Following that, various sorts of light would come out of the refining room from time to time. Outside the house, the expression of Luo Sheng, who was watching Yi Yuan refine pills for the first time, was fascinating to the extreme. This is simply a miracle. I've never heard before that someone can refine pills like this. No wonder your Qin village has 4 deity realm powerhouses that appear all of a sudden. Who in the world is this young man? Luo Sheng said in shock. Chen Lai smiled until his mouth could not close, and he said with a proud look, 3 years ago, Aining sustained serious injuries. It was Uncle Yan and Axiu who saved him. As for who he is, we don't know as well. Although he did not know, the smugness on Chen Lai's face could not be concealed no matter what, because he knew that the Qin village would become completely different from today onward. Seeing Chen Lai's expression, Luo Sheng's heart felt as awful as having eaten a fly, but he could not hold back his feelings of envy. Freaking H.E.L.L. Why didn't I encounter this sort of good thing? Luo Sheng secretly cursed in his heart. The efficiency of Yi Yuan's array formation pill refinement was very high. In less than half a day, these spirit medicines that Chan Jian brought were refined into all sorts of medicinal pills by him. Furthermore, each medicinal pill emitted an extraordinary aura. Clearly, the grade was extremely high. Chun Yen, Chin Lai, and the rest had wide beams on their faces. With these medicinal pills, the Chen village would completely soar to the sky with one bound. Cloud River County, City Lord Manor. City Lord Huang Wei was currently discussing matters with a few major family heads in the city when City Guard Commander Li Jia suddenly barged inside. Huang Wei's brows furrowed, and he said, "What are you acting rashly for? Don't know the rules." But Li Jia right away said, "Your Excellency, something big happened. This subordinate doesn't dare to dawdle." Huang Wei said coolly, "My Cloud River City has always been peaceful. What major thing can happen?" Li Jia said, "Your Excellency, a deity realm village appeared outside of Cloud River City. Overnight, this Chen village's population of 121 people all broke through to deity realm." "What did you say?" When Huang Wei heard this, he suddenly shot to his feet, not quite daring to believe his ears. Overnight? Got to be a joke. The people in this village wouldn't have been struck by lightning, right? Commander Li, food can just be eaten, but words can't simply be said. Even if a capital city's 3-star alchemy OD came, it's also impossible to create 100 over deity realms overnight, right? When the few family heads heard this, they all had disbelieving looks. They could not resist scoffing at Li Jia. But Li Jia said, "Your Excellency, this subordinate has a squire who went to the Luo village in the vicinity of this Qin village. He returned to his hometown to pay a visit to his elders this time and brought back this news." At first, this subordinate didn't believe it either. But this subordinate personally went to investigate and verify it. This matter is absolutely true. Everyone's expression turned stiff with shocked faces. Li Jia personally took a trip. Looks like it would not be wrong. But this sort of thing was too fantastical. Chapter 2206, Collecting Ancient Records. Chapter 2206. Collecting ancient records to this day. Chan Yan still felt that he was having a dream. The Chen village actually became a deity realm village. Even those brats who were still wet behind their ears, after consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they also broke through to deity realm overnight. Yi Yuan's pair of hands was seemingly able to transform the rotten into something magical. The deity realm that was as high as the clouds in their eyes, Yi Yuan could casually create them. And now, even Cloud River City's city lord was waiting outside of the village, respectfully, not daring to have the least bit of arrogance. That was Cloud River City's city lord, an origin deity, realm mighty expert. Origin deity realm was once an unreachable existence to the Qin village, a figure in the heavens. But now he was actually standing outside the village obediently. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Yin pushed the door and went in. Yi Yuan was currently holding his superficial alchemy Tao records, NCLA. S6 and reading with great gusto. Aining! Qin Yin called smilingly. Yi Yuan put down the book, got up, and said with a smile, Grandpa Yen. Qin Yin smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Yi Yuan to sit down, and saw, "Oh, Aining, this old man's books probably can't enter your sights at all, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said seriously, "Although Grandpa Yan's books are shallow, I still learned many things from them. I've already finished reading these books and made some remarks on them." Reading these alchemy Tao records, Yi Yuan understood with one glance and did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness. Yi Yuan seemed to be able to find his own past from them. Qin Yin received them to take a look and could not help trembling all over. It was only to see that many things were recorded densely on the records. Yi Yuan's casual annotations immediately enlightened many areas that he did not understand in the past. Briefly reading a few lines, he actually had a feeling of being enlightened. Yi Yuan's casual annotations were already no idea how many times more brilliant than the contents in these books. Qin Yin was sure that Yi Yuan's level was definitely 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more brilliant than the people who wrote the books. Incisive, truly penetrating. Aining, you must have been an incredible high-level alchemy G. Oh, D in the past. Qin Yin sighed with admiration as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, "I also feel that way regardless of whether it is refining pills or reading books. I have a very familiar feeling. It's as if I was born for the sake of refining pills." "Oh, right, is Grandpa Yen finding me for something?" Only then did Qin Yin wake up from the shock and said rather embarrassed, Sedley, "Almost forgot the official matters. Cloud River City's city lord has come to realize the truth. Lord Huang Wei brought the family heads of the 5 major families in the city, and they personally came to our Qin village to request an audience with you. They don't dare to come in and disturb and are currently waiting outside the village." Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "To see me?" Qin Yin smiled bitterly and said, "Our Qin village, the old and young, have all become deity realm powerhouses now. It already shocked all the neighboring households. It's also not strange that City Lord knows. The status of Alchemy G, ODS, is venerated. He's definitely coming to find you to request for pills." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'll meet him then." When Huang Wei and the few major family heads saw Yi Yuan, they were utterly stunned. The one who created a deity realm village overnight was an ordinary person who did not even have divine essence? He looked towards Qin Yin rather strangely, wondering if this guy was playing them. Qin Yin hurriedly explained, "City Lord, Aining has always maneuvered heaven and earth spiritual energy to refine pills with array formations and doesn't need medicinal cauldrons or divine essence." Huang Wei's whole body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, "His array formation, refining pills!" The few people exchanged glances and bowed respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, "Cloud River City's city lord, Huang Wei, offers greetings to Master Ning." Yi Yuan returned the bow and said, "Your Excellency doesn't have to be courteous." Huang Wei said, "This city lord's intention of coming, I believe that Master Ning already knows. However, I still want to witness, masters, medicinal pills. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Grandpa Yen. Chan Yen understood and took out a jade bottle and set it to Huang Wei. Huang Wei received the medicinal bottle and only took one look and cried out in surprise, This is Profound Origin Pill. What a high-quality Profound Origin Pill. Master Shu Ping, you come and take a look. As he said, he said the medicinal pill to an old man beside him. Very clearly this old man was also an alchemy G. Oh, D, a 2-star alchemy G. Oh, D. Shu Ping's breaking was already somewhat losing control, starting from when he saw the medicinal pill. He received the Profound Origin pill somewhat tremblingly and started looking closely at it. When everyone saw Shu Ping's expression, each and every one of them felt lost. They knew that this medicinal pill's quality was very high, but as for the specifics of how high, they did not know. Shu Ping looked at it, and tears actually strewn down his old face as he wept and said, Didn't expect it. Truly didn't expect it. Having seen this pill, this old man can die without regrets. His expression whetted everyone's appetite. One tes. Yet, this old guy was performing there alone and refused to talk about the subject of the matter. Huang Wei could not resist asking, Master Shu Ping, just what is so extraordinary about this medicinal pill? Only then did Shu Ping woke up and said with lingering palpitations in his heart, Vast Spirit Divine Pill. This is a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Being able to see a Vast Spirit Divine Pill in this lifetime. This old man can die without regrets. The other few people trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. That was a medicinal pill of the legends. Even if a 5-star alchemy G. D came, it was also completely impossible to refine a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Now, it actually appeared in a county's small village. This young man absolutely had an extraordinary background. While Chan Yen had a baffled look, he completely did not know what a Vast Spirit Divine Pill was. But seeing that the expression of a 2-star alchemy G, D was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, he also knew that it was unusual. It seemed like he still underestimated Aining. Huang Wei suddenly got up and gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Ning's great talent is too unworthy of this small village. Is it possible for you to move to the city Lord Manor? As long as Master Ning goes to the city Lord Manor, this Huang will definitely treat you cordially to the highest standards. Chun Yan's expression changed. This fellow was SNATC, Hing people. No way, he said without the slightest hesitation. Huang Wei's face fell. Normally, someone with a status like Chun Yan would have long been smacked to death by him with one slap. But this way he would be offending Master Ning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There's no need to go to the city, Lord Manor. There's no problem with you guys coming to find me to refine pills, but I have a condition. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Huang Wei had a look of disappointment. At the latter half, he had an enthusiastic look again as he said, What condition is there? Master Ning, feel free to speak up. Yi Yuan said, Help me collect alchemy Dao records. No matter what kind they are, however many there are, the more the merrier. Huang Wei had a curious look as he said, Master Ning, with your alchemy strength, is there still a need to look at these alchemy Dao records? Yi Yuan smiled and said, There is no end to learning. There's no harm in reading more books. Huang Wei and the rest revealed looks of admiration and said with a nod, Master Ning, rest assured. Leave this small matter to this Huang. At this time, Shu Ping suddenly opened his mouth and said, Master Ning, this Shu knows quite a few people in the same pursuit. Getting some alchemy Dao records shouldn't be anything difficult. This Shu doesn't request for medicinal pills. I only request to be able to stay by Master Ning's side and observe you refining pills from the sidelines. I wonder if that's allowed? Yi Yuan nodded and said, No problem. Chapter 2207. Heaven rewards the faithful. Chapter 2207. Heaven rewards the faithful. The noonday sun shone high above. Bright Moon Restaurant was bustling with activity, having all sorts of voices mingling together. It was very noisy, but as the top restaurant in Dragonstone Imperial City, this place was the place where information was well connected. At this time, 5 martial artists were currently chatting merrily at a large table. A man who had a scar on his face said mysteriously, "Have you guys heard? These few years, a big shot appeared in the east region of Kindness Imperial City." With him saying this, it indeed aroused the attention of the other few people. A younger brother said with interest, "Elder Brother Scar, you're the most well-informed. Tell us what incredible big shot appeared." Elder Brother Scar chuckled and said, "This remarkable figure isn't in Kindness Imperial City, but in a village that's in the wilderness of a county subordinate to Kindness Imperial City. This person is called Masterning, his alchemy skills being exceptional." A companion said disdainfully, "Haha, Elder Brother Scar, you're talking nonsense here. What remarkable, great figure can appear in a wild, countryside's village?" The moment Elder Brother Scar heard, he was immediately annoyed and said with a cold smile, "What the hell do you know? This person is called Masterning. Over 60 years ago, this Masterning rose into prominence, completely turning a village that was full of mortals all into grotto, profound realms overnight. At present, more than 60 years have passed. Said those mortals that followed him back then are all divine Lord Realm now. That tiny little village is full of divine Lord Realm powerhouses now." The moment these words came out, the few people at the table sucked in a cold breath. A village with all the people being at the divine Lord Realm. How terrifying was this? In just 60 years, making a village of mortals all reaching the divine Lord Realm. Was this something that a human could accomplish? A companion said with a look of disbelief, "Elder Brother Scar, you're also being too ridiculous, right? This sort of thing, even a 6-star alchemy G. Oh, likely can't do it too, right?" Elder Brother Scar sipped a mouthful of wine and said with a chuckle, "Therefore, that's why I said that he's a remarkable, great figure. Right now, the heavyweights of the several dozen imperial cities around that village, even the heavyweights of imperial capitals, are virtually all his esteemed guests. Our Dragonstone Imperial City is a little far away from Kindness Imperial City, so the news is much slower. At first, I didn't believe it either, but a friend of mine heard this news when he was traveling outside and really dropped by to request for pills. In the end, he broke through." His companions' faces were full of shock. Elder Brother Scar was a 3rd firmament divine lord. Being able to be his friend, it was naturally a person at the divine Lord Realm too. Being able to let a divine Lord Realm break through so casually, it was definitely not what an ordinary person could do. Elder Brother Scar, such an Estones. Plussing great figure, would the medicinal pills be so easy to request? A companion asked curiously. Elder Brother Scar smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you not believe it just now?" The companion gave an awkward laugh and said, "Not that I don't believe, but it's truly that it's somewhat fantastical." Elder Brother Scar had the intention of showing off, as he said smugly, saying that master's medicinal pills are easy to request for. They are easy. Saying that they aren't easy to request for, it's also not easy. It just depends on whether you have that affinity or not. The companion's appet. 1. T was also successfully wetted up, and he asked with a curious look, "Oh, what does that mean?" Elder Brother Scar smiled and said, "This master wants for nothing and only asks for alchemy Dao records. Furthermore, as long as it's an alchemy Dao record, he would accept it without exception and refine medicinal pills for you. But a few years ago, it was naturally a little easier to ask for it. But along with the passage of time, the records in that master's hands got more and more. The duplicates naturally also got more and more. This way, medicinal pills became harder to ask for. That friend of mine obtained before an alchemy Tao record in his early years. It just so happened that that master didn't have it. That's how he succeeded, by a fluke. Everyone had a look of realization and said, "So that's how it is." The more elder brother Scar said, the more proud of himself he got as he continued. "Furthermore, I heard that this Master Ning doesn't have any divine essence in his body, relying completely on array formations when refining pills. Even so, the quality of the medicinal pills that he refines is extremely high. The pills absolutely won't be below divine grade. Medicinal pills that have been refined by him have already been hiked to a sky-high price outside. Furthermore, there was demand but no market." When the companions heard, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. Not far away, a man and a woman sat by the window. The woman had a fine gauze covering her face, her body trembling slightly. The man opposite sighed and said, "The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment too. What they are talking about is Master Ning." The girl suddenly calmed down again and said softly, "Even if I search until the seas wither and rocks decay, I also have to find young Master." The man let out another sigh and said, "Really envy him, to be able to have lovers like you all." Done talking, the man put down a few pieces of divine essence stones on the table and got up and said, "Come on. I hope that this piece of news isn't simply a waste of effort this time." The girl with the fine gauze nodded slightly, got up, and left Bright Moon Restaurant with the man. Over 60 years, Pa S. said quickly. The originally quiet little village became the most bustling place in a radius of 10 million miles. Chun Village had many powerhouses coming and going every day. In these 60 years, Master Ning's reputation grew more and more resounding. Powerhouses of various places came due to his fame. It alarmed the surrounding capital cities, and even imperial capitals. In just 60 years, apart from refining pills, Yuan only did one thing. That was reading books. The alchemy Tao records that he collected were enough to fill a house to the rafters. He immersed himself in the alchemy Tao records every day. He could not remember the things in the past, but amidst the pill refinements and alchemy Tao records, he seemed to be able to find a trace of his past shadow. Being very wide-read, Yi Yuan gleaned much nourishment from it, gathering knowledge from around the world. Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao strength also advanced by leaps and bounds unknowingly. With the pill refining strength that Yi Yuan exhibited, there were naturally people who had devious ideas before too. But ever since a celestial deity realm powerhouse entered the Qin village and never came out again, no one dared to have designs on the Qin village anymore. Along with the Pa S Sing of Time, Yi Yuan's injuries got better bit by bit. Although he still did not have divine essence, over 60 years Pa S said his fleshy body already recovered 30 to 40%. Ordinary celestial deity realms were unable to get close to him at all. Aining, someone came to request for pills again. They said that they brought many precious books this time that the village doesn't have. Axiu entered Yi Yuan's room and said joyfully. Yi Yuan put down the jade slip in his hand and said with slight surprise, "Is that so?" To talk about the alchemy Tao records in my possession, there are really not many anymore. 60 years have Pa S said the alchemy Tao records that don't repeat also became fewer and fewer. Quickly bring me to go meet them. Axiu nodded her head and brought Yi Yuan out. The arrivals were a man and a woman. When Yi Yuan saw the two, he clasped his hands and said, "I wonder what medicinal pills the two of you want to ask for." The man and woman both did not speak, but stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, their whole body trembling. The woman gently took off her face gauze, revealing a face that could topple kingdoms. When Axiu saw this girl, she also could not help feeling ashamed of her unworthiness. She was somewhat marveling with admiration in her heart. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? However, the girl's state did not seem to be quite right. She was too agitated. Taking off the face gauze, her clothes were already drenched by tears. She looked at Yi Yuan and said agitatedly, Young master, Luer knew that you'd definitely be fine. Definitely be fine. Chapter 2208. This guy needs stimulus. Chapter 2208. This guy needs stimulus. Young master? Miss, did you get the wrong person? Yi Yuan could not help being stunned and said. Luoi's expression changed wildly. Her beautiful body trembled fiercely as she said in puzzlement, Young master, I'm Luer. You don't recognize me anymore? Over 60 years on tenterhooks, Luer's footprints practically covered everywhere in the Middle Realms. Finally, she saw Yi Yuan today. Who could have thought that they would fail to recognize each other despite meeting? What kind of huge blow was this? Luer's head spun, practically about to faint away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, trying hard to remember something. He really could not remember anything, but he kept feeling that he seemed to have been acquainted with Luer. Miss, you know me? Sorry, I've already lost my memories for many years and really can't remember anything anymore, Yi Yuan said helplessly. But Axiu's brows furrowed, having an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. Could it be that this lady was Aining's lover? If this was the case, then wouldn't she not have any hope at all? In front of Luer's looks that could topple kingdoms, she really did not have any confidence at all. Right. If an accident didn't happen, how could young master possibly not come back and find me? Luer looked at Yi Yuan and said with a painful smile, Yi Yuan, you scoundrel. I entrusted junior apprentice, Sister Mingli, to you. Forget that you didn't bring her out, but now you actually even forgot your own name and don't remember anyone anymore? To think that you still repeatedly called for Lear in the past, you've completely forgotten about her now, right? The man beside Luer suddenly flew into a rage. This man was none other than precisely Lin Chongqing. To talk about this Lin Chongqing, he was truly infatuated with Yu Mingli. Along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, there was already no one who thought that Yi Yuan was still alive. But Lin Chongqing did not give up even when there was no news about Yu Mingli. Hence, he followed along with Luer and drifted for over 60 years, searching for Yi Yuan. The only clue was that the glimpse of golden light back then flew in the east direction. Hence, the two people followed along the angry Nether River and went east, searching city by city. During this, they also obtained many clues before, but in the end, they always returned disappointed. Hope became increasingly more bleak. Lin Chongqing also did not harbor much hope in his heart anymore. It was Luer's persistence that made them keep on walking until now. As the saying, heaven rewards the faithful, going through all kinds of hards. Plus PS and difficulties, they finally saw Yi Yuan. But who knew that it was such a situation? When Lin Chongqing saw Yi Yuan's appearance, these few years of grievance finally erupted thoroughly. When Yi Yuan heard Mengli 2 words, his heart ached for no reason. Hey, who are you? To dare shout at Aining in Qin Village. Do you know where this place is? Axiu immediately blocked in front of Yi Yuan and berated them. These few years, the people who came to Qin Village were all reverent and respectful. No one dared to shout and wrangle in front of Yi Yuan. Hence, Qin Village's people, including Axiu, developed the habit of considering themselves superior. Seeing Lin Chongqing flew off the handle, Axiu naturally yelled, Get lost! It has nothing to do with you here. Lin Chongqing's palm pushed lightly. Axiu's entire person immediately flew out, but he had a sense of propriety when he made his move. Although Axiu was injured, it was not serious. Axiu! Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, glaring at Lin Chongqing after that. Lin Chongqing also looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said with a cold snort, Since you don't remember anything, then I'll beat you until you remember. Bang! A terrifying aura released. The entire house was blasted to ashes. Everyone in Qin Village was startled and gathered around one after another. What a strong aura. What boundary powerhouse is this young man? Could it be True G, OD Realm? SH*T. Aining's strength can still deal with celestial deities, but I'm afraid that it's inadequate to deal with true D realm powerhouses. Chun Village's villagers were long already not ignorant people. They already had a great understanding of this heaven-span world's division in cultivation realms. These few years they had also seen before many powerhouses, even celestial deity realm powerhouses. But no one had ever given them such a powerful pressure before. Within 100,000 feet, they were practically all unable to stand. Bang! Lin Chongqing did not say a word, raising his hand. He punched toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was caught off guard and directly blasted out by that single punch. Ha ha ha, why didn't you retaliate? Back then weren't you very KY and fallen maple Bodhidharma? Didn't you say that I'm not from the same world as you? What about now? You look at yourself just like a dog. If it wasn't for me showing mercy, you'd already be dead just now. Lin Chongqing let out a wild laugh as he said. Actually, toward Yi Yuan, he was long already wholeheartedly convinced. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's methods, he was clear in his heart that it was simply impossible for him and Yi Yuan to be in the same world. Persisting until today, he just could not feel at ease about Yu Mingli and wanted to seek confirmation about her safety from Yi Yuan's mouth. That was all. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually became like this. Yi Yuan slowly got up, his gaze becoming icy cold. Everybody fall back, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The villagers all had solemn expressions, retreating one after another. Lin Chongqing sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Oh, angry? You're just a cripple now. You don't even have divine essence, while your fleshly body only just recovered 30 to 40% strength. This bit of strength, still want to deal with this Empyrean?" Luar frowned and said, "Lin Chongqing." Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Relax, I won't kill this guy. This guy needs a stimulus." Luar opened her mouth, but did not stop it in the end. Perhaps this could be regarded as a method. By the side, the villagers were all stricken dumb with amazement. This Empyrean, heavenly Empyrean, only an Empyrean powerhouse would call themselves this Empyrean. This young man was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Too terrifying. Even if they were already no longer what they used to be, Empyrean powerhouses were still existences that they were unable to imagine. Could it be that this Empyrean was actually old acquaintances with Aining? Lin Chongqing laughed and said, "Today this Empyrean is going to trample you underfoot." Swaz. H. Plus Lin Chongqing did not say another word. Raising his hand, it was another punch. Bang! The void trembled wildly. This time, Yi Yuan was blasted flying. On the contrary, it was Lin Chongqing who was shocked until he fell back several steps in a row. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Instant array formation! How is it possible? This guy doesn't even have a trace of divine essence, and yet he can actually perform instant array formation?" In that instant just now, Yi Yuan laid down an array formation, blocking Lin Chongqing's attack. Of course, Lin Chongqing did not bring out his true strength. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing coldly and said, "Even if you know me, you also can't bully Axio. This score, I'm going to settle it for her." Lin Chongqing smiled coldly and said, "So what if bully her?" "Ha ha, you're indeed not an ordinary guy. I didn't expect that in such a predicament already. You still have such strength. Today, this Empyrean wants to see to what extent your instant array formation can achieve." Bang! Lin Chongqing's divine essence erupted, his strength immediately soaring significantly. "Haha, be careful. This Empyrean is coming." Lin Chongqing's aura skyrocketed directly Russ. H.I. plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Such power already reached the true G.O.D. realm. How had the villagers seen before such shocking power? Each and every one of them was shocked until they stared, dumbfounded with their mouths agape. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Chapter 2209. Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study. Divine Soul Recovering. Chapter 2209. Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study. Divine Soul Recovering. Bang, bang, bang. The earth-shaking, loud bangs spreaded throughout the wilderness. The more Lin Chongqing fought, the more alarmed he got. His strength already rose to the limits of true D realm, but Yi Yuan relied on array formations and blocked off all of his attacks. Why was this fellow still so strong after being wrecked until like this? I don't believe that I can't crack your tortoise. ELL. Lin Chongqing's temper also flared up. His aura suddenly soared wildly, directly breaking through to the Empyrean realm. The moment his Empyrean realm's aura appeared, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In this wilderness, he was an unrivaled celestial. On Jingning Mountain, when those fierce beasts felt this horrifying pressure, each and every one of them fled at full speed, all helter-skelter. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The movements of his hands became increasingly profound. In this cycle of 60 years, Yi Yuan read extensively on formation Tao and refining pills. Even he himself also did not know what kind of realm he reached. But without a doubt, he was very formidable. Through a cycle of 60 years worth of operations, Yi Yuan ride many divine essence stones in his hands. It was sufficient to use to lay down formations. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of wanton bombardments. But the power of Yi Yuan's array formations actually rose another level out of the blue, blocking Lin Chongqing's attacks in its entirety. The villagers were long already struck dumb from watching. Only at this time did they know what kind of terrifying realm Aining's strength reached. It turns out that this is Aining's true strength. My D, our Qin village, actually picked up a 7-star alchemy D. Chun Yan's gaze flickered, and he said, I'm afraid that Aining isn't an ordinary 7-star alchemy D. Sigh. This day finally still had to arrive. Talking until here, Chun Yan's expression dimmed. He felt that the day of Yi Yuan's departure was probably arriving. Over these 60 years' time, Yi Yuan brought to the Qin village an earth-shaking transformation, bringing them to another world. Presently, their Qin village's strength could virtually sweep across any capital city. In just 60 years, to ordinary martial artists, it was not even enough to cultivate from initial stage grotto profound to middle stage grotto profound. But Yi Yuan forcefully created a divine Lord Village. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The more Lin Chongqing fought, the more alarmed he became, and the more force his hands exerted too. Right now, he already fused 2 kinds of law powers, but was still unable to breach Yi Yuan's array formations. And it failed to stimulate this guy. Well, I'm forced to use all my strength instead. A trash who doesn't even have divine essence actually forced out my full strength. Is this guy still human? Lin Chongqing secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan refreshed Lin Chongqing's view on life once more. The current Yi Yuan was simply a cripple. But even if Yi Yuan became a cripple, he still could not find any sense of superiority. Don't care anymore. Serves you right if I beat you to death. Lin Chongqing's heart burned with fire, with the strength of second firmament Empyrean directly bursting forth. 3 kinds of fused law power made the void start to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of wanton bombardments. This time, Yuan finally could not quite hold on anymore. Those array formations collapsed faster and faster under the bombardment of 3 kinds of fused law powers. Ha ha ha, see how you be see. Oh see, KY still. This time, I must beat you until you submit. Lin Chongqing was delighted in his heart as he said with a big laugh. But right at this time, Yuan actually already shut his eyes. Amen? Something's wrong. Lin Chongqing instinctively felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's array formations seemed to show signs of achieving mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject under his heavy pressure. The recoil force became stronger and stronger. With Lin Chongqing's eyesight, he could naturally tell. Although the power of Yi Yuan's array formations previously was extremely strong, there were all some scattered array formations that were not assembled. Each and every array formation was disjointed. But now, these messy array formations actually had signs of integrating into one. This guy is actually borrowing me to temper array formations. Freak. Truly a freak. Fine, since that's the case, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Lin Chongqing gave a cold cry and finally drew his long sword. Blue Cloud, true feather sword. Lin Chongqing's strongest attack. 3 fused power of laws virtually sundered the void. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, crying out in shock. Lua even gave a tender cry, roaring angrily, "Lin Chongqing, what are you doing?" She completely did not have time to think too much, running like mad toward Yi Yuan. At this time, she only had one thought. That was to save Yi Yuan. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his hands instantly firing out several thousand pieces of high-grade divine essence stones. At the same time, an incomparably profound aura of law suddenly descended, landing on Yi Yuan's body. 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven, subduing grand array, seal. A cold cry came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The grand array suddenly formed. In an instant, the entire SPAC was frozen. Bang! Lin Chongqing's blue cloud, true feather sword landed on the grand array. But the grand array did not budge an inch. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer took any action and sat down cross-legged, allowing the aura of laws to descend freely. Inside the array formation, Lin Chongqing cried out in surprise and said, "This also works?" This guy comprehended just like that. He suddenly realized that he was still inside the cage and shouted madly, "Let me out, you'd A.M.N. fellow!" This 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven, subduing grand array was incomparably solid, sealing shut all of the SPAC. His blue cloud, true feather sword was unable to leave behind a mark. Wanting to escape was simply a fool's talk. During these 60 years, Yi Yuan had browsed through no idea how many alchemy Dao records and created D knows how many major and minor array formations. It could be said to have gathered the forte of different schools. These abilities seemed to be imprinted in his body. Even if he did not remember anything, he could still rely on his instincts and comprehend them thoroughly. It was just that in the wake of his formation Dao and alchemy Dao strength becoming stronger and stronger, he naturally encountered a bottleneck. During these 60 years, all that he learned was overly multifarious, being unable to fuse them into one. But today, under Lin Chongqing's pressure, bit by bit, Yi Yuan finally broke through his limits and achieved mastery of everything through comprehensive study, successfully comprehending this heaven-defying grand array. While on the other hand, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao realm also achieved success without extra effort and was about to break through to the middle stage ancestor realm. This power of law was the reward for him. Law descending, the aura of Yi Yuan's divine soul grew stronger and stronger. Lin Chongqing cried out in surprise as he said, "This guy's alchemy Dao broke through. Divine soul recovery. Wonder whether or not his memories can recover." Lua had a look of pleasant surprise as she said, "Definitely can. Definitely can." The villagers looked at this scene, feeling the holy aura coming off Yi Yuan's body. They could not resist prostrating in wars. I plus P. Chanyen smiled bitterly and said, "Turns out that this is Aining's original strength. He's not somebody in the same world with us at all." By the side, Axu bit her lips lightly, tears falling from her eyes. When Chanyen saw this scene, he could not help secretly sighing in his heart. No idea how long had passed, said either. Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. I, Yi Yuan, finally returned. That moment she saw Yi Yuan's eyes, Luer knew that her young master had returned again. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and said with a sigh, Luer, it's been hard on you these few years. Chapter 2210. Giving a peach, returning a plum? Chapter 2210. Giving a peach, returning a plum, Luer burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace. Shaking her head, she sobbed as she said, It wasn't hard on Luer. It was young master who had it tough. How could she not understand? Yi Yuan becoming like this, he must have experienced a great battle without equal inside that black flame cave. Young master was just one person. What he shouldered back then, who could understand? Yi Yuan sighed again and said, It's just a pity that I didn't bring Lear back. At this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the middle stage ancestor realm, his divine soul recovering, and became even stronger than before. The events inside the Black Flame Cave, he already remembered all of them. He and Nine Origin experienced a life-and-death great battle, triggering an enormous SPAC-time black hole. Nine Origin was seriously injured. He was also similarly heavily wounded on the verge of death. Yi Yuan could feel that the power of divine steel injecting spirit in his body disappeared completely. Looks like it should be the golden dragon in his body that saved him at the critical juncture. It was just that Lear probably could not return anymore. Yi Yuan was mournful in his heart. He did not know what kind of world was the abyss, but wanting to bring Lear back from there was harder than ascending to the heavens. There was no need to talk about the might of abyss monsters. The divine race's strength was even above the abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's power alone was too meager. Young master, elder sister Lear will definitely be fine. Luer suddenly stopped crying and said firmly. Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away her tears, his gaze unprecedentedly steadfast as he said, Amen, we'll be fine. Even if I trample this sky to pieces, I'll also bring her back. I think that she's also waiting for me. This was his solemn promise to Lear through the air. Inside the array formation, Lin Chongqing yelled loudly, Hey, are you guys done chatting? If you're done, let me out. These two chattered for half a day, directly treating him as heir. Yet this array formation was like an iron cage. He was unable to budge it in the slightest. Only then did Yi Yuan remember Lin Chongqing. Hence, he casually waved his hand and dispelled the array formation. Lin Chongqing came before Yi Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said unhappily, You this fellow are really disgusting. Already became a cripple, and you're actually still so formidable. Lin Chongqing was really incomparably shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was actually still able to force him into a hopeless situation under such a state. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lin Chongqing, still got to thank you a lot this time. Without you, don't know I'll have to wait until when to recover my memories. It was really all thanks to Lin Chongqing this time. Otherwise, for him to want to reconcile what he learned these few years, he would probably still have to wait until D knows how long. Lin Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, Don't give me that. I didn't do it for you. But speaking of which, what on earth did you experience inside that black flame cave? Why did you become like this? Also, where's junior apprentice, Sister Mingli? Although he knew that the likelihood of you Mingli returning was very low, he still could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and briefly recounted the events back then. Of course, he skipped over the matter of pulling Nine Origin into the Chaos world and having a great battle. This sort of thing was too earth-shaking. He did not want to let people know. A third Firmament Empyrean had a life-and-death great battle with an eighth Firmament Heavenly Emperor in his small world, and he even forcefully knocked the other party down a major cultivation realm. If this matter spread out, no idea what kind of storm it would stir. But even so, it was also sufficient to set the world on fire already. Yi Yuan faced the divine race and abyss monster army by himself, and he wiped out the other party's abyss monsters below late-stage Empyrean realm. This battle achievement could be rated as Freaky's H. Plus, Lin Chongqing had entered the Black Flame cave before and knew how strong these abyss monsters were. Even if he fused the power of 3 laws, he could at most fight to a draw with same rank abyss monsters. But Yi Yuan actually slaughtered so many abyss monsters whose realms were even higher than his with his power alone. Furthermore, he even escaped outside, closing his eyes, and he also knew how miserable the battle situation back then was. If it were others, even if they had 1,000 lives, they would also have died inside. Bang! Lin Chongqing suddenly smashed a fist hard on Yi Yuan's chest and said furiously, "Punk, I'll forgive you this time. But when your strength becomes powerful, you have to fetch junior apprentice, Sister Mengli back. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, "Doesn't seem like it's your turn to come and say these words." Lin Chongqing was greatly enraged, but recalling Yi Yuan's mysterious array formation, he could only pull back hatefully. Actually, Yi Yuan knew what kind of feelings Lin Chongqing said the sentence with, and felt very warm in his heart. No matter what, this fellow's concern toward Li'er was not fake. Otherwise, he also would not have accompanied Lu'er to look for him for so many years. "Do you have rank 7 spirit medicines on you?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Lin Chongqing was taken aback and said, "I do, why?" Yi Yuan said, "Take them all out, let me see." Lin Chongqing had a strange expression and took all of the rank 7 spirit medicines on him out and asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan swept a glance over the rank 7 spirit medicines on Lin Chongqing and said with a nod, worthy of coming out from a heavenly emperor Bodamanda, "Your finances are still quite abundant. This time, being able to reconcile my knowledge and recover my memories, it's a huge favor from you. I'll help you refine a few medicinal pills. Take it as returning your favor." Lin Chongqing's eyes became wide saucers, and he said with a look of disbelief, You want to use array formation to refine rank 7 divine pills?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just watch." Yi Yuan's feet moved swiftly, one divine essence stone after another shooting out, and started setting up the array formation. Lin Chongqing's heart shook wildly. He naturally knew formation Tao pill refinement, but he had never heard before that someone could refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Tao. The higher the rank of the medicinal pill was, the more difficult it would be. The degree of complexity was what normal people could not imagine at all, let alone that the things involved in formation Tao pill refinement were 100 times, 1,000 times more complicated than directly refining the pill. Many 7-star alchemy DS did not even figure out ordinary pill refinement. How could they have the ability to refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Tao? What on earth did this guy experience these few years? One array formation after another connected together, becoming more and more complicated and increasingly colossal. Finally, an array formation actually occupied more than half of the village. Such a colossal and complicated array formation. Just looking at it gave people a headache, let alone talk about setting it up. Yi Yuan played the rank 7 spirit medicines in the center of the array formation. Casually throwing out a piece of divine essence stone, he gave a low cry, saying, "Formation, arise!" The divine essence stone, thrown out, hit a piece of divine essence stone inside the array formation. Then, it seemed to have turned on the domino effect. The entire array formation was lit up very quickly. Bang! Terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy instantly swarmed around from all directions, forming a Civ spiritual energy tempest. Following that, this grand array sent out a magical scene. Inside the array formation, there were the sun, the moon, and the stars revolving without rest, as if it formed a world. Lin Chongqing seemingly became solemn. It was still his first time seeing such a magical alchemy technique. his mouth openly widely, unable to close for a long time. No idea how long had passed, said. Finally, the array formation stopped. A medicinal pill suspended in the air quietly, emitting a thick medicinal fragrance. Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, This is an end spirit divine pill, an end spirit emergence, spirit ascension pill. Chapter 2211. Large enemy force bearing down upon the border. Chapter 2211. Large enemy force bearing down upon the border emergence, spirit ascension pill. Rank 7 divine pill after an Empyrean consumed it. It could improve cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks. It was just a normal medicinal pill. However, a medicinal pill that had reached end spirit, it was no longer ordinary. Lin Chongqing was currently a second firmament Empyrean. With this emergence spirit ascension pill, Lin Chongqing would not have any more obstacles all the way until he broke through to become a fourth firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, this process would be greatly shortened. With Lin Chongqing's talent, breaking through to become a fourth firmament Empyrean within a few thousand years was nothing difficult. But with this medicinal pill, the process would be cut down by at least 10 times. This was also to say that Lin Chongqing would break through to the fourth firmament Empyrean realm within 1 to 2 centuries. This kind of cultivation speed, when placed among those in the Empyrean realm, it was simply fantastical. Lin Chongqing looked at Yi Yuan and was shocked until his jaw was almost hitting the ground. You freak. How can there be a person like you in this world? Lin Chongqing said speechlessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, with the abyss monsters and the divine race coming into being, I'm afraid that the world is about to be thrown into chaos. After you go back, you still have to warn Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple and let him build up strength. This is to prepare for unforeseen events. I've once heard before that a long time ago, an apocalyptic battle had once occurred before. I'm afraid that the crisis this time won't be inferior to the doomsday battle. Lin Chongqing was startled in his heart, his expression turning somber. Regarding doomsday battle this term, it was clear that it was tragic to the extreme. Probably when the time came, no one in the heaven-span world could escape by sheer luck. He nodded his head solemnly and said, You rest assured. I'll send the news back and let Master make preparations early. Rather, the problem is you. You're a cripple now. What will you do? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax, I have my own way. Being quiet here for these several decades, I have made some accomplishments. Lin Chongqing's gaze flickered slightly, startled in his heart. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest signs of divine essence flowing in his body. It was clearly the symptom of a small world collapsing. The small world was the lifeblood of a martial artist. Even if there was a trace of damage, the price paid would be tremendous too. Considering Yi Yuan's situation, it was likely that his small world had already nearly collapsed and was simply unable to accommodate divine essence anymore. This kind of situation, this fellow had a way to restore it to? Lin Chongqing's eyes revealed a half-dubious look. All right, looking at your pathetic appearance, this Empyrean will give you a lift. Lin Chongqing's mouth curled as he said. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, saying with a nod, I'll have to trouble you. His divine essence was completely lost currently. Fleshy body yet to recover. A long journey would take great effort. With Lin Chongqing this Empyrean around, it was much more convenient. Aiming! At this time, Axiu suddenly rushed out. Looking at Yi Yuan, her eyes were blurred with tears. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Axiu, I've already recovered my memories. These few years, thank you so much for your and Grandpa Yan's care. I'm called Yi Yuan, and I'm from the southern border's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If we're fated, we'll meet again. He and Axiu were ultimately not people of the same world. Rather than clinging on obstinately, it was better to cut the Gordian knot. Hence, even if there was 1,000 unwillingness, Yi Yuan did not express it either. Axiu could not hold back anymore, tears bursting out. In the end, she could only nod her head. She said, chokingly, "Take care." Yi Yuan said goodbye to Chen Yan and the rest, and then he left together with Lin Chongqing and Lu'er. He had a score in his heart. The current Heavenly Eagle was likely long already in a complete mess. The reality was not too far from what Yi Yuan expected. With how vast the southern border was, there would always be some people who were well informed. The demon race's sacrificial temple established the second sage. This matter caused a great sensation. Hence, the southern border naturally knew as well. But later, they discovered that this second sage was actually the Yi Yuan who brought the entire southern border to its knees with his power alone back then. This shock was by no means insignificant. But several decades ago, another news came over that Yi Yuans died in the Middle Realms, and the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a host of dragons without a leader. With this, everyone's thoughts started stirring. In the southern border's alchemy world, this was a huge piece of cake. But at present, the largest share of this huge piece of cake was grasped in the hands of the myriad treasure tower and the 7 great ancient families. These were 2 leviathans the others did not dare to provoke. However, the tiny Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes currently, because among the 3 forces that grasped the pill formulas, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was the weakest. The Southern Border Alliance began to cast covetous eyes toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader. Fortunately, with Empyrean Flutterfeather's protection, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City ultimately made it through many years. But along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, the news of Yi Yuan's demise was confirmed. Many discordant voices also appeared within the myriad treasure tower. Empyrean Flutterfeather's pressure grew greater and greater. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was, he was also just one of the southern border's many Heavenly Emperors. With the other Heavenly Emperors joining hands to apply pressure, he also had no choice but to be wary. Hence, these few years, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City began to fall into a precarious situation. At this time inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, everyone was jittery. Above the top of city walls, Baitong brought everyone in Heavenly Eagle, his expression being solemn. In the distance, countless black dots were currently closing in here rapidly. Baitong secretly sighed and said, "Looks like that kid can't make it in time. I just don't know if he's still alive or not." That kid he was talking about was naturally Yi Yuan. His Excellency definitely won't die. Ning Tianping said with a firm look. Baitong smiled bitterly and said, "Whether or not he's dead, I don't know. How to Pa-S this hurdle today?" Empyrean Pilljade brought the entire southern border's alchemy world, and they came in a threatening manner. With this, Heavenly Eagle will likely face a catastrophic calamity. The other people's faces turned deathly pale, all having looks of despair on their faces. After being in a stalemate for several decades, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure finally still maintained silence under the pressure of the various parties. Hence, today the Southern Border Alliance with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader came bearing down upon the border in a large force. How fast was the speed of the group of Empyreans? They arrived in an instant. Empyrean Pilljade was high up above. Looking down at everyone below, he said with a cold smile, "Back then that kid wreaked havoc at the Cloud Pill Summit. He was so arrogant and domineering. He probably never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would experience this today, right?" By the side, the Empyrean Proud Cloud, who was once forced into a hopeless situation by Yi Yuan, laughed loudly and said, "That punk was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. He didn't place us, these seniors, in his sights at all. This kind of person, dying outside is something sooner or later. Today we'll eradicate Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and take the pill formulas. This southern border will be our Southern Border Alliance's world again." Empyrean Pilljade nodded slightly. These few years he had also spent it heavily oppressed. But today he was going to gain back all the ground. He, Empyrean Pil Jade, was still the southern border's #1 Empyrean. Empyrean Pil Jade looked down and said in a clear voice, "Ear, come here." The Ear that he was talking about was naturally the Yun Yi who took Yi Yuan as his master. For so many years, he let Yun Yi do as he wished. It was actually in order to obtain Yi Yuan's trust. These few years, Yun Yi's status in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high and already took charge of the Pil Tower. He was one of the leaders of Heavenly Eagle. Pil Jade was clear in his heart that Yun Yi must have already grasped the secret of the Pil formulas. Everything was within his scheme. At this time, everyone's gazes focused on Yun Yi. "Ha ha! Yi Yuan, that brat is a fool." Empyrean Pil Jade's great-grandson. He actually put him in an important position. Isn't that so? If it were me, I'd have long chased him away. I heard that Yun Yi improved at an incredible speed these few years and already reached the middle stage Tao realm. Furthermore, he must have grasped some Pil formula secrets. Quite a number of people were whispering with each other at Pil Jade's side. Chapter 2212. What in the world are you persevering for? Chapter 2212. What in the world are you persevering for? Under everyone's eyes, Yun Yi slowly stepped forward. Empyrean Pil Jade had a slight smile on his face as he said with a nod, "Ear, this Empyrean knows that it's been tough on you these few years. In the entire Cloud Pil great imperial capital, only you are the most suitable to inherit my mantle. In the future, you'll be Cloud Pil great imperial capital's master." He was very satisfied with this great-grandson. Putting aside that he was exceedingly talented, he could even win Yi Yuan's trust. Especially back then, he could remain patient and insist on not leaving. It made Empyrean Pil Jade sit up and take notice of him even more. Had the right character, had talent, he was naturally the most suitable candidate to inherit his position. Yun Yi's expression was complicated. He looked at Empyrean Pil Jade and had nothing to say for a while. When Empyrean Pil Jade saw that Yun Yi did not react, his brows could not help furrowing, and he said, "Ear, why haven't you come over?" Yun Yi drew a deep breath and directly knelt down and said in a clear voice, "Lord Great-Grandfather, can you let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City off on the account of Ear's face?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Was this guy mad? That was his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Pil Jade's brows knitted tightly as he said in a solemn voice, "Ear, do you know what you're saying?" Yun Yi nodded and said, "Master's kindness toward me is as weighty as a mountain. He really taught me Pil refinement techniques and pointed the way to a bright future for me. These few hundred years, Ear can be described as thoroughly remolded myself. In front of such great kindness, Ear is unable to betray Master and watch Heavenly Eagle without lending a helping hand." Yun Yi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Only all the way until he entered the Pil Tower did he know what was called true alchemy Tao. In these several hundred years, he could be described as casting off his old self and being reborn. The present Yun Yi was long already not the Yun Yi back then. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not RD anything from him and viewed him as a true successor, teaching him Pil refinement. A master is like one's father. In Yun Yi's heart, he had long already taken Yi Yuan as his elder and treated him as his alchemy Tao guide, as well as treating him as a God-like senior. Making him betray Yi Yuan, he could not do it. Unfilial child, don't you forget your Aiden. One tie. Empyrean Pil Jade said furiously. Yun Yi's way of doing things seriously made him lose face. It was simply blatant face-slapping. His own descendant was actually standing on the enemy's side. Yun Yi had a resolute look as he said, "Lord, great-grandfather, Yun Yi doesn't dare to forget my ident. One tie for a second." Just like back then, when Master asked Ear to betray Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Now making Ear betray Heavenly Eagle. I can't do it either. Great Grandfather, please raise your hand high up in mercy and leave. Empyrean Pill Jade said with a cold snort, if I say no? Yun seemed to have long expected it and said in a solemn voice, then Ear can only die together with Heavenly Eagle. As he said, he turned around and returned to the top of the city walls and stood side by side with Baitong. Good, good, good. To think that I, Pill Jade, was wise for a lifetime, but I actually raised such an unfilial descendant like you. Forget it. This Empyrean will take it, as I didn't have you, this offspring. Empyrean Pill Jade repeatedly said good 3 times. It could be seen how furious he was currently. His gaze turned dark as he said in a clear voice, people in the city, listen up. This Empyrean came here today to avenge my enmity with Yi Yuan Punk. Those who are Yi Yuan sworn followers all have to be rounded up in one fell swoop today. But this Empyrean cares about the welfare of every living thing and doesn't wish to implicate the innocent. Right now, anyone who steps forward and surrenders, this Empyrean can spare their lives and let bygones be bygones. In fact, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital will even have a place for you. Taking revenge was one thing, but what Empyrean Pill Jade valued more was the pill formulas. Pill formulas were the future of the Southern Border Alliance. Right now, the Southern Border Alliance was just the Myriad Treasure Towers distributor, their profits being pitifully meager. But with pill formulas, everything would be different. There was also one thing. The medicinal pills that Heavenly Eagle produced, the quality was higher than those at other places. What did this indicate? This showed that Heavenly Eagle's alchemists had high standards. Heavenly Eagle's Pill Towers alchemists were all pillars of society. Their strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank. With so many talented people, killing them would be too wasteful. What Empyrean Pill Jade pursued was benefits and not slaughter. Hence, before he took care of Heavenly Eagle, he naturally had to solicit some alchemists. Under the Southern Border Alliance's army, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was long already as precarious as a stack of eggs piled on top of one another. Pill Jade had faith that as long as these alchemists were not fools, they would size up the situation. But 1 breath Pa-S said, 3 breaths Pa-S said, 10 breaths Pa-S said. No one stepped forward. Not a single one. Pill Jade's expression became increasingly uglier, and he said in a solemn voice, you all rest assured, with this Empyrean around, no one from Heavenly Eagle will dare to make a move against you all. Southern Border Alliance, this side, had as many experts as clouds. He himself was even a 9th firmament Empyrean, peerless expert. This battle did not have any suspense at all, but there was still no one who came out. Empyrean Pill Jade, give up on this. No one will go with you. We'll live and die together with Heavenly Eagle. Stop trying to win popular support here. Who doesn't know that you're coveting the pill formulas? Still putting on an appearance here. Don't you find it disgraceful? Stop dreaming. Even if we die, we'll also bring the pill formulas into the coffin. If you have the ability, go find Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great ancient families to ask for pill formulas. All of a sudden, a series of noisy voices came from the city. The martial artists and alchemists in the city all let loose a torrent of abuse towards Empyrean Pill Jade. Empyrean Pill Jade was angered until his expression was livid with rage, and was incredibly shocked in his heart. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City civilians were all a bunch of desperate people who did not fear death? Was there such a place in the entire heaven-span world? Why did these guys rather die than be willing to surrender? Hearing the cursing voices that came from here, the Southern Border Alliance side was incomparably shocked. Are these guys all lunatics? Could it be that they all aren't scared of death? What the H-E-L kind of place is Heavenly Eagle? Why are all of them like madmen? There's actually no one who surrendered. How is this possible? How could they know that for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have its present cohesion, it was earned by Yi Yuan with his life? Only sincerity could be exchanged with sincerity. Relations, H.I. plus P.S. that were bound together using benefits, ultimately could not go far. Bai Tong looked at Emperor Pill Jade and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Stop making futile efforts. Yi Yuan, that brat's abilities aren't what you can imagine. Even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City fights until the last soldier, there also won't be anyone who surrenders. It's impossible for you to bring away the pill formulas too. Using this scheme on Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from asking for scolding, there are no benefits at all." Emperor Pill Jade was angered until the muscles on his face were twitching. He did not expect this situation from start to end. He thought that once the army arrived, wouldn't a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City tremble with fear and fall apart to pieces? But who knew that these guys were a bunch of lunatics who did not fear death? No one escaped. No one surrendered too. Just what kind of magical power did Yi Yuan this guy have? He was clearly already dead. So what were these guys persevering for in the end? In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Very well. Since that's the case, then all of you can go and die. This Emperor wants to see if it's really all tough bones inside this imperial city." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. Hundreds of Emperors and countless true DS charged over, their momentum Estonies. H.I. plussing. Chapter 2213. The King Returns. Chapter 2213. The King Returns. F** King H.E.L.L. I haven't felt my blood boil with excitement like this for so long. Kill, kill, kill. Brothers, kill for me. On top of the city walls, Long Zhao's scarred face appeared especially savage, bringing a group of brothers and charging over. "Everyone, follow Big Brother Sun. Kill this bunch of foolish humans." Long Sun yelled, "What are you fighting me for? Follow Big Brother Tian and finish off all of these B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S." Long Zhao Tian was still competing with Long Sun. Before coming, Yi Yuan gave them a batch of medicinal pills. At present, this group of people already all broke through to the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the dragon race's powerful bloodline, their combat power could not be underestimated. The two camps were akin to two giant curtains in the sky. They were about to gather together very soon. As for Emperor Pill Jade, these grandmasters, each and every one of them stood with their hands behind their backs, sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. All of a sudden, a figure interjected between the two main camps. Emperor Pill Jade's gaze turned intent, and he stopped everyone with a hand gesture and said with a frown, "Flutterfeather, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that your myriad treasure tower is really going to wage war with the Southern Border Alliance?" On the surface, this was a war between Emperors, but in reality it was a group of heavenly emperors controlling behind the scenes. The reason why it was delayed for several decades was because of Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great, reclusive ancient families. The Heavenly Emperor faction behind the Southern Border Alliance was competing with these two forces. In the past, due to Yi Yuan, this important figure being around, these two forces naturally brimmed with confidence toward Heavenly Eagle. But along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, the hopes of Yi Yuan returning alive became bleaker and bleaker. Only then did Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great, reclusive ancient families gradually reach a compromise. Otherwise, how could Emperor Pill Jade dare to launch such a large-scale war? Behind the war that seemed simple, it involved tremendous profits. Flutterfeather looked towards Emperor Pill Jade and said, "Coolly, this Emperor coming today is only representing myself. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Emperor Pill Jade's brows furrowed slightly, showing a look of displeasure. Isn't this guy causing trouble? You said that it has nothing to do with the myriad treasure tower, and so there is nothing then? You, Empyrean Flutterfeather, is a high-ranking officer under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, an existence that is extremely likely to become an 8-star Alchemy G OD in the future. If you died here, wouldn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure risk it all to fight with me? At this time, another figure appeared beside Flutterfeather. It was Empyrean Chaoyuan. And this old man. Younger brother Flutterfeather, I can't let you fight alone by yourself. Empyrean Chaoyuan looked at Flutterfeather and said with a light smile. Empyrean Piljade's expression changed. Empyrean Chaoyuan was a peak Empyrean mighty expert, his strength being not worse than his. The influence of this fellow's appearance on the battle situation was big. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, Elder brother Chaoyuan, good fellow. Empyrean Chaoyuan laughed and said, This old man is all alone and doesn't have any fetters. Rather, it's you who could put aside Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, that old thing, and come help out. You're the one who's really loyal enough. The two exchanged a glance and both bursted out a series of laughter. Seeing these two people had appeared, Baitong and the rest were greatly roused. Empyrean Piljade was angered until his expression turned livid. He did not expect that this battle without any suspense would actually repeatedly have a sudden turn of events occur. Up until now, there did not seem to be a single thing that went his way. Empyrean Piljade's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, Very good! This Empyrean has always admired brother Chaoyuan's strength very much. Today, I'll spar with brother Chaoyuan. As for Empyrean Flutterfeather, their side had a lot of powerhouses. There was naturally someone to handle him. Empyrean Chaoyuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a big laugh, You hypocrite, only choose to hear the nice things. This is a life-and-death fight. Who's sparring with you? Bring it on. After he was done talking, Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was released fully. The horrifying pressure made the hearts of all the martial artists jump. If one's strength did not reach the Empyrean realm, they were unable to even stand firmly in the air. This was a peak 9th Firmament Empyrean top powerhouse. The moment 9th Firmament Empyreans moved out, this battle became bewildering and confusing. Empyrean Piljade also felt nervous. Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was extremely strong and actually faintly had signs of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Looks like this old punk obtained great benefits from the Cloud Pill Summit last time. Empyrean Piljade secretly cursed hatefully. The moment Empyrean Chaoyuan released his aura, he became somewhat apprehensive. Once he lost, this fight would really be hard to say. Empyrean Chaoyuan smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, Why? Don't dare to come any more, Piljade brat? Piljade's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Who's scared of whom? Done talking, the power of 9th Firmament Empyrean was released fully. He actually barely managed to stand up to Empyrean Chaoyuan as equals. The great battle was at an explosive point. Yo, so lively! Just as both sides ended up in a deadlock, a voice suddenly sounded out from the void. This voice seemed to be a little familiar. Empyrean Chaoyuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather exchanged a glance, both of their minds quivering. On Heavenly Eagle's side, Baitong and the rest similarly felt their minds tremble. It's His Excellency. His Excellency didn't die. His Excellency came back. Ning Tianping said with wild elation. At this time the void vibrated. 3 figures emerged. There was a youth in white clothing in the middle. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Ha ha ha, it's His Excellency. It's really His Excellency. He didn't die. He came back. What did I say? His Excellency can't be killed. His Excellency is mighty. His Excellency is mighty. With Yi Yuan appearing, Heavenly Eagle's side seemed to have been ignited all at once. Their backbone, their spiritual leader, their king finally returned. Everyone seemed to have gone mad, shouting, cheering for the Lord in their hearts. At the opposite side, the Southern Border Alliance's powerhouses were all extremely shocked. They were seriously unable to imagine that the entire imperial city was cheering for Yi Yuan's return. What kind of magical power did this guy have? Yi Yuan's feet stepped on an array formation. Looking at Empyrean Pill-Jade, he smiled lightly and said, "Pill-Jade, not seeing you for a few years. You're still such a good-for-nothing." Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave Empyrean Pill-Jade a fright. However, he discovered very quickly that something seemed to be off about Yi Yuan. He actually did not have a trace of divine essence, undulation, from head to toe. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's vital energy was extremely weak. Clearly, it was a body that was heavily wounded. It seemed like the rumors about his demise were not a groundless rumor. It was just that this kid had a tenacious life and actually did not die. Since he was a cripple, then what did he still take to heart for? Pill-Jade laughed coldly and said, "Kid, look at those subjects of yours. How much they looked forward to your return. It's just a pity that what awaits them is a cripple. I really don't know what face a cripple, like you still have to come back and be their city lord." The moment these words came out, only then did everyone startle awake. They were all immersed in jubilation earlier and did not notice Yi Yuan's abnormality. Now, only upon hearing Empyrean Pill-Jade's words did they discover that Yi Yuan's condition was extremely poor. There was not even a trace of divine essence undulation. How could this be? The heavenly eagle side that was still cheering joyfully earlier immediately fell into silence. No divine essence undulation signified that the small world had completely crumbled. Then wouldn't His Excellency really have become a cripple? The morale that had just been roused on Heavenly Eagle's side was immediately squelched. But Yi Yuan did not mind and said with a faint smile, "So what? With me around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound." Chapter 2214. Just running an errand. Chapter 2214. Just running an errand. Yi Yuan's words made the minds of Heavenly Eagle's people tremble. His Excellency was still so domineering when speaking. No idea why those words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth were so convincing, even if he was currently just a cripple. With you around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound? Ha ha ha, really making this Empyrean die of laughter. A cripple who doesn't even have divine essence actually dares to say this sort of boast. Empyrean Pill-Jade laughed loudly and said. The big shots on the Southern Border Alliance's side also all shook their heads one after another and could not help laughing. A trash who did not even have divine essence. Why would they take notice of him? But Yi Yuan completely ignored Empyrean Pill-Jade. With a flick of his fingertips, a pale yellow line appeared between the two main camps. It was as if a line was drawn in the sky. Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan's nonchalant words came out, appearing somewhat careless. With this, the Southern Border Alliance's side ridiculed even harder. Ha ha ha! A cripple actually dares to utter this kind of shameless boasting. Everyone attack for me. I want to see how a cripple can kill us without mercy. Empyrean Proud Cloud jumped around the happiest, bringing a bunch of subordinates and Russ. H.I. plussing over, wanting to block the entire Southern Border Alliance by drawing a line. You, this cripple, are also overestimating your own ability too much. Everybody attack together. See how this cripple kills without mercy. Quite a number of Empyreans completely turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's threat and brought a large group of people directly charging over. When Pill-Jade saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Although he was being restrained by Empyrean Chaoyuan, both sides' combat strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's actions were purely messing around. The expressions on Heavenly Eagle's side changed. Bai Tong and the rest were about to rush over. But Yi Yuan turned around and said, "Coolly, all back down." Everyone's faces changed, stopping one after another. Soon, the Southern Border Alliance army broke through that line Yi Yuan drew. Proud Cloud took the lead and said with a cold smile, Brat, this Empyrean broke through this line now. What can you do to me? Today, this Empyrean is going to. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's fingers snapped lightly, and he said indifferently, 100 schools of thoughts, 9, profound heaven, subduing, grand array, kill. Above the void, streaks of golden light lit up, slicing S, P, A, C into pieces like countless blades. Empyrean proud clouds, words were said halfway, when suddenly his whole body was torn apart. He could not talk any more. The third firmament Empyrean proud cloud, died. Ah! 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 Heavenly eagle imperial city sky. Miserable cries suddenly sounded out. The dead bodies of countless powerhouses fell down in succession. Powerhouses that crossed the yellow line all died. In virtually an instant, the southern border alliances sighed, suffered heavy casualties. Those powerhouses who had not crossed the line yet turned pale with fright and stopped one after another. How could they still dare to advance? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, as if they had seen a malefic star. In a short dozen overbreaths, there were thousands of Empyreans and true Ji. Oh, DS that fell. However, they did not even know how they died. Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes glued on Yi Yuan, full of shock. Array formation. In an instant, Yi Yuan laid down an enormous array formation above the void. Those who entered this array formation were all garrote. The problem was, even he, this 9th firmament Empyrean mighty expert, actually could not tell how Yi Yuan laid down the formation to. When did this boy's array formation attainments become so powerful to? Forget about true G. Oh, D-Realms, Empyrean Proud Cloud was a 3rd firmament Empyrean mighty expert. He was actually dismembered like chopping vegetables, just like that. How great was the power of this array formation! It was deathly silent above the void. No one dared to underestimate Yi Yuan, this cripple, anymore. While the Southern Border Alliance Army also all stopped before the yellow line. No one dared to take half a step over the line anymore. Empyrean Changyuan looked toward Empyrean Piljade with a strange look and said with a cold smile, "Cripple? Hoo-hoo! Piljade, your eyesight is as poor as before. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty." When Heavenly Eagle subjects saw this scene, each and every one of them started shouting madly with excitement. Even without divine essence, His Excellency's invincible might still could not be violated. Empyrean Piljade burned with fury. Clenching his jaws tightly, he shouted angrily, "Yi Yuan punk! This Empyrean wants to see how many tricks you have. Southern Border Alliance, heed my command. All Empyrean powerhouses, attack together. Annihilate Heavenly Eagle." No matter how strong Yi Yuan's array formation was, it was also impossible to block late-stage Empyrean powerhouses. Those grandmasters were all late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. It was simply nothing more than wishful thinking for a mere array formation to want to block them. Empyrean Windrider and those grandmaster powerhouses were aware that they could no longer look on with folded arms. None of them thought that this act today would actually be forced into such a plight. But the arrow was notched and already had no choice but to release. Not taking down Heavenly Eagle today, there would no longer be the Southern Border Alliance in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to die. More than 10 late-stage Empyrean super powerhouses moving out. How shocking was the commotion! Let alone that there were even several dozen Empyreans behind them. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Gentlemen, listen to this Ye's word of advice. Withdraw now, and everything can still be discussed. Crossing this line, that's becoming this Ye's mortal enemy. From this day forth, irreconcilable till death." Empyrean Piljade burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "From this day forth? How are you going to have any day after today? Boy, this Empyrean knows that you're some bulls. H-I plus T second sage, but that's the demon race's T. Tlee, are you planning on bringing it to the human race to threaten us? Let me tell you, today, no matter who comes, You can't be saved either." "Oh, is that so?" Empyrean Piljade's voice had yet to fade when a figure slowly walked out of the void. The moment this person appeared, the faces of Empyrean Piljade and the rest of the powerhouses changed one after another. What a terrifying aura! This person gave them an unfathomable feeling. Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse. Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "No matter who your esteemed self is, Heavenly Emperor Powerhouses are not to interfere in worldly affairs. Let alone that you're even a demon, Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that you're planning on making a move against us at the risk of universal condemnation?" The demonic aura on the other party's body billowed to the sky. How could Empyrean Piljade not recognize? He already roughly guessed the other person's ident. One tie. It was just that he paid no attention to it. Forget about the demon race's Heavenly Emperor. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest came in person, he also would not dare to behave atrociously in the human race's territory. Heavenly Emperors were not to intervene in worldly affairs. This was the unspoken rule that all Heavenly Emperors abided by. Moreover, a demon race's major power running to the human race territory to kill people. Once this sort of thing happens, things would blow up. The Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly, "This Emperor is Star Drive under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. I only came over to run an errand. You all don't have to make a big fuss." The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. High Priest Star Drive. Those present were mostly involved in alchemy. So how could they not know High Priest Star Drive's reputation? This was one of the 11 disciples under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. Hang on, what did he say just now? Run an errand? What kind of figure was High Priest Star Drive? Who had this qualification to be able to make him run an errand? Suddenly, everyone's gazes plus feeded to Yi Yuan, being incredibly shocked. Chapter 2215, Chaos Samsara Pill. Chapter 2215, Chaos Samsara Pill. I run an errand? Do my ears have a problem? High Priest Star Drive is a true pinnacle major power. Making him come and run an errand. Everyone says that Yi Yuan is the priest temple's second sage. I even thought that it was merely nominal. I didn't expect that his status is actually so high. The Southern Border Alliance's 7-star Alchemy DS all opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in extreme shock. This sort of thing seriously subverted their understanding too much. High Priest Star Drive was a late-stage 8-star super existence. He had a status that tipped the scales in the entire alchemy world. Such a major power, they did not have the good fortune to meet in their lifetimes too. But such a major power was actually just here to run an errand? However, the following scene affirmed their thoughts even more. High Priest Star Drive gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "GMO offers greetings to Second Sage." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but his gazes glimmered. Seeing GMO this time, he was even more unfathomable than the previous time. "I've troubled you to make a trip," Yi Yuan said. GMO smiled and said, "No trouble. It is only ought to be." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Congratulations to brother GMO for making great improvements in strength." GMO also grinned and gave another bow and said, "Coming over this time, it's precisely to thank Second Sage." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Thank what?" "Being able to comprehend things. That's your lucky chance." These two people's conversations made everyone stunned again. Concerning High Priest Star Drive's strength advancing greatly, why did he have to thank Yi Yuan? Could it be that Yi Yuan was already strong to the degree that he could casually give pointers to High Priest Star Drive? How was this possible? However, some Empyreans were well-informed people. Their gazes flickered, seemingly recalling something. A Grandmaster said, "I heard that Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game. Ask not in the West Spirit region back then. It was High Priest Star Drive who brought it over. With Yi Yuan solving the game, High Priest Star Drive was watching by the side. He likely gleaned considerable gains. There's actually really such a thing. That eternal chess game. Ask not. I've also heard of it before. That's the showdown between the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, High Priest. Someone like Yi Yuan can break the deadlock too? That Grandmaster sighed and said, originally this Empyrean naturally didn't believe it too. But High Priest Star Drive came personally. So this matter naturally won't be fake. The demon clan was too far from the human race in the end. There were naturally missing pieces of information when the news came over. Hence, toward these news, these Empyreans were naturally half dubious, especially that they viewed Yi Yuan's strength as being meager. How could he possibly crack the chess game where medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, High Priest, faced off? It was just that looking at it today, this matter really could not be any more real. Brother GMO, have you brought the things that I want? Yi Yuan said. GMO nodded slightly and said, receiving second sage's news, GMO did not dare to stop for a second and gathered the spirit medicines and rushed over. As he said, GMO took a storage ring out and said, what second sage needs, I will do it on your behalf. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you. Yi Yuan's body did not have divine essence and could not even open the storage ring at all. Hence, that was why he needed GMO to do it on his behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and said to Empyrean Pilljade, just now you said that I'm trash. Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly. What kind of eyesight did he have? He naturally saw through Yi Yuan's actual situation with one glance. The current Yi Yuan, his small world had already collapsed. He was unable to accommodate divine essence at all. This kind of person, what was he if not trash? No matter how strong the formation Tao, what was the use if one could not cultivate? He smiled coldly and said, could it be that what this Empyrean said is wrong? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Pilljade, today I'll let you see who's the Traz. Plus from today onward, I, Yi Yuan, have the final say in the southern borders alchemy world. Pilljade was startled inwardly. Could it be that this boy really had some method and could recover? But with his small world crumbling, even if medicine ancestor came, it would be difficult to repair to, right? Not waiting for him to react yet, Yi Yuan's fingertips flicked out like phantoms. One array formation after another constructed in the void. Seeing his appearance, who still did not know that Yi Yuan wanted to refine pills. They all knew that he was using formation, Tao, pill refinement. But what kind of medicinal pill was Yi Yuan going to refine to be able to let himself recover? However, the brilliance of Yi Yuan's technique and complexity of the array formations made everyone secretly alarmed. The array formations that Yi Yuan set up, they had not seen a single one before. 10 absolute heavenly who? Suddenly, Yi Yuan called out loudly. GMO flicked his fingers. A spirit medicine flew towards the array formation. Swiss. H. Plus the spirit medicine entered the formation and immediately turned into a pile of powder. But the movements of Yi Yuan's hands did not stop and was still laying formations frenziedly. Unreasonable azure spirit fruit. Ancient orchid earth sun gold. Yi Yuan's mouth uttered the name of one rank 7 spirit medicine after another from time to time. These rank 7 spirit medicines were all incomparably precious. It was very difficult for Yi Yuan to want to gather them. Therefore, that was why he informed the priest temple to have GMO deliver them. GMO sent the spirit medicines into the array formation very cooperatively. They were refined in the formation, but no one knew what he was doing. Even the strange hue in GMO's gaze also gradually thickened. With his vision, he actually could not understand what Yi Yuan was doing. When pills entered rank 7, it was extremely rare for people to go and refine pills with formation Tao anymore. Concerning the complexity involved, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Furthermore, there was no one that had used Yi Yuan's method to refine pills with formation Dao. Formation Dao pill refinement was done by setting up all the array formations and then placing the spirit medicines inside and letting the array formation complete the refinement process by itself, but Yi Yuan was refining the spirit medicines stalk by stalk. This kind of method they had never seen before at all. But every spirit medicine, as well as the portion that Yi Yuan sent into the array formation, those 7-star alchemy DS all learned it deeply by heart. What if this was an incredible medicinal pill? It was just that they did not think about it. Yi Yuan dared to refine the pill in front of so many of them. How could he be afraid of them secretly learning? Empyrean Pill Jade sneered coldly and said with disdain, "The medicinal theory is utter rubbish. His array formations are too many and disorderly. What kind of bulls? HI plus T medicinal pill can such an array formation refine?" By the side, Empyrean Windrider also nodded and said, with his small world crumbling apart, "It's simply beyond redemption. In my view, this boy is merely talking big to impress people." The array formation grew more and more sieve and increasingly complex. A high building rose from the ground. It was as if Yi Yuan was using building blocks to construct a SKWSC. This building took 10 days and nights. At this time, half the sky was filled with stars, as if Yi Yuan embedded the stars into the sky. Exquisitely beautiful. Yi Yuan flicked his fingers, shooting toward a corner of the array formation. Formation rise, pill condense. Clank. With a crisp sound, the entire array formation seemed to have come to life all of a sudden. Rumble. The void trembled. Endless light radiated out. The entire array formation suddenly seemed to have come to life. Incomparably shocking aura burst forth. Jimo's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, This is the aura of a complete world. Second Sage used array formations and constructed a complete world. Chaos Samsara Pill condense. Rumble. All of a sudden, light converged swiftly. A medicinal pill that radiated golden light suspended above the void quietly. Chapter 2216 Tao Pill. Chapter 2216 Tao Pill. The aura of Tao. GMO looked at the golden medicinal pill that was suspending quietly. His eyes were full of shock, and he felt that his throat was somewhat dry. The golden medicinal pill was extremely dazzling, glaring until all the Empyreans could not open their eyes. The undulations coming off of the medicinal pill made everyone's faces change drastically. They had never seen before such an aura from a medicinal pill. This kind of aura was incomparably deep, incomparably vast, as if facing the entire heavenly Tao. It was as if that was not a medicinal pill, but a world. Empyrean Pill Jade's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock, This is the aura of the great Tao. Why would there be the aura of the great Tao in a medicinal pill? What kind of medicinal pill is this? Why would there be such a miraculous undulation? Too bizarre. What in the world did this guy do? The Empyreans present were all shocked, being speechless. This medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined already completely said their understanding. There was a trace of Tao ACCU. Mutations hidden in the medicinal pill. This was common knowledge. But Tao ACCU, mutations, and the aura of great Tao, that was two totally different things. The great Tao aura, which was the source of Tao, was the most fundamental rule of this world. Why were Tao ancestors powerful? Because they obtained the recognition of the source of Tao, controlling the rules in a region. And Tao ACCU, mutations were just like a firefly in front of the great Tao source. Won't be wrong. Although the aura of the Tao is still very weak, this medicinal pill already touched the borders of Tao pill. Worthy of being the person that Master chose, truly terrifying. GMO looked at Yi Yuan and drew a cold breath, forcefully calming his heart down. The Empyreans present all did not know what this medicinal pill signified, but he knew. This medicinal pill represented that Yi Yuan would enter the ranks of the top alchemists in this world. He would advance shoulder to shoulder with medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest. And this also represented the superlative of the heaven-span world's alchemy Tao. This kind of medicinal pill was called Tao Pill by sacred ancestor, high priest. Tao Pill surmounted above divine pill, standing on par with heavenly Tao. There were so many 8-star alchemy DS in the heaven-span world. But why did medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest, tower above all life? He, high priest star drive, was also a late-stage 8-star peerless expert, but he was also unable to be mentioned in the same breath with them. The reason was because of Tao Pill. That was another level of alchemy skills and already dissociated from the level of divine pills. However, regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, they were both unable to refine a true Tao Pill. Otherwise, the medicine ancestor would not be the medicine ancestor, but simply a Tao ancestor. But on this step, clearly, these two major powers could walk in the front. That was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom realm, a boundary that made people captivated. Only the sacred ancestor students knew the profound secrets involved in this. GMO knew that at present, the alchemist that could refine the embryonic form of a Tao Pill in this heaven-span world, the number definitely did not Serpa. S the number of fingers. Each one of them was a heaven-shocking, important figure, but now they would probably have to include Yi Yuan. Although the aura of Tao contained inside this medicinal pill was still very weak, this kind of feeling would not be wrong. Everyone did not know the tumultuous waves in GMO's heart. But this golden-colored chaos samsara pill was already enough to make them shocked. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The chaos samsara pill came into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed it. The body that was originally a pool of stagnant water immediately raged like a storm. Rumble. The berserk spiritual energy undulations billowed to the sky with Yi Yuan as the center. Limitless spiritual energy gathered over crazily. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless chasm, devouring spiritual energy crazily. While within his body, the chaos world that was originally in fragmented pieces actually displayed great vitality, once more like a withered tree that came back to life. Chaos samsara pill was like a delicate tinker, starting to restore Yi Yuan's chaos world little by little. No one understood what Yi Yuan experienced in these several decades. To the peerless powerhouses that frequently fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, and the mountain and rivers flowed in reverse. Concerning the squabbles between mortals, they considered it completely beneath their notice. No one thought much about those most basic things. They felt that those were all trash and should be eliminated. But Yi Yuan did not think so. One will never achieve their goals without doing things a step at a time. No matter how grand the move, no matter how great the strength, it was put together and formed from bit by bit of foundation. He grew up like this and also demanded others to grow like this. During these several dozens of years, Yi Yuan instinctively ran through those alchemy Tao records that those experts cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes systematically. He lost his memories and could not remember alchemy things at all. Whatever sacred ancestor, high priest's legacy, whatever heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's inheritance, he forgot all of them cleanly. All of his reliance was his own instincts, his alchemy talent, his alchemy instincts, the alchemy strength that he tempered thoroughly. Bit by bit, little by little, it ACCU, mulat to an extremely terrifying level, all the way until Lin Chongqing appeared, pus. Plussing Yi Yuan to his limits, he achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject, and finally stepped into the middle stage Tao realm with one step. At present, what kind of realm did his alchemy Tao reach? Even he himself did not know either. But he knew that he was very strong, indescribably strong. So what if the world crumbled? So what if divine essence was completely lost? I'll refine pills and restore all of them. This chaos samsara pill was the grand achievement work that his alchemy Tao gathered. The horrifying energy undulation continued for a full 3 days and nights. Yi Yuan was like a heaven-devouring behemoth, swallowing heaven and earth spiritual energy greedily. 3 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, brilliant light radiating. Not only did this quasi-Tao pill restore his chaos world fully, it even let his strength scale new heights. At present, he already stepped into the middle stage Chao realm. During this period, Empyrean Pilljade and the rest were akin to sitting on pins and needles. They really wanted to make a move to interrupt Yi Yuan's refinement. They wanted to stop Yi Yuan from recovering his strength. But with High Priest Stardrive, this major power watching at one side, they did not dare to do anything at all. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan really recovered. A martial artist whose world shattered actually recovered his strength miraculously. Would this sort of thing really happen? But it happened right before their eyes. What kind of medicinal pill is this? To actually be able to let a shattered world come back to life? Impossible. Why haven't I heard of such a medicinal pill before? Too terrifying. This guy's alchemy strength is absolutely the #1 person among 7 stars. This boy is simply a freak. The Southern Border Alliance Empyreans were all shocked, speechless. Actually, all the way until just now, they were not willing to believe that Yi Yuan was really able to recover. But the reality was often quite cruel. Seeing Yi Yuan's strength recover fully, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City cheered with jubilation. This was their lord, their omnipotent lord. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said with a cold smile, "Pilljade, I wonder who's the trash now?" Chapter 2217. Who knows what the HELL he experienced? Chapter 2217. Who knows what the HELL he experienced? Empyrean Pilljade's expression was extremely ugly. With Yi Yuan appearing in such a way, everyone all thought that he was already a cripple. But who knew that he actually refined a miraculous medicinal pill and completely restored his small world? Now, not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation recover fully, but his strength also become a notch higher. This made things awkward. His gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even if you recovered your strength, what can you change? This show today doesn't only have this Empyrean dictating here. Do you, a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, dare to become enemies with the entire Southern Border's Heavenly Emperors?" After he was done talking, he turned to GMO again and said in a solemn voice, "Lord Stardrive, although you're a demon race major power, this place is the human race boundary. Right now, our Southern Border Alliance is going to launch a general offensive towards Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Are you really going to take action?" These words had some meaning of forcing him out of the way, but he believed that High Priest Stardrive definitely would not dare to risk universal condemnation. The human race's strength was far stronger than a mere priest temple. But GMO did not care at all. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively and smiled as he said, "I said that I'm just here to run an errand. Whatever you all want to do, that's your business." Empyrean Pilljade's face became blacker and blacker. The more GMO said this, the more uncertain he was. "You, a major power, are here now, but you said to me that you would not care about anything. If you did not care, I would have long thrown a slap over. Would you allow it?" "Ah, right. The spirit medicines that Second Sage wants isn't just these. After he finishes refining the medicinal pill, this emperor can also return and report completion on the mission. At that time, you all can fight however you like. Your human race's internal affairs, this emperor won't intervene in them." GMO's face still had a faint smile as he said coolly. Empyrean Pilljade's face turned black again. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart. This fellow is rather interesting. It turned out that not every major power was so old Foz. H.I. +1 in posturing. G. Mo's posturing was postured refres. H.I. plus Ingli and free from convention. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around and said to Baitong, Senior Baitong back then, when I brought you away from Bamboo, Groove Void Realm, I'd once promised you good fortune. Today, I'll gift this good fortune to you. Baitong's entire body trembled. Then he saw that Yi Yuan had already started setting up a formation, recovering his strength. With the traction of divine essence, Yi Yuan's speed of setting up formations was D knows how many times faster than before. Merely half a day's time, an enormous array formation surfaced in front of everyone. Although this array formation was inferior to the array formation that refined the chaos samsara pill previously, it was also extremely complicated. Even if those Empyrean powerhouses opened their eyes wide and exerted their divine sense to the limits, they were still unable to understand the mysteries involved. By the side, GMO sneered coldly in his heart. Even he could not understand this array formation. So how could these fools understand? Clearly, Yi Yuan's formation, Tao, pill refinement, already reached the boundary of following his own will. To him, whether it was using medicinal cauldron to refine pills or using array formation to refine pills, there was already not much difference. Yi Yuan integrated his alchemy skills into alchemy Tao, grouping them randomly, targeting different medicinal pills. He could create different formation Tao pill refinement. Although the methods used may vary, the principle was the same. That principle was his Tao. Dream returning heart Replenes. H.I. plussing pill condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A resplendent light radiated once more. Pill formed. Hiss. And spirit divine pill again. The group of Empyreans could not refrain from drawing a cold breath once more. Although this medicinal pill isn't as good as that one previously, it also already firmly reached the level of end spirit. Truly terrifying. To be able to steadily refine rank 7 divine pills to the level of end spirit. This boy's realm has likely already reached middle stage ancestor realm. Don't you guys forget, the medicinal pill that he refined earlier was an extremely obscure medicinal pill. Obscure medicinal pills were totally different concepts from ordinary medicinal pills. Back then, when Yi Yuan refined the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, he practically exhausted his divine soul. The difficulty could be seen. Now, refining the dream, returning heart Replenes. H.I. plussing pill, the difficulty rose D knows how many levels up. However, Yi Yuan still accomplished it with high proficiency. The alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited made the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans despair. From today onward, I, Yi Yuan, have the final say in the Southern Border's alchemy world. This sentence echoed in their ears from time to time. Previously, they all still felt that Yi Yuan did not know what he was talking about, but now they already could not find the words to describe their current emotions. Baitong received the medicinal pill and said with surprise, Dream returning heart Replenes. H.I. plussing pill? Dream returning heart Replenes. H.I. plussing pill was not the medicinal pill to let him completely recover his strength. Hence, when Baitong heard this name, he was very surprised too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior returned to boyhood from old age. It's caused by the defect in your cultivation method. Your cultivation method will harm a portion of the divine soul in exchange for great improvements in power. With your divine soul getting damaged, heavenly Tao is defective. Even if Senior's cultivation is exceedingly high, it's also hard to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. This dream, returning heart Replenes. H.I. plussing pill can complete your divine soul and let your divine soul reach the peak. At that time, breaking through again would be much easier. Bai Tong's entire body trembled. The defect in his divine soul was unable to recover fully even with the medicinal pills left behind by his ancestors. Yi Yuan altered his pill formula, and it was actually capable of restoring his divine soul. Just what kind of realm did this fellow's current alchemy Tao reach? This kind of level 9 difficulty, peak, rank 7 divine pills. Wanting to make the slightest changes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan modified it like he had it at his fingertips. This world was too crazy. Bai Tong nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Fine, lad, thanks a lot." He put away the medicinal pill and did not have the intention of refining it. But then he heard Yi Yuan say with a wide grin on his face, "Just nice. There's brother GMO standing guard here. Elder brother, I should just directly refine the medicinal pill. There's still something better after this." Be better. Bai Tong was taken aback, his brain not quite following Yi Yuan's words. This dream, returning heart replenies. Plussing pill was already the best medicinal pill that he could imagine. What kind of medicinal pill could be better than this? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought crept up in his mind, and his heart shook wildly. Could he really do it? Among 7-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, it has never been heard of that anyone could refine that medicinal pill. Yes, he was not an ordinary 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Bai Tong's mouth, and he nodded his head slightly at Yi Yuan, directly consuming the dream, returning heart replenies. Plussing pill, while the others were shocked, speechless. Could it be that this guy still wants to refine the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill? Crazy. Really nuts. Wasn't it said that this boy died? What the L did he experience these few years? Why would he be monstrous until like this? Who the L knows what he experienced. But even that heaven-defying chaos samsara pill was refined. So the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill shouldn't be anything difficult, right? The expressions of the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans became more and more fascinating. Everyone already guessed what medicinal pill Yi Yuan was going to refine, but they still did not dare to believe it. This was because this medicinal pill was a heaven-defying existence to 7-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, even to 8-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. If one had to add a difficulty above level 9, then this medicinal pill was the existence that Serpa S said level 9 difficulty. The 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. The medicinal pill that could create a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Chapter 2218. If he were to become emperor, who would dare disobey? Chapter 2218. If he were to become emperor, who would dare disobey? A heavenly emperor was this world's true hegemon. The goal that every martial artist strove toward their whole lives was to become a heavenly emperor. This step stumped no idea how many outstanding figures. Just take Empyrean Pilljade, for example. Was his talent not high? Once he was the sole ancestor realm powerhouse of the southern border. How dazzling was this halo! But even so, he was still blocked in front of the gates of Heavenly Emperor mercilessly. Then, about Empyrean Chaoyuan, who cultivated to the peak Empyrean realm with the ident. 1. Tie of an itinerant cultivator, Haustones. Plussing was his talent. Moreover, he was even an extremely powerful 7-star alchemy G. OD. But likewise, he was unable to take this step. It had already been several million years. Also, one thing that was that heavenly emperors were not able to be created using medicinal pills. Actually, it was not that there wasn't such a medicinal pill, but it was that this medicinal pill was too hard to refine. Even for those peak 8-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, there were also very few that could successfully refine the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. But now, Yi Yuan was doing it. GMO looked at Yi Yuan setting up the formation, and the flesh on his face hurt without him being aware. Even though it was just rank 7 spirit medicines, the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pills spirit medicines, Each kind was incomparably precious and rare. Each spirit medicine was worth a city. In this heaven-span world, there were really not many that could gather the spirit medicines of the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. It was also only because second sage opened his mouth to request for them. Otherwise, even if others wanted to refine it, they would also be unable to make something out of nothing. This time, the array formations that Yi Yuan laid down were even more profound and complicated. The refinement of the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill was seriously too difficult and profound. However, Yi Yuan still constructed the colossal array formation methodically. The array formation became more and more complicated, increasingly difficult to understand. The aura coming from within the void also became more and more profound. But the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans became more and more anxious. It seemed like the momentum of Heavenly Eagle's rise was already unstoppable. Could it be that this Empyrean is really going to witness a miracle? A 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D refining the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill? I never even heard of it before. Sigh, comparing people is really odious. This boy is too monstrous. If this 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill can be given to this Empyrean, how great would that be? The 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill, a medicinal pill that could create heavenly emperors. How could they not covet it? At this time, how were they still in the mood to go and attack Heavenly Eagle? These Empyreans, especially those at the peak, their only thought was envying Bai Tong. At this time, they wished for time to flow backward, and they would go and suck up to Yi Yuan desperately. As long as they obtained Yi Yuan's recognition, perhaps they would also be able to obtain the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. They would then step into that fleeting and ephemeral heavenly emperor realm. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yun-Yi raised his head and looked at the sky, his expression seemingly incomparably excited. This was the alchemy Tao that he yearned for. Compared to his master's alchemy Tao, what did mere 7-star alchemy G? Oh, DS count for? In front of his master, cultivation realms did not have any meaning at all. His understanding of alchemy Tao already glimpsed the source of the Tao. Maybe come one day in the future, he would also be able to refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. Staying in Heavenly Eagle was not the choice that he made, but a steadfast belief in his heart. His ident. 1. Tai was extremely sensitive. If it were others, it was absolutely impossible to take him in as an apprentice, let alone the opportunity to be imparted with various skills. But after so many years in Heavenly Eagle, Yun-Yi could clearly feel his alchemy strength advance by leaps and bounds. This could not be faked. Making him betray Heavenly Eagle at this time, he really could not do it. Right at this time, on the other side, Bai Tong's aura billowed to the sky. His aura rose steadily up, heading straight to becoming a peak Empyrean. When everything calmed down, Bai Tong's entire person was like a sharp sword that came out of the sheath, sharp edge revealing in its entirety. Coincidentally at this moment, Yi Yuan pointed at the void and yelled out, "Formation rise, 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill, condense!" Rumble. Another heaven-shocking array formations operation. 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill formed. End Spirit 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. Southern Border Alliance that side. The Empyrean's eyes were almost popping out. Towards Yi Yuan's strength, they were long already wholeheartedly convinced. Right now their only thought was envy. Yi Yuan put away the medicinal pill and said to Bai Tong, "Brother Bai Tong, how do you feel?" Bai Tong smiled and said, "Great, indescribably great." The dream-returning heart Replines. H.I. plussing pill already treated all of his hidden injuries. The current Bai Tong already reached his peak state in all aspects. Breaking through currently was the most suitable. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "That's good. Now directly refine this then." As he said, he handed the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill to Bai Tong. Bai Tong refined it on the spot without another word. Half a day later, a horrifying aura rose up. The originally cloudless sky suddenly rolled and seethed. The earth was quaking. A strong wind was howling. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City structures could not withstand this pressure at all and were virtually about to collapse. The martial artists in the city were even tottering on their feet. A glint flashed in Gmo's gaze, and he casually fired out a spell. In an instant, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City stabilized. The pressure of a Heavenly Emperor's breakthrough was too great for normal martial artists. Even these Empyreans in front of him, all of them had solemn expressions too, mustering up all the divine essence in their bodies, resisting this pressure. However, no one left. A Heavenly Emperor breaking through. Great Tao would descend. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered by everyone. Perhaps the observation this time could let them have some harvests? Crack, crack, crack. Bai Tong's aura became grander and grander. He became increasingly stronger. The Heavenly Emperor's barrier was unable to stop his breakthrough at all. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Bai Tong broke through the fetters of Empyrean realm in one go, busting through that shackle. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was born domineeringly, just like that. Everyone was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape, shocked expressions on their faces. Empyrean Pill Jade gave a bitter laugh and said, "This is the power of an End Spirit 9 Profound's Heavenly Emperor Pill. Truly, if he were to become Emperor, who would dare disobey?" Empyrean Windrider also sighed faintly and said, "Breaking through the shackles with Alchemy Tao. Heavenly Tao has to make some concessions too. This boy is already not what the likes of us can provoke." Empyrean Pill Jade sighed dejectedly, knowing that what Empyrean Windrider said was not false. Although these alchemy major powers, had not seen a Heavenly Emperor breaking through before, they still knew what the breakthrough would be like. When others broke through, they needed to shake off the fetters of Heavenly Tao countless times, struggling to free themselves from the shackles of Empyrean realm. Breaking through was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with oneself. But Bai Tong's breakthrough was extremely domineering. Have obstructions directly burst through. Have fetter directly chop off. The momentum of becoming a Heavenly Emperor. Even heaven and earth was unable to stop it. This kind of breakthrough, the impact was too strong. Bai Tong stood in the air. Looking at this world again, it was as if everything changed colors. Turns out that the world is like this. Bai Tong could not resist letting out an emotional sigh. Suddenly, the aura on his body released. A horrifying pressure spread out, spreading across the entire sky. Heavenly Emperor pressure. Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp. Sweeping across the sky, he said coldly, "From this day forth, this Heavenly Emperor will garrison Heavenly Eagle, forming the Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. All of the southern borders, alchemy matters will be controlled by the Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower. Whoever isn't convinced, feel free to come and find this Heavenly Emperor." Chapter 2219. Work Things Out. Chapter 2219. Work Things Out. A Heavenly Emperor was like a heavyweight bomb, ELL, or a nuclear bomb, being a deterrent. The destructive force of a Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Secular cities were not much different from toys to a Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, the survivability of a Heavenly Emperor was extremely strong. They were exceedingly difficult to kill. Once a Heavenly Emperor was determined to seek vengeance, even if he was only a First Firmament Heavenly Emperor, his destructive power would also be extremely Astonies. Plussing. Hence, there was this unspoken agreement between Heavenly Emperors to not intervene in worldly affairs. Once the Heavenspan world becomes depraved, then the Heavenspan world would wail in sorrow. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced a Heavenly Emperor. They had sufficient capital to play with other Heavenly Emperors. They could take a share of the loot from the southern border, this large cake. The Southern Border Alliance army slipped away with their tails between their legs. Empyrean Pill Jade did not dare to even let out a fart. From this day onward, Southern Border Alchemy World's arrangement would have Ma.'s civ changes. A new peak alchemy, Tao Holy Land, suddenly emerged. Previously, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to exist by depending on the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was only because their strength was not strong enough. But now, Heavenly Eagle had a Heavenly Emperor holding down the fort. This caused the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to join into the ranks of the Southern Border's top factions. No one dared to not give Heavenly Eagle Imperial City face anymore, let alone that after this battle, Yi Yuan's famed Serpa S. said even the new Heavenly Emperor, making the entire Southern Border hear about it like the sound of thunder. A 7-star alchemy G.O.D. was capable of refining the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. From this day forth, Yi Yuan became the well-deserved #1 person among 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s. The impact of this tea was too great. The medicinal pills that you could not refine, I could refine. Powerhouses that you could not create, I could create. Injuries that you could not treat, I could treat. With how vast the Southern Border was, who dared to say that they would not need to ask Yi Yuan for help? What if someday an Empyrean was heavily injured on the verge of death and needed medicinal pills to save their life? If one day a Bodhidharma's direct lineage disciple needed an extremely hard to refine medicinal pill to break through? Body dared to say for certain. In the past, Yi Yuan was just a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. and was unable to refine rank 7 divine pills. His value was naturally not great. But now, Yi Yuan's status was already totally different. He already truly became a figure of authority in a region. No one dared to not give him face. Not long after, the Southern Border organized a 4-party talk. Southern Border Alliance, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, 7 great ancient families as well as Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. I want 60%. The moment Yi Yuan sat down, he nonchalantly tossed out a heavyweight bomb. Empyrean Pill Jade shot to his feet and berated angrily, "Brat, your appet. 1. Tea is also a little too big. Careful you don't burst." The representative of the 7 great ancient families, Beitang Li, also frowned and said, "Little brother Yi, show mercy whenever possible." The incident this time, even if we were in the wrong, we also restrained ourselves for a long time for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sake. Isn't that so? Empyrean Flutterfeather remained silent. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, got up and said, "Is that so? Then there's nothing to discuss. Gentlemen, let's showcase our true abilities then." Done talking, he was actually going to leave the meeting. The few great Empyreans almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Who negotiated like this? What the HELL? Did not even talk yet, and you were going to dust your bottom and leave? You directly threw 60% the moment you came. We only said a sentence, and you wanted to showcase our abilities. This. Still discuss for what? Shouldn't negotiations be push and pull, all parties playing a seesaw game? Why did it totally change here? This brat was also too tyrannical. Hold on. Let's work things out, can't we? Empyrean Pill Jade did not have a temper anymore and could only speak up. Beitang Li also hurriedly got up and pulled Yi Yuan and said, "Dear me, little brother Yi, everything can be discussed. Let's sit down first and talk properly. How about it?" Yi Yuan did not sit down and just said coolly, "Nothing to discuss. Right now, our Heavenly Eagle is the victor. You guys are the defeated ones. 60%. I've already made a huge sacrifice. If can, you guys carry on discussing. If can't, you guys can carry on discussing too." Domineering, tyrannical, not giving the other 3 parties any leeway to turn around at all. Yi Yuan this time was simply like a different person from back then. In the negotiations back then, Yi Yuan did not show face at all. A large portion of the profits was even given to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City merely just became an appendage to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But today, Yi Yuan was too domineering. He was simply unparalleled and tyrannical. I set the price. You guys can discuss the rest. It has nothing to do with me." Then Yi Yuan turned around and left just like that. The other few people exchanged glances. Baffled looks could be seen on their faces. Bustling around for such a long time. In the end, Yi Yuan came over and dropped a single sentence, and he was done. Empyrean Pilljade looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather. He said with a sneer, "Flutterfeather, the good brother that you made. You did not stint to fall out with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, and also had to help Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In the end, he's treating you like this." Flutterfeather looked at him and said with a faint smile, "This Empyrean is this Empyrean. The Myriad Treasure Tower is the Myriad Treasure Tower. He isn't targeting this Empyrean. He is targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower. It's the Myriad Treasure Tower that abandoned Heavenly Eagle first. Younger brother Ye's heart is like a clear mirror and naturally has his considerations. Rather, it's you who ought to consider the things afterward properly. Otherwise, toward Heavenly Emperor Wanja there, it will be hard to give him an account." Empyrean Piljade's gaze turned intent, his expression instantly becoming incomparably ugly. This four-party talk was facilitated by the Southern Border Alliance in the first place. But currently this sort of situation could not carry on negotiating at all. Could it be that they were going to start a war again? But if they started a war, the Southern Border Alliance would not have any chips on hand at all. The Southern Border Alliance that had the greatest influence and strongest strength in the past. Currently it was the party with the fewest chips. Presently, they were the party with the weakest power and influence. The Myriad Treasure Tower had pill formulas. The 7 great, reclusive ancient families also had pill formulas. Heavenly Eagle was even the master of the pill formulas. Only the Southern Border Alliance had nothing. Of course, it was also not that they had nothing. They had territory. Very soon, someone came to visit. But the one who came this time was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Empyrean Flutterfeather led the Myriad Treasure Tower's Heavenly Emperor Riverback and approached Yi Yuan. "Hoo-hoo, elder brother Flutterfeather. I was just about to find you, but I didn't expect that you came personally." When Yi Yuan saw Flutterfeather, he had an enthusiastic look. As for the Heavenly Emperor Riverback, who was in the leading position, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him at all, treating him like heir. It was so awkward. To dare treat a Heavenly Emperor as heir. Yi Yuan was probably the first person in the southern border. Flutterfeather could only toughen his scalp and answered, "Younger brother, this is my Myriad Treasure Tower's 3rd manager, Heavenly Emperor Riverback." The Myriad Treasure Tower's power and influence were tremendous. There was naturally more than one Heavenly Emperor. In the southern border, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma's power and influence were extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could their business span across the southern border? Heavenly Emperor Riverback put aside his Imbara, smelt and said fawningly, "Little friend Ye's battle shocked the southern border and became the southern border 7-star Alchemy. Oh, DS number 1 person. It really broadened people's horizons." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "About this, speaking of which, I still have to thank Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure very much for giving me this opportunity." Heavenly Emperor Riverback almost choked to death. He could only cough dryly twice to resolve the awkwardness. "Little friend Yi, this matter was indeed my Myriad Treasure Tower's fault. But then again, for little friend Yi to be able to have today's accomplishments, my Myriad Treasure Tower also made great contributions. Are our 2 families really going to make distinctions between each other?" Heavenly Emperor Riverback asked. Chapter 2220 Disregarded. Chapter 2220 Disregarded. Yi Yuan's footsteps stopped, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. By the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather sighed slightly, knowing that this matter could not be settled any more today. Before coming, he exhorted over and over again for Heavenly Emperor Riverback to not mention the past and just to acknowledge their faults sincerely. That way, maybe there was still a trace of salvaging. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback capitalized on his status and talked about the past. With Yi Yuan's temper, how could he let the matter drop? Sure enough, Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Riverback, isn't your face red from saying this? You all touch your hearts first. The myriad treasure towers, these several thousand years of glory, who did it rely on? Was it me, Yi Yuan, who received favors from your myriad treasure tower's light? Or was it your myriad treasure tower who received favors from my, Yi Yuan's light?" Over these 1,000 years, the myriad treasure tower could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. The profits that they earned were as much as the past several tens of thousands of years added up, even several hundreds of thousands of years. With such a huge profit as support, the myriad treasure tower naturally groomed countless powerhouses too. And this profit was all created from Yi Yuan's pill formulas. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the heaven-span world, the special pill formulas were given to the myriad treasure tower. Its value could virtually buy a heavenly emperor bought Amanda, especially after the last Cloud Pill Summit. The myriad treasure tower's reputation developed to the peak. What Yi Yuan returned to the myriad treasure tower was much greater than what he took. Yi Yuan had always repaid with precious jade after receiving a peach fruit when making friends. Yi Yuan being able to leave with his mind set at ease was equivalent to entrusting Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to the myriad treasure tower. Although he treated the myriad treasure tower as a friend, in the end, the myriad treasure tower only treated him as a partner of interest. When Heavenly Eagle needed help the most, the myriad treasure tower pulled the firewood out from under the boiler. They stopped caring. What difference was this kind of action from kicking you down the cliff with one foot? Even though the myriad treasure tower did not take part in the besieging this time, they were one of the accomplices too. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that with the myriad treasure tower's present strength, they could definitely withstand the heavy pressure of the Southern Border Alliance. At the very least, preserving Heavenly Eagle was still achievable. But they shrunk back. They felt that with Heavenly Eagle losing him, it lost its utility value. Hence, they directly sold Heavenly Eagle out. Only then did Yi Yuan come to realize the truth. It turned out that Myriad Treasure Tower was merely a group of merchants who were trying to outwit the other in the end. Merchants only ever pursued profits. But Empyrean Flutterfeather was a different type. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's old face turned red. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. In reality, he was also an indirect beneficiary. But the pride of a heavenly emperor made him unable to lower his head. Saying some self-degrading words was already his limit. And Yi Yuan's attitude also thoroughly infuriated him. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned dark, and he said, "Yi Yuan, this heavenly emperor humbled himself and pleaded with well-meaning advice, but you're plussing people too far. Don't you forget, the pill formulas are still grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower. If we publicize the pill formulas, you should know the consequences." Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Riverback like looking at a fool and grinned as he said, "As long as you're happy." After he was done talking, he turned to Flutterfeather and said, "Elder Brother Flutterfeather, since GMO that fellow came, I conveniently extorted some rank 7 spirit medicines. These 2 days, I just happened to refine several emergence, spirit ascension pills. It should be sufficient for you to cultivate for a period of time. As for Elder Brother Changyuan there, I'm having a bit of a headache." Yi Yuan patted his head, an appearance of his head hurting. He was indeed feeling some headache. The matter this time, the 2 people that Yi Yuan owed the biggest favor to were Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Chaoyuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather's situation was still fine. He still had room to go up. But Empyrean Chaoyuan, his situation was to reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. Where would he go and pull together another set of 9 profounds, Heavenly Emperor pills, spirit medicines? By the side, Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned intent. Those were end spirit divine pills. At present, When a medicinal pill that Yi Yuan personally refined was placed outside, it was a priceless treasure. One End Spirit Emergence Spirit Ascension Pill, even if exchanging for a rank 8 Divine Pill. There would also absolutely be someone who would swap. But he actually gave it to Empyrean Flutterfeather, like giving a cabbage. The moment he gave Empyrean Flutterfeather, it was several pills. These medicinal pills were sufficient for Empyrean Flutterfeather to cultivate to the peak Empyrean realm. Brett, you're too condescending. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a feeling of being disregarded and said furiously, but it was like Yi Yuan did not hear him. He then said to Flutterfeather, "Oh, right, elder brother, here are my alchemy Tao experiences these few years. You can take it and have a look. Let's improve together." Flutterfeather's gaze turned slightly intent and his breathing became ragged. Compared to medicinal pills, this jade slip was more valuable. Yi Yuan, are you really going to force yourself into a dead end? People who dare to become enemies with my myriad treasure tower all didn't have a good ending. Heavenly Emperor Riverback said furiously. Yi Yuan said, "Brother Flutterfeather, call elder brother Chaoyuan tomorrow too. Let's get good and drunk." Heavenly Emperor Riverback was speechless. He seriously could not stay on in this place anymore. After Heavenly Emperor Riverback left, Flutterfeather sighed slightly and said, "Why is there a need for this, younger brother? Could it be that you're really not scared that the Myriad Treasure Tower publicized the pill formulas?" Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Pill formulas? Ha ha! Using my pill formulas to threaten me. I really don't know if that guy's brain is made out of tofu or not. If Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure is smart, he should restrain himself a little. They should prop you up. With you around, some things can still be discussed. If they offend you, haha, Myriad Treasure Tower's business in the southern border will come to an end too." Empyrean Flutterfeather's expression turned slightly somber. Only then did he know that Yi Yuan's trump card was no longer some pill formulas long ago. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never placed these pill formulas in his sights. Yeah, using Yi Yuan's own pill formulas to threaten him, wasn't this a joke? "Master, this snotty brat is too condescending, completely making light of our myriad treasure Bodhidharma. In my view, we should publicize the pill formulas now and ally with the other two parties to deal with this punk together. Isn't his heavenly eagle, Bodhidharma, just a measly little first firmament heavenly emperor? Can they still become enemies with the entire southern border?" Returning to myriad treasure Bodhidharma, Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a look of rage. He was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's eldest disciple and followed Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure the longest. His status in Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma was also extremely high. It was just that he said it with a look of exultation. But he did not notice that Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's expression already become extremely ugly. After he finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure laughed coldly and said, "Riverback, are you a pig? This Heavenly Emperor made you represent the Myriad Treasure Tower to go to apologize to him. But then you ran over to show off your power and prestige to Yi Yuan? Did your brain short-circuit? Is a Heavenly Emperor very impressive? Don't you know that Yi Yuan used a medicinal pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? If not for the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pills spirit medicines being too rare, Empyrean Changyuan would be Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's second one. In the future, there will still be a third, a fourth." Heavenly Emperor Riverback was scolded until he was struck senseless. His master had never flared up with such a temper before. What was going on this time? Do you think that those few lousy pill formulas are very impressive? Using the pill formulas that Yi Yuan handed to us to threaten him, was your head kicked by a donkey? The more Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure scolded, the more enraged he became, showing a disappointed appearance of expecting better from him. Chapter 2221. Army setting out for Jiushang. Chapter 2221. Army setting out for Jiushang. Ha ha ha. From inside the priest temple's main hall, a burst of hearty laughter could be heard. Wing's laughter carried a trace of excitement, a trace of antic, Asian, and also a trace of shock. Dao Pil. What an exceptionally talented boy. Just how long has it been, and he already refined a Dao Pil? This heavenly emperor really didn't misjudge him. GMO also said with vicissitudes of emotion, Second Sage's talent truly surpa. SES ancient and modern times. Master, you aren't aware of this, but when I saw him refining the chaos samsara pill, while in a trance, I thought that it was Master refining the pill. Wing smiled slightly and shook his head and said, You're wrong. GMO was taken aback and said, Wrong. Wing nodded and said, His alchemy talent is naturally this world's apex. But, since time immemorial, including medicine, ancestor, that fellow, and I, which one isn't extraordinarily talented? But who could have such accomplishment at his age? GMO was deep in thought. Thinking about it, it was indeed like that. Being able to reach the level of Tao, regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, they were absolutely this world's most outstanding geniuses. But even the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest still paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan's Astonis. Plussing talent. This point, whether or not he admitted it, it was the truth. GMO gave a bow and said, Master, please give guidance. Wing slowly said, Cultivation emphasizes on cultivating the heart. The vastness of the heaven-span world can't be imagined. The river of time surges. How many geniuses are akin to schools of carps crossing the river? But existences that can stand above the clouds all have qualities that ordinary people don't possess. Only character can magnify your talent limitlessly and let you possess infinite possibilities. Not arrogant, not rash, not greedy, no resentment. Calm and wise when encountering things, have great willpower, and absolutely won't concede defeat. This boy possesses all the qualities to become a peerless powerhouse. Talent can be reformed. At the very least, it isn't considered too hard for me to want to make a pig become a heavenly emperor. But a pig is a pig. Even if it became a heavenly emperor, it's also a pig. He will still be gluttonous and lazy and put cultivation aside. But character needs the ACCU, mulation of time, needs the understanding of oneself. Of course, this logic, this heavenly emperor only slowly comprehended them after a very long time too. Compared to him, it's as if he already knew them inherently. If my conjectures are right, he must have had a major incident happen to him in his early years. Sacred ancestor high priest's gaze was deep, his eyes exuding wisdom as if he had seen through Yi Yuan. GMO was alarmed inwardly as he listened. These words would likely cause a mighty uproar when placed in the outside world. The world placed high regard on talent and did not value character. But in his master's eyes, one's character was even more important than talent. In fact, in his master's eyes, talent was utterly worthless. When GMO was still immersed in the midst of shock, Wing laughed coldly and said, Medicine ancestor, that old fellow will only be like this for the rest of his life. Because his character has flaws. This half-step, he'll never be able to cross it. Yi Yuan and I will Serpa. S him in the end. GMO's heart shook wildly. His master already foresaw the future in the priest temple? Master, second sage, is so extraordinarily talented. Will he arouse medicine ancestors' dread or not? GMO suddenly thought of something and asked. Wing sneered coldly and said, With his character, he'll naturally dread him. However, it's common knowledge to the world that Yi Yuan is my priest temple's second sage. I reckon that he won't dare to make a move. With this heavenly emperor's understanding of him, he'll definitely use all sorts of ways to suppress Yi Yuan and let him fade into the crowd. It's just that, no matter what method he uses, it will probably have the opposite effect and boost Yi Yuan's growth. Concerning the Southern Border's four-party talk, the Southern Border Alliance Compromise, the Myriad Treasure Tower compromised, and the 7 great, reclusive ancient families compromised too. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City monopolized a 60% share of the southern border. Actually, if the Myriad Treasure Tower apologized properly, he would not mind yielding some share to the Myriad Treasure Tower on account of Emperor Flutterfeather's face. After all, he and the Myriad Treasure Tower did not have a deep-seated hatred. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback, posturing in front of Yi Yuan, postured these shares away. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was the Heavenly Emperor who was best at doing business in the southern border. How shrewd was he! He had Heavenly Emperor Riverback represent him to go to apologize. It was in order to fight for this bit of share. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback screwed things up. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure had bitterness, but nowhere to vent, and so he could only swallow his broken teeth down his stomach. However, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure promoted Emperor Flutterfeather to the position of the Myriad Treasure Tower's 6th manager. His status was second only to the Myriad Treasure Tower's 5 great Heavenly Emperors, and Emperor Flutterfeather also became the first Empyrean realm head manager in the Myriad Treasure Tower's history. His status was incomparably venerated. Toward people related to Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure also personally transferred them, making their statuses have Ma's civ promotions. The following matters. Yi Yuan stood aloof from worldly affairs. The other 3 parties carried out a seesaw game that dragged on for days. The remaining 40% share. Naturally, neither of these 3 parties were willing to give in half a step. But the most tragic one was still the Southern Border Alliance. They did not have pill formulas in their hands and had no way of contending with the other 2 parties at all. But all these, Yi Yuan did not go and pay attention to it. Yi Yuan continued using the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's name. Under Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's Pill Tower's name, he officially set up the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's branches all over the southern border. This time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City finally stood in front of the stage and chowed down on the largest slice of southern border's cake. More than 1,000 years, Pa-S said, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City groomed one batch of powerful alchemists after another. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was an alchemy holy land in reality as well as in name. Even the other 7 great holy lands were also greatly inferior when compared to it. The quality of Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills was extremely high. Coupled with Yi Yuan's name that was well known throughout the southern border now, the moment Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business opened, it was popular to the extreme. Uncountable divine essence stones and uncountable spirit medicines both came in a throng. Toward this, apart from being envious, the other 3 parties could only accept it helplessly too. Yi Yuan was very crafty, hurting their tendons and fracturing bones, but he did not press them into a dead end either. Although 40% share was little, with the vastness of the southern border, they still had a Ma's civ revenue. As long as it did not reach the point of a life-and-death struggle, there was no need for Heavenly Emperors to come forward. On this day, outside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, several dozen Empyrean powerhouses were shockingly present, the commotion shocking the heavens. Yi Yuan swept his gaze across and said in a clear voice, Everybody, this Yi has an irreconcilable hatred with Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang. Today, this Yi will launch an offensive toward Jiushang Bodhidharma and end the enmity. Over 1,000 years ago, old villain Jiushang suffered serious injuries. While he's weak, take his life. With fellow Taoists setting off today, this Yi is endlessly grateful. This Yi will remember this favor in my heart. Master Yi is too courteous. Master Yi's enemy is our enemy, isn't that so? Fiend race's evildoer should die in the first place. This time, render him beyond redemption. All the Empyreans immediately answered. 2,000 years after coming to the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan's strength finally grew to the point of wreaking vengeance and redressing hatred for his father. The main culprit of Immortal Grove's chaos was Jiushang. Over 1,000 years ago, Jiushang even infiltrated the Immortal Grove world and almost destroyed Immortal Grove. This enmity, Yi Yuan never forgot about it. Now, Yi Yuan's feathers were already voluptuous and no longer had any scruples. Hence, he launched an offensive toward Jiushang. Chapter 2222 Challenging Formation. Chapter 2222 Challenging Formation at Fiend Flame Mountain. Jiushang Bodhidharma. Not long before, this place was bustling and was the strongest heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda in the vicinity. But now, Fiend Flame Mountain appeared very withered. More than 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang returned, being seriously injured and did not have time to explain anything. He fell into slumber. Now, Fiend Flame Mountain was currently in a state of the mountain pass as being sealed off. In the mountains, more than 10 fiend race true D-realm powerhouses were currently patrolling. A fiend said, "Sigh, this sort of wretched days, no idea when it will come to an end." Isn't that so? Thinking about back then, how glorious was our Jiushang Bodhidharma. Whenever we are unhappy, we'll go and capture some slaves to play with from the nearby human areas. Now, we're almost becoming cowardly turtles. I heard that Lord Jiushang already woke up not long ago. Very soon, we'll be back out there. The moment the others heard, they were immediately incomparably invigorated. This sort of wretched days, they seriously could not stand it any longer. Is it true? Writer, you mustn't lie to us. Writer chuckled and said, "Of course it's true. Actually, Lord Jiushang already woke up 200 years ago, but his injuries were too severe. He could not leave the mountain for some time. I even heard that it was a human junior who inflicted those heavy wounds on him. After he recovers his strength, he'll find that brat to settle the scores." Excellent. These SHI plus TTY days have finally come to an end. The group of fiends was currently thrilled when suddenly several dozen black dots approached from afar, flying over towards this side. Humans! Hiss! Several dozen Empyreans. What a terrifying lineup. Q quickly go back and report this. Ryder's expression changed drastically and he turned around, wanting to flee. But unfortunately it was already too late. A youth in white clothing stepped out of the void and arrived before the fiends. Ryder's heart shook wildly. This youth in white was not old, but the pressure he gave him was akin to lofty mountains. Nowhere to escape, Ryder could only toughen his scalp and bow down. Ryder offers greetings to the human race's Lord Empyrean. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Where's the entrance?" Ryder was startled inwardly and said, "Your Excellency, our Fiend Flame Mountain is already sealed off. Rumble." Yi Yuan flicked his finger. Several true D-realm fiends by the side directly turned into flying ashes. Ryder's expression changed wildly and he said, "Why, Your Excellency, follow me." At this time, several dozen Empyreans tore across the sky and arrived with a howl. A monstrous wave even surged in Ryder's heart. These Empyrean strength, each and every one of their auras, was incomparably powerful. It seemed like the arrivals did not have good intentions. Ryder led the group of Empyreans and arrived at the entrance area of Fiend Flame Mountain. The entire Fiend Flame Mountain already activated the mountain protecting Grand Array, completely sealing shut the entire mountain pass, S-gates. People from the outside world could not enter it at all. Human race Empyreans, please halt. Advance any further, and we'll activate the mountain protecting Grand Array and annihilate you all. The Empyreans had not arrived in front of the mountain pass, S-gates yet when a warning voice came from within the Grand Array. Several dozen Empyreans appearing at the same time, this commotion was seriously too big. Wanting to conceal it would not even work. Ryder cautiously sneaked a peek at Yi Yuan, feeling rather disdainful in his heart. Fiend Flame Mountain protecting Grand Array was the result of Heavenly Emperor Jiushang expending a huge price to ask a Fiend Race 8-star Formation G, OD to lay down. Its power was immense. This Grand Array could even block a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. And yet this guy actually barged over so impetuously? Wasn't this looking for a rebuff? While talking, the mountain protecting Grand Array already activated, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. The group of Empyreans that came together, each and every one of them also revealed looks of surprise. With rank 8 divine, rank Grand Array, wouldn't eradicating a few Empyreans be easily accomplished? But just as everyone was in shock, Yi Yuan took a step out and directly entered the Grand Array without the slightest hesitation. The Empyreans turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "Master Yi!" Courting death. Ryder sneered coldly in his heart to no end. Over at the Grand Array, Empyrean Cloudburst, who was maintaining the array formation, sneered coldly and said, "Truly a reckless and blind thing. Master Moji's Black Goblet, sly, Fiend Formation. Even Lord Jiushang himself don't even dare to clash head-on. A mere Empyrean actually dares to barge in." Finished talking, his hand seals moved rapidly. The mountain protecting Grand Array started operating frenziedly. Fiendish energy surged. A pressure that did not lose to a Heavenly Emperor suddenly descended. Countless streaks of black light suddenly lit up and smashed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, standing in the Grand Array alone, appeared extremely insignificant. The Grand Array surged with fiendish energy as if it had the might of heaven and earth. That sort of feeling was like Yi Yuan standing on the SH. E alone, facing a tsunami that came roaring. Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold yell, "Die!" Empyrean Cloudburst was a 7-star Formation G, OD himself. Controlling the array formation was naturally done with high proficiency. Such a large formation. In addition to having someone controlling it, the power could not be imagined. The human Empyreans' hearts leaped to their throats. This energy undulation was too terrifying. Each ray of black light was sufficient to one-shot an Empyrean. This was a true Emperor-level Grand Array. This was far from what Empyreans were able to resist. Even though they knew that Yi Yuan's array formation was formidable, this was a rank 8 divine, rank Grand Array after all. Bang, bang, bang. Countless terrifying attacks landed where Yi Yuan was standing. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly moved, taking a step. Then those countless berserk attacks instantly turned into nothing. The sound of the thunder was loud, but the rain was little. The Estones, plussing momentum, turned into smoke curling up in the air. Empyrean Cloudburst trembled all over. His pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise, "This? How is this possible? How does he know that that's the formation eye? Could it be a coincidence?" The human Empyreans were shocked until they broke out into a cold sweat. Only then, letting out a long sigh in relief, they discovered that they still underestimated Yi Yuan. For Master Yi to dare challenge the formation by himself, he naturally had a assurance. However, some Empyreans' brows also furrowed together. What was the use of Yi Yuan entering alone? Well, at this time, Yi Yuan took out a Divine Essence Stone, then pointed at the void. The Divine Essence Stone turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Following that, he took another step out, moving forward again. Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Impossible. It must be a coincidence." This Empyrean studied painstakingly for over 100,000 years in order to fully control this set of array formation. But he only took one look, and he found where the formation eye is. A rank 8 divine rank array formation was incomparably difficult to understand, practically already touching Heaven Dao. Even if he was a 7-star Formation G, OD, thoroughly controlling this set of array formations expended tremendous effort too. Even so, he only merely controlled it too. A rank 8 divine rank array formation was not what he could comprehend at all. Although this brat in front of him was an Empyrean, he was too young. It was simply impossible to see through the array formation with one glance. Hence, the spells in his hands urged once more. The grand array activated once again. The clouds and wind surged. But when those countless terrifying attacks landed, Yi Yuan took another diagonal stride. All of the attacks dissipated without a trace once more. Then he took out a divine essence stone again and pointed at the void, turning into a cloud of mist once more. This, just who the H-E-L-L is this young man? No way, right? Could it be that the mountain protecting grand array actually can't stop an Empyrean? This brat wouldn't be Master Moji's disciple, right? Inside the grand array, the fiend race powerhouses were all unbelievably shocked. Chapter 22-23, Very Superficial. Chapter 22-23, Very Superficial Empyrean. Cloudburst became more and more alarmed. At this point, if he still could not perceive Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength, then he would be a fool. Yi Yuan's every stride stepped on a formation eye. As long as it was on a formation eye, no matter how he urged the array formation, he could not harm the other party. But the crux was that wanting to find every formation eye was far too difficult. Rank 8 divine rank array formation was eternally changing, akin to a world evolving. The complexity involved, ordinary martial artists could not gauge it at all. But Yi Yuan only took one glance and understood. Cold sweat poured profusely out of Empyrean Cloudburst's back. He was scared by Yi Yuan. This guy was Lord Jiushang's enemy? Just what kind of a freak did Lord Jiushang provoke? Humph. So what even if you can crack the formation? A mere middle-stage Empyrean realm. Could it be that our Jiushang Bodhidharma is still scared of you? Empyrean Cloudburst laughed coldly and transmitted his voice through the array formation. He said, "All Empyreans head for the mountain Pa S gates, and gather." The voice was like thunder, spreading to every corner of Jiushang Bodhidharma. For some time, more than 10 black shadows sped like the wind, flying towards the mountain gates. When they saw the Yi Yuan above the void, each and every one of them was shocked speechless. A mighty rank 8 divine rank grand array actually could not stop an Empyrean? All of you prepare well. Once this punk successfully breaks through, you all will encircle and finish him off. Empyrean Cloudburst said coldly. The moment the other Empyreans saw Yi Yuan's realm, they could not help revealing disdainful looks. Cloudburst, you're also kicking up too much of a fuss over nothing. A mere middle-stage Empyrean realm scared you until like this? Yeah, you alone are sufficient to, right? Call us over for what? Empyrean Cloudburst frowned and said, "This brat is a little mysterious. Right now, Lord Jiushang is seriously injured and hasn't recovered. It's better to be safe and make provisions for contingencies." Hearing Empyrean Cloudburst said so, the others could only shut their mouths. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was actually able to rush the rank 8 divine rank grand array. They were also indeed extremely surprised. Inside the grand array, Yi Yuan advanced unhurriedly. It was as if strolling idly in a courtyard. Half a day later, Yi Yuan finally walked to the end of the grand array. The final formation eye, Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a cold cry, "Everybody prepare!" More than a dozen Empyreans also had solemn faces, all ACCU, muletting power, awaiting release, planning on giving Yi Yuan a lethal blow after he broke through the array formation. Yi Yuan stood still and took out another divine essence stone and pointed at the void. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Jiushang Bodhidharma started shaking violently, as if there was an earthquake. Crack, 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 crack. Above the void, one fine fissure after another actually appeared on the black goblet sly fiend formation. The fissures grew longer and longer, larger and larger. Empyrean Cloudburst's eyes were full of shock. He was already unable to control the array formation. The rank 8 divine, rank grand array collapsed. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Moji spent several hundred years of time in order to set up this grand array. But now, it crumbled apart in an instant. For a moment, there was flying sand and rolling pebbles, hills toppling and the earth quaking. The entire Jiushang Bodhidharma fell into chaos. Empyrean Cloudburst looked at that frail figure above the void blankly, a look of astonishment on his face. A 7-star formation G. Oh, D cracked a rank 8 divine rank grand array? This world was too crazy. One had to know Pa-S, sing through a grand array and destroying a grand array. These were two totally different concepts. A rank 8 divine rank grand array. Each formation I was interlinked with each formation I, forming a perfect ensemble. The grand array operated without rest, wanting to find a hint of flaw from hundreds of millions of pieces of information, and to destroy it. This was absolutely not the work of a single day. Furthermore, destroying the formation was 100 times, 1,000 times harder than setting up the formation. But Yi Yuan only walked one round in the grand array and wrecked it? He, Empyrean Cloudburst, spent more than 100,000 years just in order to control this array formation. Was this fellow still human? You. How did you do it? Empyrean Cloudburst muttered. Yi Yuan looked down at Empyrean Cloudburst and said coolly, "Those who find it hard don't know. Those who know won't find it hard. This array formation is very superficial. Cracking it isn't difficult." As superficial. Empyrean Cloudburst smiled bitterly. He felt that his brain was not quite sufficient to use. He was truly unable to imagine that a rank 8 divine rank array formation would one day actually be described as superficial by someone. Rank 8, the rank of Heavenly Emperor. No matter which Tao, as long as it reached rank 8, it already scaled the mountain and looked down upon the world. Formation Tao, Alchemy Tao, Talisman Tao, Sword Tao, so on and so forth without exception. And reaching this rank was as hard as ascending to the heavens, regardless of which Tao. Just like when Empyreans broke through to Heavenly Emperor, the difficulty involved made people despair. Formation Tao entering rank 8 was Heavenly Emperor level array formation. Now, it was actually said to be superficial by someone. How aggravating. But Empyrean Cloudburst also had no choice to admit that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to say this sentence. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not need the slightest effort when Russ, H.I. plussing the formation, saying that it was superficial, did not seem to have any issue. These several decades of amnesia had huge significance to Yi Yuan. His understanding of alchemy Tao and formation Tao already transcended the appearance, and he glimpsed right at the source. The rank 8 divine rank array formation that seemed gigantic was merely constant I, toot out of one small array formation after another in Yi Yuan's eyes. No matter how powerful the array formation, it could not escape this scope. Just like solving a mathematical problem, one could have several kinds, even several dozens of simple algorithms. However, when encountering a truly complex problem, one would discover that these simple algorithms were all not useful anymore. And at this time, the most basic calculation method became an omnipotent calculation method. No matter how complex the mathematics problem, it could not break away from the scope of basic calculation methods. Therefore, was there any meaning to researching 1 + 1 = 2? The significance was too great. Alchemy Tao was like so, and Formation Tao was also like that. Rank 8 divine rank array formations were strong, but in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was merely a pile of matchstick frames. He took out a few pieces of matchsticks, and the frame fell apart. Just that simple. It was just that these things, even if he said for Empyrean Cloudburst to hear, the latter also would not understand them. Those dozen over-Empyreans stood there in a daze and did not know what they should do for a moment. They mustered everything up to kill Yi Yuan, but all of a sudden the house collapsed. Now the entire Jiushang Bodhidharma was exposed, but there were several dozen human Empyreans outside. Ha ha ha! Truly broadened my horizons. Rank 8 divine essence array formation collapsed in an instant. Younger brother Yi, your formation Tao strength is probably already not beneath your alchemy Tao. Empyrean Chaoyuan recovered from the shock first and said with a big laugh, an Empyrean cracking a rank 8 divine rank array formation. Truly remarkable. Incredible. Master Yi is well deserving of being the southern border's #1 person. Cracking a heavenly emperor formation leisurely, formidable, domineering. The human Empyreans all started exclaiming with admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Today, they really broadened their horizons. Empyrean Cloudburst's expression was incomparably ugly, but now that it came to this, he could only toughen his scalp and said, "This human brother, this place is Jiushang Bodhidharma. This is Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's territory. You ruined our mountain-protecting Grand Array. Aren't you afraid of Lord Heavenly Emperor taking revenge?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Stop borrowing the majesty of a tiger. That dog was severely wounded by me and won't recover so fast. Make him come out and die for me." Chapter 2224 Blood Yama Hall Master. Chapter 2224 Blood Yama Hall Master. What? It's you. Empyrean Cloudburst's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. It was not that they did not believe it, but Yi Yuan was seriously too young. They always thought that the one who injured Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Who knew that it was actually such an Empyrean realm young man? Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was already injured for more than 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, what strength was Yi Yuan at? How could he possibly injure Heavenly Emperor Jiushang until like that? That was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, right? Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had extremely tenacious life force and were extremely hard to kill. But when Heavenly Emperor Jiushang fled back, he was already weak until being no different from almost dead. An Empyrean could injure a Heavenly Emperor until like that? If they knew that Yi Yuan was just divine vestige realm when he injured Jiushang, which was also celestial deity realm, no idea how they would feel. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Don't believe it? Call him out and you'll know." Swizz. H. Plus right at this time, on a distant peak, a cloud of black fog whirled away, the speed swift to the extreme. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, taking a stride out, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. In a flash, Yi Yuan actually reached first despite launching later, blocking in front of the black fog. Spatial law. The pupils of the group of fiend race Empyreans shrunk, exclaiming in surprise, "Brat, you're courting death." Inside the black fog and Astonies, plussing angry roar came over. A horrifying energy undulation directly shrouded toward Yi Yuan. This aura was actually late-stage Empyrean. Although Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had not recovered his strength, he already had late-stage Empyrean strength. This sudden scene made everyone's faces change wildly. Younger brother Yi, careful! Empyrean Chaoyuan cried out in shock. A fiend race Empyrean said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo, reckless and blind thing!" A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, no matter how injured he was. Jiushang was still a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse after 1,000 years of rest and recuperation. Even if Heavenly Emperor Jiushang did not recover to his peak, it was also not what everyone could block. Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well, lightly opening his mouth unhurriedly. Immobilize. Time became still. SPAC froze. Heretic dragon dominating SPAC. With another leisurely sentence, An enormous dragon emerged out of the void, thrusting a claw toward the black fog. Rumble. The speed that the black fog returned was faster than when it went. This claw directly kicked him to the foot of the mountain Pa-S gates. Yi Yuan leisurely took a step and returned before the mountain Pa-S gates amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes. This, what happened? A fiend Empyrean's gaze was sluggish, still not quite understanding what happened just now. Wasn't Yi Yuan going to die? Why was Lord Jiushang kicked back in an instant? Empyrean Chaiyuan's gaze turned intent, and he exclaimed, "That's heavenly doubt, true word." In that instant earlier, he freezed S-P-A-C. The Empyreans sucked in a cold breath, their gazes full of horror. After Yi Yuan returned, he displayed a stonies, H-I, plussing alchemy strength. But he had never exhibited his martial strength in front of people before. Today, he used 2 innate divine abilities consecutively, shocking everyone until they stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape. These 2 paramount dragon race innate divine abilities were too domineering. Empyrean Cloudburst muttered, "Spatial law, time freeze, cracking an emperor formation. This? Who the H-E-L-L is this guy? Impossible. This is impossible. It's just been a short 1,000 years. How can your strength possibly advance so quickly?" In the black fog came Jiushang's frustrated-sounding cry. The voice was filled with alarm and terror. Thinking back then, he transformed into Tang Yen and infiltrated into the mortal grove world. Yi Yuan was still just a celestial deity, realm little fellow. At that time, Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in his eyes. He, an exalted heavenly emperor, did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. All of Jiushang's attention was on heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. But now, merely over 1,000 years' time had Pa said, not only did Yi Yuan enter the ranks of Empyrean, his strength could even forcefully contend with a late-stage Empyrean. This kind of improvement could simply be rated as monstrous. One had to know this brat was merely a little crawling bug that walked out of the immortal grove world. But now a little bug trampled him, this heavenly emperor, underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at the black fog, his gaze slightly cold as he said, "Jiushang, our score should also be settled properly." Suddenly, the void trembled. Several dozen figures appeared in the sky above Fiend Flame Mountain. These several dozen figures were actually all Empyreans. One of them was dressed in black robes, being well-built and full of power and grandeur. His aura was extremely thick. It was shockingly a heavenly emperor. Seeing this scene, the human Empyreans' faces changed suddenly. No one would have thought that the fiend race would actually have so many powerhouses jump out all of a sudden. With this, both sides' strength suddenly reversed. Ha ha ha. Boy, do you think that this heavenly emperor would resign myself to death? Since you're walking right into a trap, then this heavenly emperor will send you on your way to go accompany Old Fart Immortal Grove. In the black fog, heavenly emperor Jiushang laughed wildly. "Black Fuse helped me kill this boy," Jiushang said to that heavenly emperor. Black Fuse's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan, but he did not make a move immediately. He started sizing up Yi Yuan. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "Boy, you're Source Knight?" Yi Yuan beamed and said, "You're the Blood Yamahal master?" Yi Yuan was very clear about the outfit of these people. It was precisely the Blood Yamahal when he infiltrated into the fiend race back then. Back then, his horizons were not broad, and even thought that the Blood Yamahal was merely a faction that depended on Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. He did not expect that there was actually still a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse in this Blood Yamahal. Black Fuse shook his head and said, "The Blood Yamahal spread all over the fiend race. It's much more powerful than you imagine. This emperor is just a branch hall's hall master. That's all. Rather, it's you. In just 2,000 years, you actually already broke through to middle stage Empyrean. Truly terrifying talent." Yi Yuan scammed the Blood Yama Hall back then and brought away the entire Purple Extreme Hall, becoming the target of the entire Blood Yama Hall's pursuit. This matter was naturally just a tiny sea spray to a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, being not worthy of paying attention to. But this Source Knight triggered great Tao Heavenly Melody, and he changed the Fiend Medicine Hall, making the strength of Capone capital cities fiend apothecaries multiply. This matter had once caused a stir in the entire Blood Yama Hall's Fiend Medicine Halls for a period of time. Even the Fiend Medicine Halls in imperial cities and imperial capitals headed to Capone capital city to learn from their experience. Presently, that batch of Fiend race alchemists that Yi Yuan nurtured back then, they already became the Fiend race master-level alchemy masters. Their statuses were venerated. After over 2,000 years pass, said the tiny action that Yi Yuan took against the Fiend race alchemists back then changed the entire Fiend race's alchemy world. Of course, this was all events after Yi Yuan left. It was also precisely because of this that Black Fuse had once specially asked for Source Knight's drawing. He memorized Yi Yuan's appearance. Back then, Yi Yuan transformed into Source Knight. His appearance was not altered greatly, so Black Fuse recognized him with one glance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I didn't expect that a measly little origin deity, realm martial artist, actually caught the attention of a heavenly emperor. Should this ye feel honored or not? But Black Fuse shook his head and said, Looking at it now, my attention to you is still too little. But speaking of which, this heavenly emperor still has to thank you. Black Fuse recounted the matter of the Fiend Medicine Hall, making everyone have shocked faces. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a past. Chapter 2225. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without a battle. Chapter 2225. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without a battle. The group of Empyreans could not help being rendered speechless. Seriously, even the Fiend race had legends of Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was not surprised at this. The Fiend race's alchemy skills were too weak. There were plenty of rooms for improvement. His casual pointer or two was naturally greatly beneficial to the Fiend race's alchemy skill systematization. Hearing Black Fuse made small talk with Yi Yuan, Jiushang was at a loss on what to do. What the freaking H.E.L. I was going on here? Black Fuse, what's the meaning of this? Jiushang said in a solemn voice. Blood Yama Hall ignored him and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, Coolly, Source Knight, your strength is decent. Why don't you join our Blood Yama Hall and help this emperor manage the Fiend Medicine Hall? How about it? Black Fuse. In the black fog, Jiushang's voice was full of alarm and anger. It was just that the human race Empyreans all revealed strange looks, making the priest temple's second sage, the southern border's #1 person, Yi Yuan, go and manage your Blood Yama Hall's lousy Fiend Medicine Hall? This heavenly emperor was specifically here to be in charge of jokes, right? Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, You can't afford to engage me. The Blood Yama Hall's Empyreans all sucked in a cold breath. This boy was so arrogant. But Black Fuse did not get angry and just said, Coolly, there is no body that my Blood Yama Hall can't afford to hire. You're a human martial artist and don't know the power of my Blood Yama Hall. You just have to know that with this heavenly emperor's strength, I'm merely a minor character in the Blood Yama Hall too. How is it? Do you want to become a corpse here or become my Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master? Black Fuse had a calm and collected look. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an ant. Letting Yi Yuan be the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master was lifting him up to show favor, either die or surrender. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever man and knew what he should choose. Hoo-hoo, forget that you're a measly little branch hall. Even your Blood Yama Hall's headquarters can't accommodate this great deity too. The void vibrated. A figure slowly walked out. It was precisely Bai Tong. Bai Tong looked at Blackfuse and could not help laughing as he said, "You're making the sacrificial temple's second sage. Southern Borders number 1 7-star Alchemy God, go be your branch hall's hall master. Aren't you afraid of stuffing your tiny temple until it explodes?" The moment these words came out, Blackfuse's face that was like an ancient well without any ripples, finally revealed a look of surprise. He looked toward Yi Yuan with an astonished face, attempting to link this young man with the Southern Borders number 1 person whose limelight was recently glaring. Source Knight was Yi Yuan? Blackfuse's heart shook wildly. As the Blood Yamahal's hall master, how could he possibly not have heard of Yi Yuan's great name before? But he did not think that the number 1 alchemy Dao person whose name shook the Southern Border was actually the Source Knight back then. You're Yi Yuan? Yeah. Source Knight Yuan Yi. Yi Yuan. Why didn't I think of it long ago? Blackfuse stared at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "What? He's the number 1 alchemy Dao person. Yi Yuan, whose name shook the Southern Border." Such an Estonies. Plus in great figure is actually a snotty brat. I heard that his alchemy Dao already reached a transcendent realm, and he is extremely likely to be the next medicine ancestor. Blood Yama, Hall's Empyreans were all incomparably shocked, looking at Yi Yuan. During this period of time, Yi Yuan's name shook the Southern Border. Even in the fiend race, Blackfuse was similarly shocked by Yi Yuan's great name until his eardrums hurt. It was just that he did not expect that the puny little origin deity, realm martial artist back then, actually already grew up to become the Southern Border's leading authority figure now. Who was Yi Yuan? He was the priest temple's second sage, an existence second only to the sacred ancestor, high priest. What Bai Tong said was right. His temple was too small and could not accommodate this great deity. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "I said before you can't afford to engage me. Now, Brother Blackfuse, do you still want to interfere with my enmity with Zhu Shang?" Blackfuse's gaze turned intent, and he said with a frown, "Zhu Shang is my fiend race's major power. How can this emperor sit by and watch him be killed by you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The Blood Yamahal does business too. Hall, Master Blood Yamahal. Why don't we discuss a deal? How about it?" The moment Blackfuse heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Talking with smart people saved things from becoming a ha. SSLE. Their Blood Yamahal did not have any fiend race ties. He and Jiu Shang merely had relations. I plus P of interest. Why would he really care about Jiu Shang's life or death, now that he knew Yi Yuan's ident? 1. Tai. How could Yi Yuan's value be what a measly little Jiu Shang could be compared to? Even with 100 Jiu Shangs being added up, he was not as valuable as Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was just a human alchemy then forget it. However, he was also extremely proficient in fiend pills. This way, Yi Yuan's value to the Blood Yamahal was huge. Unable to solicit, could cooperate. Wonder what business master Yi wants to discuss. Blackfuse said with a light smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, the Empyreans present, each person 1 tyrant blood, heavenly fiend pill. Hiss! The Empyreans present all sucked in a cold breath. Tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill was the same as the human race's emergence spirit ascension pill. Both medicinal pills that could advance cultivation. Dozens of Empyreans present meant dozens of tyrant blood heavenly fiend pills. This was absolutely a splurge. Want to talk about tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill? It was also no big deal. The fiend race's fiend apothecaries at 7-star level could refine it too. But Yi Yuan's products were bound to be top quality. Presently, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were too hard to ask for. One of his rank 7 divine pills was even more expensive than a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. One had to know a medicinal pill was just a one-time consumable, while a peak Empyrean spirit treasure could be used long-term. The value between the two was unable to equate at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually gave away dozens of tyrant blood, heavenly fiend pills the moment he opened his mouth. How could they not be shocked? Lord Blackfuse! Agree to him, Lord Blackfuse! Each and every one of Blackfuse's subordinates hyperventilated and already could not control themselves. Obtaining the tyrant blood, heavenly fiend pill, which Yi Yuan refined, they might break through their shackles and improve their strength further. How could they resist this sort of temptation? As for Jiu Shang, he was long flung beyond the 9th heaven by them. Blackfuse, you dare to sell me out? In the black fog came Jiu Shang's angry roar. Blackfuse could not be bothered with him at all. He just stared at Yi Yuan with a scorching gaze and said, "Not enough!" He had long seen through that there was an irreconcilable grudge between Yi Yuan and Jiu Shang. Since that was the case, why wouldn't he demand an exorbitant price? With him around, even if there was Bai Tong this heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan could forget about succeeding too. Heavenly emperors terrorized a region. This was not said for laughs. As long as he was standing here, he was a ticking time bomb. Yi Yuan clearly understood this logic too. That was why he would negotiate a deal with him. Otherwise, why would Yi Yuan waste his breath with him? You say, Yi Yuan said coolly. This Blackfuse was a clever person too. Yi Yuan knew that it would not be so easy. As long as the other party did not go too far, Yi Yuan could satisfy it. Compared to a few medicinal pills, he valued Jiu Shang's life more. Blackfuse grinned and said, "Talking with smart people saves the effort. From now onward, my blood Yamahal will send 5 fiend apothecaries to the pill tower every 100 years. I hope that, master, you won't be stingy with teaching them." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Blackfuse was rather bold. To actually want him to train his subordinates. This way, even though he did not take on the post of fiend medicine hall's hallmaster, it was also pretty much the same. Okay, deal. Yi Yuan nodded his head slowly and said, Chapter 2226. Here you go. Chapter 2226. Here you go. The pitiful Jiu Shang was sold by the 2 people, just like that. At his very moment, he experienced a suicide method called putting a noose around his own neck. Fine lad, it's you who forced me. Blackfuse, this boy has a secret on him. Inside the black fog came Jiu Shang's cold laughter. Back then, at the Immortal Grove world, the enormous mountain that descended from the sky had the aura of the heaven-span mountain. This kind of treasure was absolutely what even those invincible supreme lords would be moved by. Originally, he had always thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge after recovering from his injuries, and then H the giant mountain over while he was at it. But he never thought that the speed of Yi Yuan's growth would actually be so fast. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even struck first to gain the advantage, directly Russ. Plussing for Fiend Flame Mountain. But now he was about to lose his life. What did he still want this secret for? Hence, he planned on disclosing this secret fully and let Blackfuse and the Blood Yamahal take care of Yi Yuan. He believed that they would definitely be very interested in this secret. Hearing this, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not show anything. Blackfuse had a rather fascinated expression as he asked with a faint smile, "Oh, what secret?" "He has rumble." Jiu Shang's words were said halfway when Blackfuse suddenly pointed a finger out. Dao marks flashed. A terrifying energy undulation leveled the entire mountain to the ground. A finger move of a heavenly emperor was utterly terrifying. Everyone had their ears perked up, wanting to hear what Jiu Shang had to say, but who knew that Blackfuse did not give him the chance at all. However, Blackfuse did not kill Jiu Shang and even left him with one breath. Jiu Shang's life, he was naturally saving it for Yi Yuan. Blackfuse looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Master, you became the second sage's alchemy Dao's #1 person, the sacrificial temple's second sage. How can there be no secrets on him? In this heaven-span world, of the people who made great achievements, who did not have a great secret on them, Heavenly Emperor, profound secrets, sacred ancestor, high priest, medicine ancestor, these people were bound to shoulder in a stonies. Plussing secret on them. But so what? Even if he, Blackfuse, knew the secret, with the priest temple as the backer, could he still dare to do anything to Yi Yuan? Let alone that there was even a heavenly emperor powerhouse present in front of him. It was simply laughable for Jioshan to want to use this secret to exchange for his life. Except Blackfuse fancied himself clever and was presumptuous. The secret on Yi Yuan was indeed an incredible secret. The lesser heaven-span mountain, this supreme treasure. Its value was simply immeasurable. Once divulged, Yi Yuan would probably suffer endless pursuit. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. He calculated that Blackfuse would not give Jioshan the chance to speak. He still had this bit of confidence. Since Yi Yuan had once used the lesser heaven-span mountain before in front of Jioshan, how could he not have something up his sleeves? This was also one of the reasons why he cooperated with Blackfuse. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks for Hull, Master Blackfuse, taking action. It saved me quite a bit of trouble." Blackfuse nodded and said, "Since that's the case, this heavenly emperor will leave first. Master Yi, please don't forget the agreement between us." After he was done talking, Blackfuse directly brought the excited-looking fiend race Empyreans and left Fiend Flame Mountain. The human Empyreans all exchanged glances. A heavenly emperor powerhouse was sent away, just like that. Second Sage was indeed Second Sage. Younger brother Yi, what to do about these fiend Empyreans? Empyrean Chaoyuan said. Yi Yuan swept a glance and said coolly, "Kill them all." Hence a slaughter began. These fiend Empyreans were more or less related to the besieging of heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove back then. Killing them was also considered giving an account to heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove. Yi Yuan put Jioshan away, eradicated Fiend Flame Mountain, and completely wiped out the Kanua lineage that took part in the invasion of the immortal Grove world back then. This feud that bedeviled for millions of years was finally completely over. Everything settled down. Yi Yuan's front foot had just returned to Heavenly Eagle, and Blackfuse arrived right on his heels. He came in person. Coming along with him were also 5 7-star fiend apothecaries of the fiend race. "Brother Blackfuse, you actually came personally." Yi Yuan said in surprise. Blackfuse smiled and said, "Master, you might still be unaware of how precious your medicinal pills are. If this heavenly emperor doesn't come personally, it will probably be robbed halfway. The few of you, why haven't you offered greetings to Master Yi?" The 5 great Empyreans all bowed in salutation and said, "Offering greetings to Master Yi." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, considered to have responded, and said coolly, "I'll say the nasty things first. The few of you, upon entering my pill tower, you'll have to adhere to my pill tower's rules. Within these 100 years, your life and death are up to me." The 5 people's expressions turned somber, and they hurriedly complied. After he was done talking, Yi Yuan turned to Yun-Yi beside him and said, "Yun-Yi, the 5 of them will be handed to you. Just treat them as the pill tower's ordinary disciples will do." Yun-Yi bowed and acknowledged. Casually summoning a celestial deity realm youth who was dressed as a medicine boy, he instructed him, "Qin Rue, the 5 of them will be handed over to you. Within these 100 years, you'll be responsible for their alchemy Tao studies." The 5 people nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. The 5 of them were late-stage Empyrean mighty experts, 7-star fiend apothecaries, in the blood Yamahal in the fiend race, which one of them did not have extremely venerated status. Yi Yuan's name shook the southern border. They were only willing to go under Yi Yuan's tutelage, thanks to his name. But who knew that arriving at Heavenly Eagle, He actually let a little medicine boy be in charge of their alchemy studies. Even the heavenly Emperor Black Fuse by the side also frowned slightly. Among the 5 people, the black-faced, burly man in the front got up and said with displeasure, "Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? This Empyrean is, at any rate, a fiend medicine hall's hall master too. You're actually letting a celestial deity, realm little medicine boy be in charge of us. We came from thousands of miles away. Are you intentionally humiliating us?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Humiliating you all? This Yi doesn't have that leisure time. Qin Rue, spar with these 5 seniors." Qin Rue stepped out of the ranks and said with a bow, "Yes, Grand Master." Done talking, he turned to the 5 people again and said, "Senior, please teach me." The black-faced, burly man sneered and said, "Very good. This Empyrean wants to see if, in this heavenly eagle Bodhidharma, even a little medicine boy can teach this Empyrean how to refine pills." Half a day later, the 5 great Empyreans came before Black Fuse with their heads hung in shame. "Your Excellency, we are ashamed." Black Fuse was shocked until he stared dumbfounded in amazement. These 5 people were already his fiend medicine hall's pinnacle-most 7-star fiend apothecaries. But they were actually devastated by a little medicine boy until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Just how profound was this pill tower strength? He suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan's fame would be so resounding. The fiend race's alchemy skills did not even count as trash in front of Yi Yuan. Black Fuse drew a deep breath, reined in his thoughts, and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you all follow this little master and learn alchemy. Tao properly then." The 5 people no longer had any complaints and nodded in agreement. A month later, Black Fuse brought several dozens of tyrant blood, heavenly fiend pills, and left heavenly spiritual pill, Bodhidharma, gleefully. With these several dozens of tyrant blood, heavenly fiend pills, their branch hall strength would soar significantly, while those 5 Empyreans stayed at the pill tower and became Qin Rue's little medicine boys. On the 2nd day Black Fuse left, Yi Yuan brought Jiushang and returned to the immortal Grove world. Chapter 2227, Samsara? Chapter 2227, Samsara? In front of the lone grave, the youth in white clothing sat on the ground. He leaned against a large tree. Holding a wine gourd in his hand, he drank the wine inside. His expression appeared somewhat lonely. Inside the pale white flames, a wisp of remnant soul shouted himself Hoa, R.S.E., appearing extremely terrified. "Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will work like a horse for you in the future." Noisy! Yi Yuan's snapped his fingers. The power of the flames soared once more. Jiushang screamed miserably without ceasing, his fiend soul becoming even weaker. This lone grave was erected for Ji Zhengyang by Yi Yuan back then, on the former site of the Medicine King Hall. Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of wine and said to the gravestone, "It's been 2,000 over years, Father. Your deep hatred has finally been avenged. This karma is finally settled. Refining Jiushang's remnant soul requires 7 by 7, 49 days. This child will keep watch over you here for 49 days. Yi Yuan drank another mouthful, the corners of his mouth smiling as he said, "Still remember that back then, when I was 6, you taught me pill refinement for the first time. I refined it into a ball of paste. You clapped your hands and laughed loudly, praising that my talent Serpa, SES others. You told me to not be arrogant and not be rash, so I devoted himself to comprehending Tao for 200 years, and rose to prominence overnight in Cloud Marsh City. It was like he was drinking with an old friend while engaging in small talk. As he chatted, Yi Yuan's tears already drenched his SHI plus RT, a father's love for his son. For more than 500 years, Ji Xingyang gave the most belief fatherly love in this world to Yi Yuan. for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments. Ji Xingyang took immense credit. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that sacred ancestor, high priest's appraisal behind his back were these rare and commendable qualities in him. Apart from experiencing huge changes, there was still a huge portion that originated from his father, Ji Xingyang. One could say that Ji Xingyang was the beacon light of Yi Yuan's path in life. Even after reincarnating, before Ji Xingyang's remnant soul dissipated, he still taught Yi Yuan one final lesson. 7 by 7, 49 days were about to pass. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan poured some wine. Then he discovered that the wine gourd was already dry. Wine drying up, the tears also dried along with the wind. Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the gravestone, and said, "Originally, I wanted to accompany Father a few more days. It's just that presently, Ling Xue's life and death is unknown. While Lier is trapped in the abyss, the heaven-span world is about to fall into an upheaval. This child has no choice but to go. After everything settles down, this child will come and accompany Father again." At this time, Jiao Shang's final wisp of remnant soul was also thoroughly refined. Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang completely dissipated into heaven and earth. Watching Jiao Shang evaporate into thin air, a hint of relief flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart. His thoughts were incomparably smooth and actually entered a state of emptiness. The lesser heaven-span mountain flew out of his body involuntarily and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan viewed it and actually produced a feeling of a trace of bloodline connection. When looking at the lesser heaven-span mountain again, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes was already completely different. This lesser heaven-span mountain was an assemblage of colors, but constructed and formed out of tiny pieces of cubes. These little cubes divulged incomparably complicated and detailed information, making Yi Yuan unable to grasp it too. This is the aura of the great Tao source? Yeah, the lesser heaven-span mountain is incomparably profound and capable of letting me comprehend the chaos heaven-span canon. This kind of cultivation method, it's naturally closely linked with the great Tao source. I just don't know what relations I plus P this lesser heaven-span mountain has with that heaven-span mountain. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows jumped slightly. A wisp of green smoke suddenly emerged above Ji Xingyang's gravestone. It flashed across in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's heart jumped wildly and was incomparably shocked. This is Father's remnant soul has already completely dissipated. How can there possibly still be divine soul undulations? That is also the aura of Source? Yi Yuan was shocked until he could not express it with words. Back then in the endless world, he watched his father's remnant soul dissipate into thin air with his own eyes. But now, what was with the divine soul undulation on the gravestone? Remnant soul, karma, source. Could it be samsara? Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, instantly thinking of many things. Father's soul did not disintegrate, but was a remnant soul dissipating. Once Jiao Shang died, all of Father's karma in this world was settled. Hence, Father turned into a trace of Source and went to reincarnate? But was there really a venue for reincarnation in this world? Why was it never heard of? Where did one go to reincarnate? This world always had legends about reincarnation, but it had never been heard of that anyone really reincarnated. A person dying was like the lamp extinguished. Plusing, all thoughts becoming ashes. Dying was dying. Even for those heavenly emperor powerhouses, no one had heard before of someone who reincarnated and ascended the summit again too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, looking toward the lesser heaven-span mountain. Following that, his gaze seemed to pass through the void again, looking at the heaven-span world, the heaven-span mountain. Just what's there on the heaven-span mountain? Even Tao ancestors can't climb to the summit. Can I go up? Father wouldn't really have entered samsara? Yi Yuan muttered under his breath and suddenly felt an extremely strong impulse toward the heaven-span mountain. No idea how long pass, said either. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he said, Father, if there's really samsara in this world, this child will definitely find you and let you recover your memories. What you and Mother went through in this lifetime is far too painful. I'll definitely think of a way to make it up to you. Yi Yuan reliving another life. Even though Father Yi Hang and Mother Rin Hongling had some gray days, they loved each other for life. Presently, under Yi Yuan's protection, reaching old age together, even living forever, was not something hard. But his previous life's father, Ji Zhengyang, and mother, Ao Jun, experienced far too many U-M-P-Y roads and setbacks. The two people were in the right place, but at the wrong time, and they were unable to be together from the beginning to the end. Yi Yuan rescued his mother, but he was forever unable to rescue his father. This was the biggest regret in Yi Yuan's heart. Maybe he still had a chance to make up for this regret? Yi Yuan was not sure, but as long as there was a trace of possibility, he would not give up. Bidding farewell to Yi Hang, husband and wife, and his other, Ao Jun, Yi Yuan returned to the heaven-span world once more. Presently, the southern border's general situation had already settled down. With Baitong holding down the fort, he could also leave with his mind at ease. After the great battle with Nine Origin the last time, not only was Yi Yuan's chaos world utterly destroyed, his fleshy body debilitated, his divine soul even almost turned to ashes. If not for Dustless deploying the soul-suppressing pearl to protect Yi Yuan at the final juncture, he would not have lost his memories so easily. After all, Nine Origin was not an enemy that Yi Yuan had encountered in the past. He was too strong. His strength was sufficient to rival a human race's ninth firmament heavenly emperor. What kind of concept was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor? Someone like Jiu Shang. He could kill him with a puff of air. For Yi Yuan to be able to survive under his hands, it was already a miracle. But the price was Dustless falling into slumber. Without Dustless's support, Mu Lingshue's spiritual sense became weaker and weaker. Hence, after suppressing the southern border's upheaval, Yi Yuan had to leave. He had to go to S-H-I plus NRA Ghost Region to search for a natural treasure called Silvernet Blood Essence. Silvernet Blood Essence was immensely helpful for recovering soul bodies and could help Dustless recover. However, just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, Ning Tianping also came to bid farewell to him. At present, Ning Tianping already broke through to the Empyrean realm with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. His strength was already suddenly to go and take revenge for his master, Mo Li Fei. Mo Li Fei had once said before his opponent's strength was merely at the peak true G-O-D realm. Even if he broke through after so many years, with Ning Tianping's strength, it was naturally a cinch to deal with him. Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to stop him. Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping some medicinal pills and Empyrean spirit treasures to protect himself. This master and servant, two people left, going on their own path. Chapter 2228. Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over. Chapter 2228. Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over. S-H-I plus NRA Ghost Region was a land with extremely strong Yin energy. Human martial artists did not dare to approach at all. Legends had it that this place was once an ancient battlefield, with countless powerhouses who had died. Countless remnant souls and skeletons experienced year after year of changes and became ghost Tao powerhouses. And this ancient battlefield also gradually evolved into the S-H-I plus NRA Ghost Region. This place, ghost Tao powerhouses gathered. There was no lack of Empyrean-level powerhouses. With Yi Yuan walking into Fengdu Ghost City, he immediately attracted the attention of many ghost Tao powerhouses. It's actually a human. Haven't tasted the flavor of humans for so long. I didn't expect that there's actually someone who isn't afraid of death delivering himself to our doorstep. Geez, what a delicious smell. His blood must taste very good. All don't N-A-T-C-H him from me. This human is mine. When several rank 6 ghost Tao powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of them salivated heavily like they had seen a delicacy. Humans were delicious food in their eyes. Rumble. The moment Yi Yuan's aura released, the pressure of Chaos Realm suddenly bloomed. Directly cruise. H.I. plussing those few ghost Tao powerhouses to dust. The complexions of the other ghost Tao powerhouses turned deathly pale, looking at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, turning around and wanting to flee. You, come over! Yi Yuan suddenly pointed at a rank 6 heavenly corpse with a deathly pale complexion and said, that heavenly corpse was no different from humans. It was just that his complexion was dreadfully pale. At this time, because he was frightened, his face was even more without any rosiness. As senior, what instructions do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm looking for Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. Do you know where he's at? Fengdu Ghost City was an emperor-level ghost city, with the occupied territory being Ma. As Civ, there were 3 great ghost Tao heavenly emperors inside. The forces established by the 3 great ghost Tao heavenly emperors were respectively called Yin Huai Manor, Vast Huai Manor, Li Huai Manor. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, had once told him that he was under Heavenly Emperor Psangsu's Vast Huai Manor. The heavenly corpse said, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean? He should be imprisoned in Yin Huai Manor currently. Imprisoned. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The heavenly corpse nodded and said, a few days ago, Yin Huai Manor suddenly attacked Vast Huai Manor. It caused a huge commotion in Fengdu Ghost City. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean fumbled and was captured. Vast Huai Manor lost more than a dozen hidden streets. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said, lead the way. The heavenly corpse was taken aback and said, where to? Yi Yuan said coolly, Yin Huai Manor. The heavenly corpse said in surprise, Senior, Yin Huai Manor has experts as plentiful as clouds. Just the Empyreans are as many as more than a dozen. You're all alone. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, with his tone turning slightly cold as he said, lead the way. The heavenly corpse was startled and said, yes. The heavenly corpse trembled with fear, bringing Yi Yuan around. They then arrived in front of a feudal government office that occupied a huge area. On the feudal office was written 3 large characters, Yin Huai Manor. Yi Yuan knew that S.H.I. plus NRA, Ghost Regions, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not easily move out as well, as long as Heavenly Emperors did not take action. With his current middle stage Chaos Realm strength, there were already not many in the Empyrean realm who could do anything to him. Moreover, Fengdu Ghost City's 3 great Ghost Tao Heavenly Emperors were only first firmament Heavenly Emperors. Even if they wanted to take action, Yi Yuan had the power to protect himself too. Human. When Yin Huai Manor's guards saw Yi Yuan, their 2 eyes lit up. Yi Yuan stepped forward and said coolly, I'm here to bring Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean away. The guards exchanged glances and suddenly let out loud hoots of laughter. Bring Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean away? Who do you think you are? What a delicious boy. His blood must be very sweet. Boy, since you came, forget about leaving. Stay behind and let us brothers have a taste. Done talking. The few guards rushed forward and were about to tear Yi Yuan to pieces. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Stomping his feet, a horrifying air billow spread out with him as the center. Bang, bang, bang. The few guards directly exploded, turning into clouds of flying ashes. The remaining force of the air billow did not diminish, directly shocking until the earth ruptured, transmitting into Yin Huai Manor. After killing a few guards, Yi Yuan lifted his foot and slowly walked towards the feudal office. That heavenly corpse's eyes went wide. He even thought that Yi Yuan came to beg for leniency. But this guy was actually going to directly kill inside. And that's right. Yin Huai Manor was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's faction. Even if you were an Emperorian, you also would not dare to rush like this, right? Fine, lad, this human brat is too domineering. Yi Yuan caused a huge commotion, alarming Empyrean powerhouses very soon. A ghost Dao Empyrean stopped Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Human punk, to dare act wildly in the Yin Huai manner, are you courting death?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Bring Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean over, and I'll leave at once." The ghost Dao Empyrean sneered coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? You ask this Empyrean to bring him over, and this Empyrean will bring him over? Then what face will the Yin Huai Manor still have to keep a foothold in the city?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Are you mistaken? I'm not discussing it with you. I'm just informing you. If he's not coming out, then I'll search for him by myself." The ghost Dao Empyrean could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation, but he saw that Yi Yuan was young. Even if he was at the Empyrean realm, he also would not be too strong. Hence, he gave a cold snort and whirled toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's hand seals were like phantoms, and he said in a cold voice, "Seal!" He instantly formed a formation. The ghost Dao Empyrean was directly sealed in the array formation by Yi Yuan, unable to even move. Presently, Yi Yuan's strength improved further. The power of the 100 schools of thoughts, 9, profound heaven, subduing grand array, grew more than a magnitude stronger, dealing with a second firmament Empyrean, ghost Dao Empyrean. He did not need the slightest effort at all. That ghost Dao Empyrean had a look of terror. He totally did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move, and he was already completely sealed. No matter how he urged his strength, he was unable to break free. How could this human boy be so strong? Very soon, there were several more Empyreans that came out again, and they were all sealed by Yi Yuan in one move. The rank 6 powerhouses in Yin Huai Manor, each and every one of their eyes were almost popping out. Just who the L is this human brat? He hasn't made a serious move yet, and half of Yin Huai Manor is already defeated. This boy is an extremely formidable rank 7 formation G. Oh D, too terrifying. If not for showing mercy, the few Lord Empyreans would probably already be all dead. This boy is here for Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. He's actually forcefully barging into Yin Huai Manor. Really crazy. Lord Chi-Ju has already rushed over, so he's dead for sure. While talking, an Empyrean powerhouse with a deadpan face appeared in front of Yi Yuan. "Boy, it ends here. Take a step further, and you'll die without a burial ground." Chi-Ju said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I said before, bring Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean over, and I'll leave at once." Empyrean Chi-Ju's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're seeking death, then this Empyrean will send you off." It was only to see him roar wildly, a punch charging toward Yi Yuan. This Empyrean Chi-Ju was a corpse path Empyrean. His fleshly body was immensely powerful and was already late stage, rank 7. A corpse path Empyrean primarily cultivated the fleshly body, a body full of tough muscles, forcefully contending with Empyrean spirit treasures, was nothing difficult. It was just a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. In a blink, the two people clashed over several dozen moves. Empyrean Chi-Ju retreated wildly. His 2 meaty palms felt like they were already not his anymore. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a strange look, "You're competing on physical body with me?" Empyrean Chi-Ju looked at Yi Yuan with a terrified look as he said in shock, "Perfect 7th transformation, golden body." One fun fact: Fengdu City is a term for the netherworld/H-ELL. The author just added a ghost here to modify it slightly. Chapter 2229. Fine, give you face. Chapter 2229. Fine, give you face. After Jiushang died, Yi Yuan's heart realm reached perfection, his thoughts flowing smooth, his strength reaching greater heights. Presently, he was already comparable to fifth firmament Empyreans. With the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body, forcefully contending with a seventh firmament Empyrean was no problem at all, and he did not even utilize any martial technique at all. Qi Ju, what are you dragging your feet for? Just a human brat, and yet you still haven't taken care of it until now? Haha, I said that you all, these corpses, only have a body full of boorish muscles and don't have any use at all. It's also not useless, at least it can be used as a meat S. H-I plus ELD. At this time, another 3 figures arrived, encircling Yi Yuan in the middle. These 3 people were shockingly all late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. Empyrean Qi Ju snorted coldly and said, "The 3 of you, stop gloating over others' misfortune here. This punk has a perfect 7th transformation golden body. His fleshly body strength is not beneath mine. Furthermore, he's even a 7-star formation G, OD. His strength isn't to be underestimated." The other 3 people revealed shocked faces, looking toward Yi Yuan with amazement. These 3 great ghost Empyreans were respectively Ghost 7, Si Chen, and Demon Cloud. They were the same as Empyrean Qi Ju. They were the 4 late-stage Empyrean generals under Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's command. An Empyrean Demon Cloud said with a cold laugh, "Perfect 7th transformation! Ha! Looks like old Qi. You ran into a tough nut this time. However, perfect 7th transformation is completely useless in front of my ghost Tao 100 runes." Yi Yuan looked at the 4 great Empyreans and said coolly, "Looks like I have to beat you all down before you guys know pain." If it were before, Yi Yuan would still need to be very careful, using a scheme to rescue Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean out. But presently, his strength already did not need to act in a secretive manner. He could just directly kill to the doorstep, neat and tidy. S-H-I plus NRA, Ghost Region, was this kind of lawless place where the weak were prey and the strong feasted. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk rules with them at all, directly beating them into submission. Of course, on the account of Heavenly Emperor's face, he would not deal a killing blow. Otherwise, he would be fine, but Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean would be dead for sure. Hoo, truly a shameless boasting brat. This Empyrean will place an order for your blood in advance. Brothers, attack together. Empyrean Si Chen laughed coldly. The seals in his hands already started kneading. Ghost Tao 100 runes, myriad ghosts devouring hearts. All of a sudden, shrill screams of countless fierce ghosts suddenly sounded out, making people feel like their hearts were tearing apart as they listened to it. The ferocious ghosts wailed shrilly as they chomped down on Yi Yuan. Ghost Tao 100 runes, vast sea ghost hands. Empyrean Demon Cloud gave a fierce cry. An enormous ghost palm descended from the sky, directly slamming toward Yi Yuan. Ghost Tao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. Empyrean Ghost 7 cried strangely. Countless dark shadows extended out from underground, intertwining over toward Yi Yuan. 3 ghost talismans were executed. They were all Empyrean-level ultimate moves, with their power being incomparably formidable. 1 attacked the heart, 1 was a frontal clash, and 1 was a restraint. Coupled with Qi Ju this meet S. H-I plus ELD, the attacks of the 4 great Empyreans simply left no room for criticism. Ha, brat die. Empyrean Si Chen cried out strangely, facing the ghost shadows that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. Yi Yuan just lightly spat out a word. Immobilize. The air instantly solidified. The emus, E-M, E and T in the 4 great Empyreans' eyes disappeared, and what replaced it was terror. They could not move anymore. The shackle of heavenly Tao froze everything. Whatever move, whatever ghost shadows were all frozen. True sword hollow etch. Yi Yuan swung his bone sword, for streaks of sword light instantly fired out. Boom, 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 boom. For figures flew out backward in 4 directions. 3 ghost Tao Empyreans were directly cleaved into 2. But very soon, their bodies merged together. It was just much fainter. As for Qi Ju, a large wound was opened up on his chest, a ghastly sight. Defeating 4 Empyreans with one move, the 4 great Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with terrified faces, their gazes full of shock. Heavenly Tao True Word controlling S. P. A. C. This, Sichin said with a look of horror. Yi Yuan stood with his sword behind his back as he said, coolly, it's just a warning this time. Keep forcing me, and next time, you won't be able to recover. This sword move, Yi Yuan already held back. Otherwise, how could there be a possibility of them recovering? One had to know. Back then, inside the Black Flame Cave, Yi Yuan annihilated hundreds of Empyreans by himself. Now that he broke through to middle stage Chaos Realm, would he think anything of a few guys who had not even reached 8th firmament? The expressions of the 4 great Empyreans were very ugly. Only now did they discover what kind of a monster they faced. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, looking for so long, isn't it time to show yourself? Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge. A figure slowly walked out of the void, looking at Yi Yuan, amazement in his eyes. The arrival's aura was faintly discernible, hard to grasp. It was shockingly a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Who could this Heavenly Emperor be if not Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge? Yi Yuan killed all the way inside and caused such a huge commotion. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, it was naturally impossible for him to not detect it. It was just that he felt that the Empyreans could take care of Yi Yuan. In the end, the 4 great Empyreans all came out and were taken care of by Yi Yuan with one sword. That scene just now completely astounded him. Yi Yuan could actually control S. P. A. C time making S. P. A. C time freeze. Although he was not involved earlier, he sensed that this Heavenly Tao True Word's binding power was immensely strong. Even if it was him, it would be difficult to escape the constraints too. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge looked at Yi Yuan. His gaze was actually somewhat wary. Young man, this Heavenly Emperor doesn't seem to have provoked you in the past. Why did you run to my Yin Huai manor and cause such a big disturbance? Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge used sullen anger to suppress his dread, but Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, I'm just here to bring Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean away, but body was willing to talk nicely. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. You barged inside with such swagger and wanted people who would talk nicely with you. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge said coldly, if you bring him away with one word, wouldn't this Heavenly Emperor not have any face? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, fine, I'll give you face. Finish talking. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge and said coolly, Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean go. Said please, but Yi Yuan's tone did not have any intention of pleading at all. If you were willing, you had to give. Not willing to give, you also had to give. The Empyreans all had strange looks on their faces. This human boy was really overbearing and so arrogant. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, do you really take it that this Heavenly Emperor doesn't dare to do anything to you? Yi Yuan said calmly, if I leave, you can't keep me behind. If I want to kill people, you can't stop it. Don't believe it? You can give it a try. Finished talking, he clasped his hands again and said, Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean go. Time freeze coupled with spatial law. It was very easy for Yi Yuan to escape in front of a first firmament Heavenly Emperor. But wanting to stop Yi Yuan's ASSA, Signation, it was not possible unless these Empyreans hid inside Een Hwai Manor every day. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge gnashed his teeth in hatred Wisconsin H. I, plussing to smack this guy to death with one slap. But he really did not dare try. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was merely a minor character of little importance. These Empyreans by his side were not what one Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean could compare to. If they all died, wouldn't he become a lone general without an army? Even if it was a heavenly emperor, wanting to take in so many Empyreans was not so easy too. Empyrean powerhouses were leviathans of a region. So, how could they become other people's subordinates so easily? Chapter 2230 Three Great Blood Pools. Chapter 2230 Three Great Blood Pools. Mo Shah, you're actually not dead yet. That human powerhouse let you go just like that? Where is he? Heavenly Corpse Mo Shah did not leave. He really wanted to see what kind of confidence this human had to dare invade a heavenly emperor's manor. At this time, quite a few people also came after hearing the news. Seeing that Mo Shah was actually not dead, they could not help feeling surprised. They even thought that Yi Yuan killed him long ago. Mo Shah's deadpan face squeezed out a trace of an ugly smile and said, "He went in." Went in. He wouldn't have entered just like this to ask for people, right? Hoo-hoo! When was Een Hwai Manor so easy to enter? Mo Shah smiled bitterly again and said, "He killed his way inside." Pooh work. The few ghost Dao powerhouses by the side directly spat out. One of them said, "Killed his way in? This human brat's brain wouldn't be spoiled, right? Hoo-hoo, he was so COC, KY just now. Right now. I reckon that he's already being divided up and eaten by Empyrean Chi-Ju they all, right? Even if he's a peak Empyrean, forcefully barging into Een Hwai Manor is also a one-way ticket to seek him out." This ghost Dao powerhouse's words were said halfway when he opened his mouth wide, looking at Een Hwai Manor's gates with incredible shock. The rest had doubtful faces, turning their heads and looking. They were instantly dumbfounded on the spot. It was only to see a human and a ghost, one in front and one at the back, strutting out of Een Hwai Manor's front door. They even saw some Empyrean powerhouses that they normally would not come into contact with at the back, watching the two people leave like sending away the G.O.D. of plague. Seeing Yi Yuan bringing ghost Empyrean Wild Blade away. Those Empyreans let out a long sigh in relief. Outside, the ghosts had shocked faces, not understanding the situation. But they felt that it was very impressive. That ghost Dao powerhouse who was speaking earlier said stammeringly, "She came out just like that." No way, right? Could it be that this human kid is a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Mo Shah stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, shook his head and said, "No, he's just an Empyrean." But how could an Empyrean bring ghost Empyrean Wild Blade away? Could it be that heavenly emperor Ghostridge watched him act unbridledly, just like that? Heavenly emperor Ghostridge naturally would not watch Yi Yuan act presumptuously. But making the Een Hwai Manor suffer heavy losses for a measly little ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was not worth it. Hence, he still compromised in the end. After all, Yi Yuan gave him face too, although this face was somewhat unpleasant. Following behind Yi Yuan, Tanic waves surged in ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's heart. When he saw Yi Yuan in the immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm. At that time, the small and weak Yi Yuan still needed him, this ghost Empyrean's protection. But now, only 1,000 over years pass, said, Yi Yuan brought him, this captive prisoner, out from a heavenly emperor's manor. What was even more terrifying was that when he was brought out, he even saw heavenly emperor Ghostridge. At that time, heavenly emperor Ghostridge's expression was really fascinating to the extreme. Then, Yi Yuan brought him away in front of heavenly emperor Ghostridge's face. Before he left, Yi Yuan even said, "Thank you for heavenly emperor Ghostridge's face. What the H.E.L.I. was that? If that Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge was not around, then it was still all right. Yet, Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge was still around. Furthermore, looking at the situation, Yin Huai Manor had just experienced a great battle. Then, how in the world did Yi Yuan do it? Ghost Emperor Wild Blade understood that no matter how Yi Yuan did it, this young man in front of him was no longer that kid who sought protection under his wings back then anymore. The two people had just walked several streets when suddenly a bunch of ghosts and monsters rushed over head-on. When they saw the Ghost Emperor Wild Blade behind Yi Yuan, they were immediately frozen on the spot. Wild Blade, how did you come out? When a ghost Dao Emperor in the lead saw Wild Blade, he had an expression like a ghost had seen a ghost. Very fascinating. Wild Blade's face revealed a moved look and said smilingly, Yufang, it's young lord who rescued me. Emperor Yufang's eyes landed on Yi Yuan's body, and he said in surprise, Young lord? It's this kid? Didn't you say that your young lord was a celestial deity realm? Just based on him, he can rescue you out of Yin Huai Manor's ghost prison? Wild Blade's face fell slightly, and he said, Yufang, don't be impudent. Young lord is no longer that weak youth long ago. He's currently already an Emperorian powerhouse. Even Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge is somewhat afraid of him. Emperorian Yufang had a look of disbelief, sizing Yi Yuan up and down. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with them and said coolly, Wild Blade, go. Yes, young master. Wild Blade answered and left with Yi Yuan. Arriving at Wild Blade's residence, Yi Yuan directly opened his mouth and said, Wild Blade, do you know wherein SHI plus NRA Ghost Region has Silvernet blood essence? Ghost Emperor Wild Blade said in surprise, Silvernet blood essence is an extremely precious rank 8 natural treasure. It's also very rare in SHI plus NRA Ghost Region. What does young lord want it for? Yi Yuan said, The soul-suppressing pearl is seriously damaged. Dustless fell into a slumber. I urgently need the Silvernet blood essence to let Dustless recover his strength. Ghost Emperor Wild Blade turned pale with fright and said, What? Lord Dustless, he's so strong. Who could send him into a slumber? Could it be a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? In my memories, Dustless's might left no room for doubt. A Heavenly Emperor not emerging. No one could do anything to him at all. It was just that Ghost Emperor Wild Blade did not know that the soul-suppressing pearl had long already reached the level of a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Dustless strength advanced even further than before. Yi Yuan just nodded his head and did not say anything. Nine Origin was not just a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, so simple. That was a supreme existence that could forcefully contend with Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperors. Recovering from his shock, Ghost Emperor Wild Blade frowned and said, Silvernet blood essence is a great tonic item to divine soul-type powerhouses. When each piece of Silvernet blood essence comes into being, it will attract Heavenly Emperor powerhouses to take action. There will even be situations where some Heavenly Emperors being killed because of the battles for the Silvernet blood essence. In the course of time, the majority of them are controlled in the hands of middle-stage Heavenly Emperors, maybe even those above them. Yi Yuan listened until his brows furrowed tightly too. He knew that Silvernet blood essence was very popular, but he did not expect that it was actually popular to this extent. SNATC, hang a Silvernet blood essence from the hands of a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It could not be done unless he was tired of living. Is there no other way? Yi Yuan frowned and said, Ghost Emperor Wild Blade said with difficulty, There is a way, but it's also extremely dangerous. This Silvernet blood essence is produced in SHI plus NRA Ghost Regions 3 great blood pools. The 3 great blood pools are respectively HEL, L blood pool, Extinction blood pool, as well as Azura blood pool. Legends have it that the three great blood pools were gathered and formed by the blood of ancient supreme powerhouses. Not only is there Ma''s civ resentment, but there are also remnant souls of supreme powerhouses appearing and disappearing from time to time. Of course, this place is also a superb cultivation land for ghost Tao powerhouses. There will be countless ghost Tao powerhouses and corpse path powerhouses being there all year round. In there will be many Empyrean powerhouses breaking through every year, but also many Empyrean powerhouses dying. Some Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also never come back after entering the depths. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Sure enough, this silvernet blood essence was an extremely troublesome thing. But no matter how troublesome, he had to go too. His time was very tight. He already could not afford to dawdle. At this rate, Dustless and Mu Lingxue would both be in danger. His gaze turned intent, and he said, "Where's the nearest blood pool from here?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was startled inwardly, knowing that Yi Yuan already resolved himself. He then said, "Azura blood pool." Chapter 2231. Leaving elegantly. Chapter 2231. Leaving elegantly, the two people were currently discussing matters regarding the Azura blood pool when someone came to visit. When Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade saw the arrival, he bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Ghost Pupil." This Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil was also a late-stage Empyrean Ghost Tao powerhouse. His pair of black pupils were incomparably deep and seemed to be able to bewitch the heart. Ghost Pupil nodded slightly and said, "Wild Blade, Lord Vastsea made you bring your young lord to go see him." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was taken back, using inquiring eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Coolly, no need. You pack things up and go with me. I'm in a hurry." He was currently burning with anxiety. How could he be in the mood to have small talk with Heavenly Emperor Vastsea? Delaying a moment longer, Dustless and Mu Lingxue would be in more danger. In reality, Dustless also would not have fallen into such a deep sleep if not for protecting Mu Lingxue. Without Dustless protection at the final moment, Mu Lingxue's final trace of spiritual consciousness would have long been shattered. These days in Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan spent every minute and second in agony. Now, obtaining the Silvernet blood essence's news, how could he still be willing to delay? But Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Human, Lord Vastsea is summoning you. You dare to not give face?" Yi Yuan did not even look at him and said coolly, "Wild Blade." Wild Blade's expression changed slightly, and he said with a bow, "Yes." Ghost Tao powerhouses had those who grew themselves, and also those who were raised like Wild Blade. Ghost Tao powerhouses who made a contract were unable to defy their master's orders. Yi Yuan's order had even higher authority than a heavenly emperor. Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupils saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him and could not help saying in a great rage, "Fine lad, Lord Vastsea asking to see you is valuing you. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame this Empyrean for not being courteous." Suddenly, the air in the house became cold. A surge of cold wind rose from the ground and tunneled into Yi Yuan's body. Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupils' eyes suddenly released a black light. A powerful surge of soul force directly rushed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Beguiling ghost melody, heed my command. Brat, slap yourself all the way until this Empyrean calls for you to stop. Ghost Pupil directly ordered. Seeing Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil use his ultimate move the moment he came up, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's expression changed greatly. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Ghost Pupil, show mercy!" Snort. Right at this time, Yi Yuan released a cold snort from his mouth. This cold snort, Yi Yuan brought along the voice of the dragon G. Oh, D of the dragon race. Ghost Pupil gave AMUF fled groan and was actually wounded by Yi Yuan's cold snort, causing even his body to become a lot more illusory. Although Ghost Dao powerhouses did not have corporeal bodies, reaching Ghost Empyrean realm, they were already close to being corporeal. But at this time, Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil was actually forced back into his original form. How is this possible? Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil looked at Yi Yuan with a look of fright, full of disbelief. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was not strong. It was at least much weaker than his. Facing such an opponent, his beguiling ghost melody would work 100 times out of 100 times. If so, why did Yi Yuan's divine soul being released just like that, and then it could injure him? Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil was extremely perplexed. By the side, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was also extremely shocked. He was deeply aware of Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil's prowess. Even the 3 great Ghost Empyreans under Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's command were extremely apprehensive of him too. This beguiling ghost melody was extremely restraining towards same rank Empyreans too, but it was shaken off by Yi Yuan so easily. Not only shaken off, he even severely wounded Empyrean Ghost Pupil. How could young master's strength be so horrifying? Yi Yuan looked at Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil and said with disdain, "Even the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest are unable to control my will. Just with the likes of your paltry ghost path mystic art, you want to control me? Do you know what's called overestimating your own ability?" Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil had a face that was struck dumb with amazement. With Yi Yuan's snort earlier, he indeed felt a willpower like beholding a great mountain hit him head-on. It was precisely because of this that he was easily injured. How could a mere human Empyrean realm have such a formidable will? Although Yi Yuan talked about whatever medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, he felt that it was overly boastful. But Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil dared to confirm that Yi Yuan's will was absolutely stronger than Heavenly Emperor Vastsi. Furthermore, it was more than a magnitude stronger. The shock in his heart was unable to use words to describe. "Wild Blade!" Yi Yuan urged lightly. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade suddenly startled awake and hurriedly packed up and got everything ready. Yi Yuan brought Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and swaggered at a vast Hui manner just like that. But right at this time, a sinister to the extreme ghost aura descended from the sky. A virtually corporeal figure blocked in front of Yi Yuan. This ghostly energy was extremely condensed. If an ordinary human Empyrean was here, they would likely have long been frozen stiff. Inside Yin Hui Manor, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's mouth. Vastsi, that fool probably still doesn't know this boy's terror. Losing face in front of so many people in the city, this emperor will see how you still have the face to show yourself in the future. The events previously, he issued a gag order to the powerhouses in the manor, absolutely forbidding for anyone to spread it. This boy was like a thorn. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge felt that he definitely would not be used by Heavenly Emperor Vastsi. Sure enough, in less than half a day, both parties fell out. Heavenly Emperor Vastsi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a thunderous look, "Human brat, you brought away this Heavenly Emperor's subordinate. Not only did you not even inform in advance, you even seriously injured this Heavenly Emperor's subordinate. How do you plead?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's complexion was ashen as he cried out in surprise, "Lord Vastsi, young master, Yi Yuan stopped Wild Blade with a hand gesture. Looking at Vastsi, he said coolly, since you came, then I'll inform you about it. Wild Blade will be following me in the future. Say your goodbyes. Wild Blade, let's go." A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse moving out had long already alarmed numerous powerhouses in the city. Emo Shah and his companions just happened to be among them too. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the ghost shrunk. This fellow was so arrogant. What he was facing was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Could this human brat really be a fool? That's Heavenly Emperor Vastsi. Yet he's actually this arrogant. Isn't that so? Just nice. I can take a look at what he's relying on to be able to bring away Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade from Een Hwai Manor this time. Ha, I somewhat understand now. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge, probably intentionally, didn't show up to let this kid bring away Wild Blade. Heavenly Emperor Vastsea laughed from extreme fury and said, Ha, what an arrogant brat. Could it be that you really take this Heavenly Emperor to not dare to make a move against you? Forget it, since you're intentionally courting death. This Heavenly Emperor will send you off then. Immobilize. Heavenly Emperor Vastsea's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan already executed time freeze. In an instant, laws descended. Vastsea was immobilized. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still only initial stage rank 7, he could already use this move and escape from under the hands of abyss monster Heavenly Emperor Manya, let alone that he was currently already middle stage, rank 7. How much stronger was the power of the present time freeze compared to that time? Wild Blade, go! Yi Yuan grabbed the dumbfounded Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and directly teleported more than 10,000 miles away. After an instant, SPAC time recovered. Heavenly Emperor Vastsea's eyes were full of shock. Heavenly Tao True Word Spatial Law. What a terrific human lad. Looks like Wild Blade followed a good master. Chapter 2232. Blood Sea Phenomenon. Chapter 2232. Blood Sea Phenomenon. Such thick carnage energy. Yi Yuan 2 people arrived before a long and unbroken stretch of mountains. A thick scent of BLOD. Why smell hit face on, stirring up a sinister wind by his ears. Under the illumination of sunlight, this mountain range actually gave off a series of blood-red light halo. In the dense woods, numerous ghost Dao powerhouses came and went. But sensing the powerful auras coming off of Yi Yuan 2 people's bodies, they did not dare to draw near. Young master, be more careful. Humans coming to this place need to open up their world domains to resist the carnage energy. This carnage energy is extremely harmful to humans. Even Empyreans will find it hard to withstand its corrosion too. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade warned. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, resist? Why is there a need to resist? Finished talking, his cultivation method revolved. He actually absorbed these carnage energies frenziedly. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's 2 eyes became wide saucers, a look of shock on his face. His young master was actually absorbing the carnage energy. Young master, you. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade cried out in surprise that human is actually absorbing carnage energy. I think that he's tired of living. Jeej, perhaps he feels that our ghost race is pretty good and wants to join our ghost race. Something's wrong. Why is his aura becoming stronger? In the distance came some ghost Dao powerhouses' disdainful voices. But very soon, they discovered something amiss. Humans were unable to use this carnage energy to cultivate at all. Absorbing into the body would only harm their bodies. But Yi Yuan's aura was actually becoming stronger. Yi Yuan absorbed for a while and immediately felt refreshed. The thickness of this carnage energy could virtually catch up to the thickness of the devilish energy in the Dragon Eye Cave. Using it to cultivate naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Seeing Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's dazed expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Carnage energy, devilish energy, heaven and earth spiritual energy, there's essentially no difference. It's just that the attribute is different, that's all. The carnage energy here is extremely thick. It's a superb cultivation ground for me. After finding the Silvernet blood essence, I want to enter close seclusion for a few days here. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had a look of astonishment on his face and said with a sigh of admiration, Young master's talent, even Lord Immortal Grove, is far inferior. He had followed Yi Yuan for a short time after all, so he was far from aware about Dustless's experience with Yi Yuan in the past. While chatting, The earth suddenly quaked and the mountains shook. An even stronger carnage energy gushed out from underground. The BLOODY light above the mountain range became incomparably forbidding, giving people a hair-raising feeling. The Azura blood pool entrance in the distance. Countless ghost Tao powerhouses gushed out, fleeing like they were flying, all of their expressions seemingly incomparably terrified. Behind them, BLOODY light shone brilliantly. Those that were enveloped by the BLOODY light directly turned to ashes. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had an anxious and doubtful look as he said, What terrifying power! What in the world happened in the Azura blood pool? But a hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said, Such a phenomenon! I'm afraid that a precious treasure came into being. At this time, a deadpan face came beside Yi Yuan and said coolly, This is already the third time within a month. I heard that in the other two major blood pools there, such phenomenons similarly erupted. Looks like the Azura blood pool that has been quiet for countless years finally can't hold back anymore. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and immediately sensed that this corpse path powerhouse was very extraordinary. You're a frequent guest of this place? Yi Yuan asked. The other party nodded his head and said, I'm called Wu Jiang. I started braving the Azura blood pool, starting from rank 4. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The powerhouses in the outer peripherals were many. Rank 4s and rank 5s could be seen everywhere. There were also quite a few rank 6s. But Yi Yuan was clear that under such an environment, being able to cultivate all the way from rank 4 to rank 7 was simply a miracle. Looks like his feeling was not wrong. This Wu Jiang was very extraordinary. I'm called Yi Yuan. Since Brother Wu is a frequent guest here, then in your view, how high are the chances of the Silvernet blood essence appearing under this kind of phenomenon? Yi Yuan asked. Wu Jiang was startled, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually aiming for the Silvernet blood essence. He shook his head and said, Such a phenomenon, the Silvernet blood essence will definitely appear. It's just that, with your strength, I advise that you'd better don't get yourself killed in vain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Does Brother want to team up with this Yi? Wu Jiang was slightly surprised, not expecting to be seen through with one glance by Yi Yuan. He saw that Yi Yuan was actually able to absorb carnage energy to cultivate and felt that this boy was extraordinary. That was why he had the idea of making friends. He had run around here for a long time and more or less understood the powerhouses here a little. But there was no one capable of making him regarded the person with importance. But this Yi Yuan, he gave him a feeling of being not simple from the first time he laid eyes on him. Wu Jiang did not hide it either, nodding and saying, This Wu has always moved independently for so many years and rarely found people to team up. But the blood pool abnormality this time is attracting more and more major powers. Furthermore, inside the blood pool is also filled with dangers. Hence, that's why I had this idea. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Since Brother Wu thinks highly, then this Yi will accept deferentially rather than decline courteously. The voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Ha ha ha. With this Azura blood sees abnormality. There's probably a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure coming into being. Amidst the wild laughter, the ghost figure turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed into the cave by meeting the BLOODY light directly. Wu Jiang's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, Heavenly Emperor Purple Cloud! Even he came too. His voice had yet to fade when several other fearsome auras descended. Those auras completely disregarded the BLOODY light and charged straight into the Azura blood sea. Yi Yuan was also startled inwardly when he saw the situation. These Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all middle-stage Heavenly Emperor, peerless powerhouses. Each and every one of them was starting to move restlessly. Before long, another cloud of black gas descended. Those who were slightly touched by the black gas directly turned to ashes, scattering away. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "A seventh firmament heavenly emperor!" Wu Zhang's deadpan face became several shades whiter, and he said, "It's heavenly emperor, quicksand." I didn't expect that even he's alarmed too. With this azure blood sea is lively. In merely half a day, Yi Yuan saw that there were 7 to 8 middle stage and late stage heavenly emperor powerhouses entering the azure blood sea. As for initial stage heavenly emperor powerhouses, those that entered were as many as more than a dozen. For some time, powerhouses gathered. Of course, these heavenly emperors held in contempt toward the common treasures at the outskirts. They directly entered the depths of the blood sea. No idea how long had passed, said. There were finally no more heavenly emperor powerhouses descending. Only then did everyone cautiously enter further inside the azure blood sea once more. Although the current azure blood sea was dangerous, it was when the lucky chances were the most. At this time, no one was willing to be outdone by others. Perhaps a fortuitous encounter could let them soar to the heavens with one bound. Yi Yuan, it's our turn to enter. Wu Jiang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Afraid that it isn't that simple. Those entering now, the lowest are third firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses too. First firmament heavenly emperors and second firmament heavenly emperors haven't appeared yet. Don't you find it odd?" Wu Zhang's expression changed. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when several figures slowly walked out of the void. Chapter 2233 Forming Enmity. Chapter 2233 Forming Enmity. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun. Heavenly Emperor Brutal Feather. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Morn. That's Heavenly Emperor 9 Lives. He's a second firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. One powerful figure after another appearing in succession. There were actually as many as 7 people. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, clearly not expecting that there were actually still so many heavenly emperors in hiding. Wu Jiang looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, not knowing how he discovered these heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze swept across the whole place and said in a cold voice, "All Empyreans are not to take action without authorization. Those who defy die." The faces of the Empyreans present changed drastically, immediately realizing that they were designated as cannon fodder. First firmament and second firmament heavenly emperors were at the bottom of the barrel among heavenly emperors. They were not as confident as before. Naturally, the places that third firmament heavenly emperor and above wanted to go, these cannon fodders were no use at all. The abnormality this time was very strange. These first and second firmament heavenly emperors were rather cautious too. Finding Empyreans to be cannon fodders became a pretty good choice. In the various major mystic realms, powerhouses making weaklings go be cannon fodders frequently appeared too. Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus suddenly several figures sprinted wildly, heading for the opening of the Azura blood pool. How swift were the movements of Empyrean powerhouses! They were fast, but Heavenly Emperor 9 Lives was faster. It was only to see a hint of a cold smile flash across the corners of his mouth, his finger flicking lightly. Several streaks of light dots arrived in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Those scurrying Empyrean powerhouses were instantly slaughtered by him without missing a single one. Among them, there were even several late-stage Empyrean powerful experts. Who else wants to leave? Heavenly Emperor 9 Lives said coolly, not carrying the slightest compa. S. Shaun. The others were silent like cicadas in winter. In front of heavenly emperors, they were akin to ants. Only heavenly emperors could confront heavenly emperors. Wu Zhang's deadpan face became several shades whiter. He involuntarily looked over towards Yuan, but discovered that Yuan had a look of composure, seemingly not looking too worried, and immediately felt slightly calmer. Seeing no one jump out, Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives said coolly, "Very good. Since N. Oh, body is leaving, enter then." Got to admit, Azura blood pool attracted countless powerhouses. Just the Empyrean powerhouses here were in the hundreds. This force was already immensely powerful. Just as everyone was planning on entering the Blood Sea, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn suddenly gave a light cry of surprise and said, "There's actually still a human bug. You, come over." While talking, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn extended his hand and pointed at Yi Yuan. Wu Zhang's expression changed and could not help looking at Yi Yuan nervously. Yi Yuan slowly stepped forward and said coolly, "What instructions does Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn have?" Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, "A brat who's so ignorant of the rules. A mere human bug also dares to encroach on my ghost race's treasure?" Finished talking, his finger flicked. A streak of white light shot right at Yi Yuan. The horrifying energy undulation made all of the Empyreans' faces change, all clamoring to dodge. Yi Yuan was also surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn would actually kill people at a word of disagreement. But although he was surprised, he did not panic. His figure retreated explosively, the bone sword attacking fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Yi Yuan released thousands of incomparably swift and fierce sword lights, rumbling over toward that streak of white light, falling back several tens of thousands of feet in a row. That streak of white light was utterly dissipated by Yi Yuan in the end, and between them, an enormous ravine was also blasted out. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, glaring at Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn, while the Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze flickered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. This scene earlier happened too suddenly, quick until everyone did not react to it. But seeing Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn taking action, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually unleashed thousands of sword lights in a single breath, directly neutralizing Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's attack. Even though this attack was merely a casual strike of Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's, it was also not what any Empyrean could block. This attack was more than enough to kill an 8th Firmament Empyrean. At the very least, among the Empyreans present, those able to block it did not Serpa. S 10 fingers. Hoo, Ghostmorn, you're really becoming promising. Can't even take care of a human race Empyrean realm brat. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun said gloatingly, "Ghostmorn, I don't know you. Seriously too disgraceful." Heavenly Emperor Brutal Feather also had a look of being unable to bear to look at it. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn was stunned at first. Following that, there was boundless fury. In front of a bunch of Heavenly Emperors, it was really a major loss of face with this. D.A.M. and human brat, this Heavenly Emperor will kill you. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's terrifying pressure suddenly erupted and was about to unleash a heaven-shocking strike. When the Empyreans felt this terrifying pressure, each and every one of them had ashen faces. The might of a Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying. At this time, Nine Lives suddenly spoke up. He said, "Ghostmorn, spare this boy's life. His strength is decent. Killing like this is somewhat a waste." Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives was a 2nd Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Ghostmorn had no choice but to give face. He gave a cold snort and said, "Boy, consider yourself lucky." Ninelives's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Go in." The Empyreans opened up their domains and isolated the BL-OODY light outside and slowly entered the Azura blood pool. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and followed everyone into the cave. There were 7 ghost Dao Empyreans in front. Becoming enemies with them was clearly not a wise move. His objective for coming here was the Silvernet blood essence, There was no need to do this kind of pointless fight. Of course, this enmity, he noted it down. Wu Jiang scooted over and said in surprise, "Brother Yi, are you all right? Just now, I even thought that you were dead for sure. Your strength is pretty good." Wu Jiang, indeed did make an error of judgment. Wu Jiang was somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's strength, but his overtones were that he could also receive this strike. How could Yi Yuan not understand? This Wu Jiang was clearly not an ordinary Empyrean either. Entering the cave entrance, it was a stretch of BLOODY light before their eyes. This place was an enormous underground cavern. Along the way, there were big and small blood pits everywhere, flowing with dark red blood inside. Blood bubbles even bubbled from time to time. Don't touch these blood bubbles. Once touched, even Empyreans will have their souls dissipate too. Wu Jiang warned. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart and nodded his head in response. Apart from this, Yi Yuan discovered that the SPAC here was extremely distorted. Ordinary Empyreans were unable to traverse through SPAC at all. This Azura blood pool was like a giant spatial cage, constraining everyone in here. Furthermore, the deeper in, the more terrifying the degree of spatial distortion. Even heavenly emperors were unable to escape too. Of course, this was no big deal to Yi Yuan. His spatial law attainments were not what ordinary Empyreans could compare to. This group of people was extremely strong. At first, they did not encounter any danger. But very soon they ran into problems. A tragic cry came over. A second Firmament Empyrean, Ghost Tao Empyrean, was directly sucked into a blood pool, Vanis. Plussing without a trace. With this, the hairs of all the Empyreans stood on ends. They did not see the opponent at all, and this Empyrean was gone. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, and he said to Ghost Empyrean Wildblade, "Wildblade, get a little closer. Don't get separated from me." Chapter 2234. Bluffed them. Chapter 2234. Bluffed them. One after another, there were miserable screams coming over nonstop. One Empyrean after another was directly sucked in the blood pools. The Empyreans had panicky looks. They could not see the opponent at all. Wu Jiang's expression was very ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "This place is normally just the activity area of rank 6 powerhouses. Why did so many D-A-M-N things pop out now suddenly?" Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, and he said, "A precious treasure coming into being. Having this kind of phenomena is also normal. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, activate." Yi Yuan had transcended 7 nirvanic tribulations. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had long been cultivated to an extremely high realm already. At this time, the moment the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil activated, the world immediately became different. Amidst the BLOODY light, one gray figure after another was moving about everywhere. These guys were hidden in the BLOODY light. The BLOODY light became their natural protective defense. Even for Empyreans, it was very hard to discover them too. Who's H? Plus, one of the gray figures suddenly shot out, flying toward Ghost Empyrean Wildblade. But Ghost Empyrean Wildblade was completely clueless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he cried out coldly, "Sword of Will, chop!" A transparent sword instantly condensed and chopped toward the gray figure with inconceivably swift speed. Yike! That gray figure emitted a strange cry and tunneled back into the blood pool with a whoosh. Hearing the strange cry from behind, Ghost Empyrean Wildblade was greatly startled. Only then, knowing that he had gone to the gates of HLL and came back, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze flickered slightly and marveled with admiration. Such condensed soul force, almost turning corporeal. His divine soul has likely already reached grand completion, rank 7. This boy isn't simple. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn sneered and said, "So what if Grand Completion, rank 7? How long can he still live in this place?" Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives nodded and said, "The stronger he is, the better it is for us naturally. With him around, at least we can take action later. With the blood pool having unusual changes, there will be quite a number of good stuff that will come out. But correspondingly, it would also be a lot more dangerous." The other Heavenly Emperors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan made a move to slay the gray shadow and stop taking action. Let things drift if they did not affect one personally. Under such circumstances, standing out in the limelight did not have any good outcome. If not for saving Ghost Empyrean Wildblade, he definitely would not have taken action. From time to time, there were still ghost Dao powerhouses that were directly dragged into the blood pools. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives pointed at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "You go and take care of those gray shadows." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "If I say no." Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives' tone carried a majesty that did not allow questioning as he said coolly, "Not taking action, you die." Clearly, with the eyesight of these Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they could see those gray shadows. It was just that none of them were willing to make a move. These gray shadows were all soul bodies. Killing all of them required tremendous expenditure of soul force. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouses clearly wanted to preserve their strength to deal with those dangers at the back. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives, speaking, had much greater weight than Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. After all, he was a second firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. By the side, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn smiled coldly and said, "Brat, being a cannon fodder has to have the awareness of being a cannon fodder. Go or die." These Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not care at all, directly putting it out on the table. In front of them, Empyrean powerhouses could only be cannon fodders. Empyrean powerhouses dominated the secular world. But in front of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they were still ants. Ants did not have the qualifications to negotiate terms. Yi Yuan's expression flickered indeterminately but did not take action after a long time. Wu Zhang's expression changed slightly, and he urged, "Brother Yi, preserving your life is important. We can't afford to provoke Heavenly Emperor powerhouses." Finally, Yi Yuan's tightly clenched fists loosened. He slowly turned around, his figure moving, directly catching up to a gray shadow. Sword of Will, kill! Yi Yuan's Sword of Will was incomparably swift and fierce. One sword landed. It directly slaughtered that gray shadow. His figure moved swiftly, attacking like lightning, killing more than 10 gray shadows in a blink of an eye. When those gray shadows saw that they were unable to hide their figures anymore, each and every one of them hid inside the blood pools and no longer bubbled. When the Empyreans saw that Yi Yuan was so ferocious, each and every one of them was extremely frightened too. If this Sword of Will were to chop on their bodies, it would be fatal. Even though their bodies were long already corporeal, they were still soul bodies in the end. This Sword of Will's damage to them was even stronger than Divine Essence martial techniques. Yi Yuan stopped, appearing somewhat dispirited and inert. Those gray shadows were all rank 7 soul bodies, their strength comparable to middle stage Empyrean realm. Killing so many soul bodies, it was naturally somewhat too much for Yi Yuan's soul force to bear. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives coldly and said, "Satisfied now?" Finished talking, he sat down cross-legged, planning on recovering soul force. But at this time, Nine Lives said coolly, "Not need to recondition, carry on walking. Do you plan on making so many people wait for you to rest up?" Done talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Continue forward." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and suddenly stood up, summing a posture like he was going to risk his life, but he was held back by Wu Jiang. Forget it. They are all Heavenly Emperors. We can't afford to provoke them," Wu Jiang urged. These Heavenly Emperors did not view him as a person at all. They were simply ordering him about like a beast of burden. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said with a smug look, "Hoo-hoo, brat, this place isn't the place for you to act wildly. Got resentment, hold it in. Not stifling it, you'll die." The moment Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives released his imposing aura, a terrifying pressure descended on Yi Yuan's body. Still not moving? Do you really want to force this emperor to take action? Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives said coldly. Yi Yuan's expression changed several times. Finally, he still drew a deep breath, turned around, and left. "Very good. I've remembered this." Yi Yuan said coldly. "Hoo-hoo, he's threatening us. An Empyrean is threatening heavenly emperors." Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn laughed in spite of himself. His strength is indeed pretty good, just that his brain is a little flawed. Can't understand the situation, Heavenly Emperor Zhaohun said coolly. Another Heavenly Emperor said with a cold face, "Reckless and blind thing. If not for being a little useful, this emperor would have long killed him." Toward Yi Yuan's threat, they naturally would not take it to heart. In their view, making you all be cannon fodders, you would have to endure it. In fact, you even had to express 1,000 thanks. Putting on airs, you don't have that qualification. "Young master, are you all right? It's all me who's useless." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said with self-reproach. Yi Yuan gave a wink and transmitted his voice on fine. "I'm just bluffing them." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was startled in his heart, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. How was this possible? That degree of soul force expenditure earlier, even ordinary late-stage Empyreans would find it somewhat too much to bear, let alone Yi Yuan. How could he know that Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably condensed to begin with? After essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths fused into one, his divine soul was even formidable to the extreme. Far Serpa. Sing those in the same rank. Previously in the immortal Grove world, in front of Jinmzi grave, Yi Yuan's thoughts flowed smoothly. His heart realm reached perfection, and his divine soul even already reached the grand completion realm of rank 7. This degree of consumption was nothing at all to Yi Yuan. In the process of advancing, with Yi Yuan absorbing some more carnage energy and converting it to soul force, it would be able to make up for the deficit. Facing 7 great heavenly emperors, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to display all of his trump cards. Therefore, he definitely feigned an appearance of his soul force being depleted. Chapter 2235, Soul Eater Beasts. Chapter 2235, Soul Eater Beasts. Brother Yi, are you still all right? Wu Jiang saw that Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his entire body seemingly feeble, and so he could not resist asking. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Still all right. I can still hang in there." Toward this Wu Jiang, it was just Yi Yuan's first time meeting. He naturally would not feel at ease letting him know everything. These Ghost Dao powerhouses and Corpse Path powerhouses, because of innate reasons, were more cold-blooded and violent to begin with. It was not that there was no good person among Ghost Dao Empyreans, but Yi Yuan did not dare and was also not willing to hand his trust over to a stranger. He had traveled all over the place for so many years. This bit of shallow logic, he still understood it. Wu Jiang let out a sigh and said, "Brother, Yi, our arms can't wring the thighs and wind. They are heavenly emperor powerhouses, after all. Only by enduring for some time will there be an opportunity to escape." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I understand, but I just can't take this lying down." Wu Jiang nodded his head and continued saying, "Brother Yi is indeed a young heaven's chosen. Your number of trump cards makes this Wu lament at my own unworthiness too." He was really very surprised. Just now, the divine soul power that Yi Yuan exhibited made even the Ghost Dao powerhouses who have cultivated for many years feel ashamed of their unworthiness. One had to know, Ghost Dao powerhouses did not have physical bodies. What they cultivated was the power of the soul body. Yi Yuan was young in age, So Wu Jiang really did not know how he did it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's ocular arts were also extremely consummate. To actually be able to see through the unreal and see the gray shadows that even ghost Empyreans could not see to, coupled with that transcendent sword art from before. This was truly a terrifying young man. It was just a pity that he was too incapable of retaining his composure to actually expose his strength in order to save his servant. Furthermore, he even offended the few great heavenly emperors. This journey would probably not be too pleasant. The party gradually went deeper, and the cavern got increasingly larger. The blood pools also got bigger and bigger. It was more appropriate to say that it gradually turned into a blood lake. The thick BLOD air inside made people virtually want to vomit. Even Yi Yuan was also dumbstruck with amazement by this spectacular sight. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that it was all real blood in the blood pools. Furthermore, tremendous energy was contained in this blood. Clearly, the former owners of this blood were all extremely strong powerhouses. So much blood, then how many powerhouses died here? Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus suddenly, several green figures tore past like lightning. Following there, a miserable scream came over. A ghost Empyrean was directly dragged away by the green shadows. But these green shadows did not go far, but stopped in a cave entrance. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over. There were several kangaroo-looking little beasts. While that ghost Empyrean being bitten by the little beasts actually did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Then those few little beasts divided up and ate that ghost Empyrean in front of everyone, just like that, acting recklessly and caring for Oh, body! These little beasts thought nothing of so many ghost Empyreans. Soul-eater beasts. It's soul-eater beasts. Those ghost Empyreans were all akin to facing a great enemy, retreating one after another. While at this time, inside some of the small caves of the cavern, many of such little beasts suddenly tunneled out. The little beasts got more and more, and actually surrounded the group of ghost Empyreans. Even the faces of those heavenly emperors were extremely ugly too. What are our soul-eater beasts? Yi Yuan asked with an ignorant look. Wu Jiang said, Soul-eater beasts are the jinx of ghost Dao powerhouses, and also the natives of the 3 great blood pools, feeding on soul bodies. For ghost Dao powerhouses that run around here, once they encounter soul-eater beasts, they will die without a doubt. The saliva that they secrete has extremely strong anesthetic and digestive effects against ghost Dao powerhouses. Ghost Dao powerhouses are unable to resist at all. Furthermore, they have the ability to traverse through SPAC. Their speed is extremely fast and impossible to guard against. Even Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are extremely apprehensive of them too. Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard. It turned out that there was still such a formidable, ferocious beast. These soul-eater beasts were simply the jinx of ghost Dao powerhouses. But to corpse path powerhouses and humans, they were nothing much. They practically only lived in the 3 great blood pools, because this place had large quant. 1 ties of soul bodies, whoosh who's, H, plus another dozen over soul-eater beasts suddenly scurried out, the speed inconceivably swift. Several ghost Dao Empyreans at the outer area were frightened until their complexions were ashen, all kinds of horrifying attacks flying over. But these soul-eater beasts were incomparably sensitive, a twinkle in the air, and they directly dodged all of these disorderly attacks. Ah! 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 Several miserable cries came over. A few ghost Empyreans were dragged away by the soul-eater beasts just like that, who then started eating them with relish at one side. Devouring these ghost Dao Empyreans, the auras of those soul-eater beasts actually grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could those ghost Dao Empyreans still keep their wits about them, turning tail and running? The 7 great heavenly emperors snorted coldly. A horrifying pressure spread out. Those Empyreans went even paler. There were wolves in front, tigers at the back, they could not run at all. The 7 great heavenly emperors clearly regarded the Azura abnormality, this time with great importance. It was impossible to withdraw easily. At this time, 9 Lives pointed at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You, go and finish off the Soul Eater beasts." Everyone was stunned. Even Yi Yuan was also taken aback. Me? Alone? Yi Yuan somewhat did not dare to believe it. 9 Lives nodded and said, "That's right. You can choose to face them, or face the 7 of us." A cold light appeared in Yi Yuan's eyes. This heavenly emperor 9 Lives was too much. This guy was clearly targeting him. The other few heavenly emperors all had gloating faces. Clearly, they viewed him as a different kind and were only exploiting him. As for his life and death, they did not care at all. Yi Yuan's gaze flicked, and he said in a solemn voice, "Fine, I'll go." Yi Yuan brandished his sword and advanced, dividing the crowd, slowly walking over toward those Soul Eater beasts. The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances and smiled, hints of amused expressions revealing on their faces. There were several dozen Soul Eater beasts in front of him. They were all rank 7 existences. Normally, it should be impossible for so many rank 7 Soul Eater beasts to appear all of a sudden. But the blood pool was having abnormal activities currently. These guys all scurried out one after another. "Kill!" Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, his figure turning into a phantom. Russ. H.I. plussing straight for the Soul Eater beasts. What he rushed towards was just a middle stage, rank 7 Soul Eater beast. That Soul Eater beast also charged toward Yi Yuan, a hint of scorn flash. H.I. plussing across in its eyes. With a squeak, it disappeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. Then there was a squelch. Amidst everyone's amazed gazes, when the Soul Eater beast that originally disappeared showed its figure, the bone sword paw S said through its chest, this Soul Eater beast was already deader than dead. Before dying, the Soul Eater beast still opened its eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, clearly not believing that Yi Yuan could actually kill it. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The Soul Eater beast started braying frenziedly, turning into one glimmering afterimage after another, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. The claws of these Soul Eater beasts were extremely sharp. Their attacks actually carried spatial law. Even when encountering ordinary Empyreans, they likely had no opponents in the same rank too. It was just a pity that they ran into Yi Yuan. Apart from a few late-stage rank 7 Soul Eater beasts that could fight with Yi Yuan to the point they were evenly matched, the other Soul Eater beasts could not block Yi Yuan's sword at all. Yi Yuan's sword was like a ghost amidst the dy light. Areas that it said by, it reaped the lives of Soul Eater beasts without restraint.